on this one. Kicking off, I don't know, do we still say the Magnificent Seven?
I do.
Nostalgic, I guess.
I like them, Brendan.
Earnings after the close tonight for Tesla. Happy Tuesday, guys.
Happy Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Tesla Tuesday, whatever you want to call it. But, you know, Magnificent Seven, yeah, you can still call them that. I'm pretty sure in every single iteration of the Seven Samurai, the Magnificent Seven, the movies, it's not like all of them survive, right? Spoiler alert, if you haven't heard that story a million times. But Tesla, after the bell, maybe they will, maybe they won't, but the expectations aren't that high. So I do feel like you might have one of those inside type days for Tesla. Don't want to get too far away from the wall. I'm not completely convinced that the chip names in this rally, or I guess relief bounce that we've had yesterday, is going to be able to continue. We still have to get a report out of Intel this week. They'll be the big one. But there is some news with regard to NVIDIA that's worth watching. And then Apple, yeah, just more, I mean, you call it bad news, Chinese delivery numbers, not necessarily looking that fantastic. And look, at the end of the day, Apple's been under pressure already. It did give that big move back in the afternoon, so I want to go back to that. Well, NVIDIA, going to look for very specific setups. That long breakout setup has been fantastic. If we see it again today, definitely going to hammer that. But I'm just excited. You got the blue on, Sean. I didn't actually get to see the game because I was in bed, but I watched.
What?
I go to sleep. I go to sleep really early. So I don't
see any of the game.
No, not any of the game. I didn't see the end of the game. Like I'll be able to tune in as we're going through. I have it on my phone as we're going through our evening stuff at home, and I'm like reading my daughter. I can have that on my phone through the evening. But then I go to bed, so I didn't see the actual end until the morning when I watched the clip. Unbelievable goal. But all you got to do is win one on the road, and now the Leafs, they're ahead.
Yeah, my 9-year-old had to go to bed with about 5 minutes left because she was up at 5:30 this morning, so on the ice, and she woke up to a nice goal. Well, we actually watched the Matthews goal in bed with her, so that was fun. Yeah, we've got lots of stuff on our mind here today. Apple should be one I'm going to be looking at as well. I like that Amazon story. I think that's real cool. Leafs probably now will win in 6, I guess. So shout out to all my Bruins fans out there as well. General Motors, amazing. Ford yesterday. Ford was up 6% yesterday and leading, I think, all the S&P. So there you go. I mean, Ford, bang, right to the upside. I'm excited for this report, especially after GM coming through. I am really excited for Ford. So hopefully that one will get going here as, yeah, apparently EVs are not so super hot. But you know what? I bet you Tesla's higher tomorrow. So right now it's 142. What do you think, Neil? Higher or lower tomorrow? 142.
At the open? Of right now?
At the open. Tomorrow at the open.
I'll go lower.
All right, so there you go.
I still think we'll see, but even if it goes higher tomorrow, I'm still not convinced it's, I think we'll see closer to 125 before we see a 1 in 75 or.
Oh, yeah. Playing those odds.
I still think this trend
is higher or lower, so lower, higher?
I said lower because I think we're going lower.
What do you guys think over there? Higher, lower, Tesla tomorrow at this time?
Lower.
Lower? Yeah, I'm going to have to. Well, lower. You know what? It wouldn't be that interesting if you say lower and I say lower.
True.
I'm going to say higher.
Okay.
I'm going to say they beat. Yeah. Why not? Let's go.
I mean, it's either going to be one or the other. I would be shocked if it was very flat and not really doing anything. We shall see.
Sean wants in.
So Brendan just said it's going to be one or the other, higher or lower. So I think that's a very, very accurate statement. To that, I just want
to be at exactly 142.02 again.
Yeah. So we're going to stamp it.
Sean, I said this on the podcast too. It's not going to be nothing, is what I'm saying. It's going to be extreme. One way or the other. But anyways, we'll touch on Tesla coming up here. Yep. Let's touch on Spotify as well, because a nice gap to the upside here this morning. There's a few things to note when it comes to Spotify. Their monthly active user forecast a bit of a miss for Spotify. So, I mean, this thing got sold off pretty heavily into the report, but here we are back higher as gross profit topped €1 billion for the first time. Not bad.
Yeah, Brendo, and they're making money now. I mean, premium subs, which is the paying, obviously, the paying echelon, I guess, of subscribers, 14% year-over-year growth. Revenue grew 20% year-over-year. It's not a bad look there. In terms of income, their operating income, they tightened up things a little bit. With their ARPU, average revenue per user, 5% year-over-year increase. So it wasn't a bad look.
I mean, they keep re-upping all these podcasters. They just re-upped Rogan again on a massive contract and also said he could go and put it wherever he wants.
Yeah.
So they don't even have exclusivity anymore for Rogan's podcast. He's back on YouTube as well, and they're paying him more. But yeah, as you said, they're making money and then some, guys. Nice look for Spot.
Oh, they really are. The premium subs on that one. I'm good, Randy. Thank you. Actually, I just got one.
I'll take one, my guy.
Oh, before we go, because I heard Rob yell it out. Tesla's at 142 right now. Reports aftermarket, higher or lower at this time tomorrow.
Okay, higher or lower than 0%? Get out of here.
How is that?
All right.
Because the odds
that added a lot of nothing to the topic. So thank you for that.
The odds of exactly flat are probably 1 in what? 5,000?
Exactly flat.
1 in 5,000. I don't know. 1 in 1,000.
So,
like it's
right.
such a ridiculous long shot. Maybe flat should be within 50 cents up or down, and then at least it's something.
No, let's just clarify what it is. I would say if Tesla moves greater than or equal to 2%, that is a nothing burger. That is a completely irrelevant move.
Yeah, so
2%.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because I mean we could move 2% off open today just because something fat-fingered. Like I don't. So I looked it up. Are we supposed to be talking about anything else here? No, right?
I mean,
good.
Spotify had great.
Oh,
numbers.
Spotify, yeah. I sold that thing at 310. Okay, so here's Tesla right here. Expected move. So there it is, right there, 9%. 9.7 last move, 12.1. So I would say like a nothing burger is exactly. Oh, here we go. Perfect, Ramin. I'm just really glad. Like here we are creating content, and here we go, flat like the Earth. I have to select that one because I am a flat earther.
I already did.
If I do not select that, I can't remember. That was one of the best things I watched on Netflix. There was some sort of a flat Earth thing. It was hilarious. These guys were going to conventions and believing that there was flat Earths. Oh, did you know? Yeah, below the curve or something like that. Yeah. So you know what's the best thing ever is the birds aren't real. That's the best. Like that. There's all these birds are little robots and everything like that. What was that? All right, yeah. Let's get some business done, and then we'll get to the entertaining stuff.
Yeah, gotta keep the conspiracy theories down.
To the desk.
First segment of the show brought to you by our friends at Alfonso AI. Alfonso's adaptive AI predicts the best times to buy and sell stocks, helping you increase your odds for generating alpha. Join now and get 50% off their pro monthly subscription using code TRADER50. Scan the QR code and download the app. Today. I mean, a few other things of note here this morning. We were touching on BTC a little bit throughout the day yesterday. Some of the miners on watch yesterday, a little bit of relative strength coming through. I noticed this morning. Back downside ever so slightly here. It's worth noting the dollar was higher to start the morning. We're now red on the day. Yields are back to the upside. It's Tuesday. We're frankless this week, but it's Tuesday, so yields typically go up when it's Frank Day around here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just going to talk quickly about Bitcoin yesterday, about the spot ETF seeing about $35 million of inflows in one day after the halving event. Not really a big topic of discussion there. Yeah, as you said yesterday, Brendo, and today, the 2-year was really on the precipice of 5%, as you can see here, guys. 5%, we got into that 4.986 at the highs yesterday, just a smidge below 5. But we are still putting in those higher lows and higher highs, Brenda. So I feel like we were going to see 5% shortly.
Overall, the market doesn't care. Back to the upside we go here, guys. We're testing recent highs anyways for the overall market.
Yeah, if you look at it, we had relief rally sort of yesterday, and most of the earnings so far this morning have been pretty solid. That said, we haven't got any big tech names out there, but we did sort of, we didn't really talk about Spotify, but this is probably not the biggest trade usually for us, but it's up 10%. So you're going to exceed some expectations here. And on top of that, it wasn't even like the user numbers. It was the premium tier that held things together for these bad boys, which I think that's a great sign if they're able to, when you're able to get that greater tier and get the better margins out there, that's generally going to be a good sign. So I think that's great for them. They bounced off to 50. I don't know if you're going to be clean. Ooh, banana bread.
I like banana bread.
I love banana bread. Flat. He still says flat.
What,
flat,
the Earth, you mean? Yeah, see?
Well, you know Randy's.
I knew I liked Randy.
Yeah. I'm thinking
Us
different.
flat earthers have to stick together.
Well, you and Kyrie can keep that one
There's
as far as I'm concerned.
I thought I saw some birds in here, actually. Have
They're
you
not
seen
real.
that? Yeah, they're really
not real.
So the other day I saw this dead bird on the ground and I opened it up and there was mechanical, so there was that. No, I'm not touching any dead birds.
Yeah, that you don't want to do. I mean,
how's the banana
or
bread?
Good.
I like that. We got some decent banana bread. Oh, okay, here we go. I want to look up something else here because we're going to get to this in a minute. Roblox. This finally gets upgraded here. JP Morgan, and exactly what they said, highlights a significant monetization potential. Over the weekend, both my kids asked for more Robux. So, I mean, I think this is a great opportunity to get like a newer technology, especially with, you know what, and then you know what else we watched, and I don't think I can approve this because he's going to be 13-ish when Grand Theft Auto comes out. But that game, I was watching the trailer for this. Fabian, you seen this trailer? Obviously, you've seen the trailer for Grand Theft Auto. Oh man, it is amazing. I'm like sitting there. No wonder why some of these grandmas are getting tricked into thinking it's real life. Like I'm sitting there watching this thing, and I'm like, I was playing Vice City. I thought that was cool for like PS2 or whatever it was. I was like, damn, these graphics are hot. And then now I'm watching this stuff, and it is just like, wow. So me and Fabian had talked about this and buying like Leaps or something like that for Take-Two. But it's come down really nice now. So this could be because I'm talking Roblox, so I'm going back over to Take-Two. I think that this is also potentially a good opportunity. And then you could buy Sony. Would that be the hottest system for it? Or PC maybe, probably, for Grand Theft. So I think you can get your money in that way as well. Graphics cards and things like that, GPUs. I mean, even the lowest of NVIDIA cards probably is fine. But I like Take-Two down here. Yeah, you're exactly. So that's what I was thinking. See, this is what I'm doing. You see what I'm doing? Picks and shovels, baby. Picks and shovels. And so everyone's going to need, my kid's probably going to be like, I need a new graphics card, to run this game.
Sony's been bad.
Picks and shovels.
Sony's been bad. And if I don't know, like that chart on Sony, like it's not an exciting one, but I don't know, the $80 level looks mighty flat bottom breaky there. But TCW, I was surprised. I said this. I'm surprised that after the Activision deal, that there were no further consolidations or deals in the gaming space. Like there was nobody that took another run to try to. I still think that can happen. Like once that went through, you're creating more of a juggernaut out there, and I just feel like there should be some more deals happening, consolidations. I know Netflix is doing some small stuff, and that would be great for them. Like it would be the easiest thing in the world, just looking in my household, if Disney or Netflix were to better incorporate gaming into their streaming platform, because I know 100% then that's all my daughter would be wanting to do. Like she plays her Switch every now and then.
Thank you for reminding me. I have to cancel Disney Plus. These guys
hating. Why? You don't?
It sucks. Like these guys came out at $89. I thought, okay, that's okay. Then they went to $119. Then now the renewal is $149. And honestly, I don't even remember the last. I'm not even asking my family. I don't remember the last time anybody watched anything.
Well,
We'll watch Simpsons. What else?
I mean, I watch all the time.
Family Guy. Yeah, but what else? What do you watch?
Dude, I'm watching.
What is it?
I'm watching every single Star Wars thing that comes out. So I'm all about Bad Batch.
Yeah.
Only murders in the what is it called again?
I've seen.
No, but they had the new. There was the new one with the guy from Law and Order Rescue. I forget the name of it. There was like a murder on the boat. That was a really good one. They have solid stuff, man. Like there's a couple of movies we watched from there. There's like all the old Disney content my daughter can't do without. So
yeah.
So like it's no. But that said, if I didn't have Aaron, and I wasn't a huge,
it's the worst.
And I wasn't a huge Star Wars Marvel guy, then we wouldn't have it. But like but if you're like a hardcore like I am, then yeah, you will. Most people you probably can do without. I would actually say that Apple is dominating science fiction. Like I'm like high quality,
Yeah.
like science fiction
I
shows.
mean,
like,
we get that for free, but
it's legit. Like it's legit though. Like they've got that All for Mankind or whatever show out there. They got Foundation. Like you have a lot of really good content on Apple. But again, they don't have to be profitable on it, which is an advantage for them in production.
thing is like, you know, even 150, you know, to cancel it does seem. I mean, maybe they can have one good program. It might be worth it alone. Do they? They don't have South Park. Yeah, we don't get like all that Hulu stuff here. I don't think.
South Park?
Yeah, South Park is Paramount. Yeah, that might have turned it. What about?
You could always
Amazon?
watch South Park again.
I'm gonna ask my wife, but then we'll wind up keeping it. What do you guys have over there, Sharif? You still using your parents' Netflix over there, or what?
I got Netflix. I've been watching The Crown, Sean. I'm season 2, baby. The Crown.
Crown?
Yeah, it's not bad. Shows you like the inner workings of the royal family. It's not for everybody. I like it. You don't have to like it. I like
I
it.
have no idea. A couple things. Affirm, real quick. Downside this morning on reports that Walmart is going to bring in One. One is a buy now, pay later service that they themselves have backed. So big gap down here for AFRM, back below 30 bucks. I was reading this yesterday as well. Thought it was kind of interesting. Snowflake, that's their Toronto office. A 52,000 square foot new space in Toronto has opened.
Oh, wow. Well,
That's not small.
It's not.
And they're hiring apparently too in Toronto.
Not a bad look.
Yeah.
Yeah, this buy now, pay later from Walmart should be very interesting here. It threatens the likes of Affirm and Capital One, Brendo, who have deals with Walmart right now for the buy now, pay later. And this one buy now, pay later format is going to be actually available at the retail locations, 4,600 of them to be exact, Brendo. So we'll have to see exactly how Affirm trades on the day. This could be an interesting one.
Yeah, notably weak here to start things off. Fabian. Thank you. Yeah, ugly on the 15-minute chart, guys, on that.
Short the pops on Affirm today?
Oh, no.
I mean, it's not down 10% yet.
Disney?
So it's only 7% to the downside. You have 30.5, which is yesterday's bottom. Then you have 29. We're at this low right now, the 29.5 level. I mean, competition is never going to help. I like that headline that they were going to start charging interest. I thought that was pretty good for them, but you didn't break it out. Too bad they couldn't drop this news in the afternoon when we're short it and only able to get like a 30-cent move out of the $30 stock, and now it's down 7%. But I think you short the pops in Affirm today. It's nice to have. I mean, at the end of the day, like you want to have a catalyst. That's always better when you're trading if there's like some reason the eyes are on the stock. And truth be told, like we trade this sometimes when there isn't even a specific catalyst. But yeah, back into this support level, 30.5. I will be looking for some shorts. Maybe we'll have to revisit it at the open. But yeah, competition for a stock that was already under pressure. We've talked about this one trending down. It has a chance to bounce off the 200-period moving average. But the way I see it, it also has a decent chance to break it down off that level. So I'll short into an initial bounce and then go from there on Affirm. SSR would be, like short sell restricted isn't until it's underneath 29 bucks. So until it gets, you know, that's almost $1 from here before it even gets 10%.
Man. So I found out we can't cancel Disney.
Ah.
That Vanderpump's Rules thing is on there. Vanderpump Villa. I thought it was on Netflix. I was scrolling through Netflix. These Vanderpump people are all over the place. Yeah. All right.
Oh,
Yes, it's somehow on Disney, she says, my wife, yeah. So she's hating on it as well, but we have to keep it because they have that one program. Look, those of you that have made a lot of money on Affirm here, I covered. We were short 50. That was an amazing trade just because of how much it got accelerated to the upside. I never liked this business anyways. It's too easy to get involved with. And now there's more competition. Walmart's coming out. And it's not good. This is one name that I definitely would not buy at the 200-period moving average at all, Affirm. I think it goes lower. I think this is eventually a nothing. So I don't like it. I mean, it's probably not a nothing. Someone might buy them, but I don't know what their book looks like, so we'll have to wait to see. When are their earnings? We'll get the real true story here if they actually have any business. Let me see, AFRM. Because how could these guys guide forward? So think about that. So right now, this is May 8th. So if right now good stocks like Netflix can come out with good quarters, Verizon can come out with a decent quarter, forget what else. Well, the airlines blew it out, but JP Morgan, some of these names that got hit regardless have decent and real good businesses. Affirm now has gun pointed right at them, and we're going to see what happens on May 8th. So you're 2-3 weeks away from probably disaster in this name. So this is definitely a fade it all. Fade it all until that earth gets flat, because this one right here is a short all day. So we'll be doing that as I continue to work on the sticky note.
Roblox here kicking off the list of upgrades. This upgrade from JP Morgan, you can read more about it on our watch list. Penn Entertainment here getting an upgrade from Truist, trading up almost 5%, so nice look there. Datadog getting an upgrade here from Wells Fargo, and First Solar getting an upgrade here from Evercore ISI. Solar is also going to be in watch tonight with Enphase earnings. Downgrade starting off here with Warner Brothers Discovery getting a downgrade and trading a little bit lower here from Wolfe Research. Morgan Stanley downgrading Harley Davidson. Sonova getting a downgrade here from KeyBank, and last but not least here, Canadian National getting downgraded by Desjardins.
Yeah, I think the standout name out of those, as already probably mentioned, is Roblox in terms of earnings. Upgrades and downgrades, and it's a decent enough catalyst. When I tweeted out, it was basically this 37 if it can clear it out. So it's a bit of a gap breakout, and I do like dips into previous support or resistance levels in this case. So that'd be a dip into like 35.80, like 35.60 to 35.80, somewhere in that range. I do like that setup, but there's also a setup that it can break it out and have $1.50-ish room to next resistance at about 38.5. You had a nice close around there. So yeah, Roblox, decent chance it could break it out. The volume's not that great yet, but that's just a matter of time. At the open, things will open up for this stock. So yeah, it's got to be on the radar. I didn't really look at the other names on that list. First Solar, not always the most tradable. I know there's some volatility that comes in with those names, but it's been a hot minute since we were front of the list for trading the solar names.
Yeah, the only name I want to talk about was Roblox. Break of 37.20. I'm long there. It's on the sticky note. Back to the desk.
Really, really cool. A few other movers here. I was just noting Fiserv to the downside this morning. We had JetBlue lowering their annual revenue forecast. Latin America trips and demand a problem apparently for JBLU. Yeah, I mean, General Motors, we were touching on Affirm and SNOW as well. Not really doing anything, but I thought that was a really cool story. I mean, some of these tech companies that are moving into this, the new tech, I guess, areas of downtown Toronto. I mean, King Street is mostly Shopify at this point. And then we were just talking about the Well building at Spadina in front. Apparently they took 3 floors. Shopify took 3 floors of that. Here comes Snowflake now, taking up 52,000 square feet in downtown.
Yeah, well, that's good because we had an issue with commercial real estate, especially tenancies in older buildings. So we'll have to wait and see how that does. But yeah, it was an interesting look today for JetBlue as well, because we mentioned that quickly at the top. The guidance here is really the issue, guys. They're talking about 10.5% drop in second quarter revenue as a result of cutting some lines. As Brendo mentioned, they are going to focus on their Latin America lines, which are the most productive for them, but not a good look here, especially after the deal fell through with Spirit.
Are you a Coke or Pepsi guy?
Coke. Even though I like the blue, Pepsi Blue, though. So.
Really? Yeah. I haven't had either in a long time. Here's Pepsi this morning. They reported as well. Not really a stock that we talk about very often, rightfully so. It doesn't really do much, but 3, 4, 5 days in a row here, straight to the upside, guys, into earnings, but pretty quiet to start things off for Pep coming off their report.
Yeah, well, no one says rum and Pepsi. I'll leave that. That's the answer that matters to me most, because hey, at the end of the day, it's Coke for that. But if you want diversification, just a little more diversified, technically speaking, when you have Pepsi, they got more brands and all that stuff, a little bit bigger. You got the snack presence, all that good stuff. But Pepsi, no volume. I like I do like when you have like these kind of names for the overall economy doing well, right? Like you want to, when you get a report, like I didn't want to see JB Hunt have a bad report to start earnings season off. I do like to see UPS up. I do like to see Pepsi, hopefully, right now it's slightly down, but overall it's been doing pretty well lately. And sometimes it's more about where you come from than where you're going to go on earnings. So you ramp up. $11, which is a good 6% move, actually closer to 7% move from recent lows on Pepsi into earnings in the last week. So it's a decent chance that you could see some profit taking here. It's not a volatile stock. I do like the fact that it's potentially breaking out here, but even a breakout for this, it'll take a month or two and then get to like 195 to give you that 10% move, which is great for them because they're a pretty defensive name. But it's not a trade here for a day trader, and even the spread. Like you got a 40, 50 cent spread when it's already not going to move a ton. So I'm not going to be doing much with Pepsi here, but I do want to see this with a positive reaction. I mean, if Pepsi were to give it up here, you've had a couple of the more bellwether names already show some signs of weakness in the overall economy. And at the end of the day, we do want the economy to be well, even if the stock market isn't the economy whatsoever. That's why we don't really trade things like Pepsi. I have a piece of this in my portfolio. It's kind of like I put it there and leave it. It's like one of those safe hedges. I don't do stuff like gold, but it's a pretty decent bellwether name that if you buy it on the support levels, you risk a little bit less to the downside. And I wouldn't be doing anything here.
No, Pepsi's been, it's up 3% this year. So that's pretty, you're losing a lot. Like Neil said, you're going to get the 2% dividend or whatever. It's fine. But yeah, not great. I mean, they got hit there on GLP-1 worries. They've battled back. That's nice right now. It definitely looks like it's breaking out, I would say, out of this level. But like I just finished saying, you're up. I mean, now after, I just saw on Trade Ideas, see, like this, because the year started here. And we went, the year started, yeah, we might even be less than that. It might be 3% up. So we started the year nice, fell back into that 162. There's no way I'd be buying this thing here. I think you got to wait for pullbacks. I mean, it gives you those opportunities. But yeah, Pepsi's pretty good. It's a little, I guess 3% so far. It's a little bit better of a beat than inflation. So yeah, better than having cash. If you got to pay tax.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here as we head towards the open on busy Tuesday. Sharif is always going to kick it off with a look at the market.
Yep, just below 50.50, guys. We closed that at 50.48. Let's use that 50.50 as that level of support that Monday close. 5,100, you can see this consolidation area here on April 14th and 15th. Let's use that to the north side as resistance.
Let's get into this. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. It's free for you from us every single day. It comes right to your inbox for free. All you need is an email. There's a ton to look at this morning. Top of the list this morning, this one. We touched on it briefly there, but just took out the highs again here for spot. 11.18%. Man, I'm blind. For Spotify here, a pretty good report, but there was some questions as far as the forecast is concerned and the guidance, but price don't lie.
Yeah, the guidance was a bit of an issue, as you mentioned, but what I really liked here was the fact that they're growing subs on both ends of the spectrum. Their premium subs, which are the monthly paying subs, grew 14% year over year. At the same time, their revenue, their ad revenue grew 20%. That's basically for everybody who's using the free account. So I like the fact that they're growing from both sides. Good look here for Spotify.
Yeah, the investment, massive investment in podcasting has paid off so far for Spot.
Absolutely, and that's one place that you can find the Markets podcast. Every single weekend, check it out Saturday morning, drops at about 10 o'clock, and thankfully, look, whether you have Spotify or not, Apple, Spotify, you can catch it on YouTube, you can watch it, listen to it, all that good stuff. So, we're happy to see Spotify succeed. I don't own the stock. I know you recently sold it. It's actually continuing the move. It was 8% when we mentioned this, 10 minutes ago. Call it that, and now it's 12% to the upside. There's an outside chance, not an outside chance, there's a decent chance you could see the 52-week high today up at 315, or maybe it's like 314, 315. I was always thinking when you have this kind of a gap and the volume was light, which it was before this last push, that you can get some selling and profit taking. It feels like that's the environment that we're in. When people see this, there'll be some profit taking at the open. I had 284 written down when it was consolidating here for like a stink bid-ish in front of previous highs. I got to throw that out the window, and sometimes that's a bit of an adjustment. So I won't be bidding this one. Feels like it's gone too far away, and I wouldn't be chasing this to the upside. There's chip names to worry about, ARM, AMD, NVIDIA, Roblox, Coinbase, the 228 breakout from yesterday that we talked about is still going to be in play. There's a lot to look at today. Spotify looks fantastic. I think it has a chance to test that 52-week high. If not today, certainly this week.
Yeah, Spotify, this is a name that, before I became a sort of all bundled up there with Apple, I like Spotify. And I was actually involved in this on the direct list, and I just sold it just the other day. I think it was 309, to be honest with you. So this is a huge move back up. So that's great, like right back into this area. I just thought it was getting toppy. We talked about that live here on the show. So this is a good one for me. We had gotten some out on the way up. It's not like we went from like, I think this only came out at like 150, so it's like a double in a couple of years. It's not like a monster trade, but this is a good level here, 309. I mean, you're trying to break it, you're trying to get a lot higher. I think we could actually get there. Honestly, I mean, I know we're up 11%. We talk about when, and especially shout out to Danielle Shea, who will be coming, I believe, back this week on the Market Recap show every week, and sometimes even on our show. I don't know, she might be here on Thursday maybe as well. I'll look in our calendar. But right here, let me just see what the expected move for Spotify was. What is their market cap? Hold on a second, April 23rd. It was this morning, wasn't it? Or was it last night? There it is right there. Okay, so it's not a huge market cap. So their expected move was 9.8%. Okay, so I actually thought that this was a little bit more. So last time they only moved 3%. So this time that big mover. So okay, I was going to say sometimes when you outpace your move, and this is from Danielle, then it will just continue to go because the options are going to be working. They're going to let it ride, and there's nothing stopping this. So that could be something those of us that bet short will have to cover because the move, it's put them outside of whatever their delta was. So now you're all the way to the upside, and Spotify could continue that move now. So if we're up like 13 or 14% by the time these imbalances drop at 925 and it's a buy, this thing could really start to go. So yeah, I don't think it's out of the realm that we get into this like 310, 312 area today. So I think Spotify is a win here, and you'll probably want to take out the pre-market high if you like the stock. So Spotify on a strong market, strong name, good beat, subscription model. The market loves subscription models. I say Spotify is a buy, but watch out for that 312 top.
Yeah. Just a heads up on Google here, OpenAI and Meta as well. Apparently all have agreed to incorporate new safety measures to protect children from exploitation and plug several holes in their current AI defenses. That's from the Wall Street Journal. So Google itself announcing their commitment to safety by design in their generative AI principles. So Google not really doing much on that, but positive anyways on the morning. Let's talk about Apple here. I mean, I feel like we've touched on this story already, but Chinese iPhone shipments down 19% in Q1, the worst performance since 2020.
I feel like this is already baked in, but maybe the data changes from time to time. Maybe we see steeper declines than first reported. 19.1% in the first 3 months of the year is the reduction in the amount of iPhones that they're selling in China. It comes on the other side of the balance sheet here for Huawei, where they surged 69.7% year over year in terms of how much they sold. You'll recall late last year we heard that they made breakthroughs with respect to their chips, and they're offering now the Mate 60 Pro, which is 5G compatible. So a lot of interest there.
Yeah, third now for Apple in that market, which is, I mean, Vivo and Honor, I saw. Crazy.
Yeah, but it's a pretty big market. And we already know, the sort of the issues that they have with, like, there's loyalty that goes there, and you have the government essentially encouraging said loyalty. Let's be real about that for a split second. Like, if thinking a fair playing field, I think we all understand it might go a little bit differently. Yeah. But Apple, look, they've been under pressure. If not for the way that it sold off yesterday, I might shrug that off, this story. But if this was looking really strong early in the afternoon, then it just got to 167, which was consolidation zone, and then just sold off. So there's still some resistance at these levels on Apple, people taking some profit. So I look at that 167, we get back up there again, and I think that's a fade. If it can clear out the quarters, like 167 quarter, I say stop fighting it at that point. But I'm going to look to short the pops. I mean, the daily chart, it looks like we're just sort of consolidating off of this broken down support level, at least for the time being. So no big legs to the downside. Hasn't been a gigantic bump. I think that allows you to play the fade trade into 167. So not much has changed here on Apple. I don't know that you're going to get an outsized day, but 167 reared its head yesterday. And coupled with this news as well, I'll go back to looking for shorts at that price.
Apple. So I am doing the sticky note right now. It will be trade idea number 1. I mean, honestly, and I know everybody's yelling at me, get it out, get it out, get it out, I'll get it out, I'll get it out. So I was just, pretty negative here, negative into the close yesterday. We had this short in the market. It was an absolute banger there at the end of the day into the close. Apple, again, not great. As we've said, the story is something that we already know. The Chinese government basically came out and, quietly banned Apple products. I mean, they just said, look, nobody working for the government, we're not going to support Apple products. So therefore, if you have one, you're frowned upon. So that's gone. So you kick that out and you get something else, right? And now you'll just have to wait for earnings, which are on, is it the 26th? Let me just find out for you when exactly Apple earnings are, AAPL. So there it is right there. No, May 2nd, yeah, so they're next week actually. So you'll have to wait to see next week to see what happens with Apple. And I think that's when this gets really interesting. But for now, I'm fading all of these pops. You're going to wait to the sticky note to see the key levels, but I'm not buying anything. I don't have any bids down here, and honestly, the level that I think we take is this 164. So this is Friday's bottom right here, made around 12 o'clock. I think that's in question if the market, the market's up though. The market, ever since I'd had this idea for a short in Apple, the market's just been trending higher. So, Apple looks like it's going to break 164 when it's down here near 165, and then all of a sudden it bumps up about $1.50, gets to 166.20, and now, we'll watch out for the fade. The NASDAQ, and I'll leave the futures for later, but the NASDAQ 17.4, 17.5, this is why we shorted yesterday. We had this play in the TQs. So if the NASDAQ and Apple are going to be tied at the hip, well, this is up 0.4, and this is negative. So I'm red. Dead red today on Apple. Changed my mind. So back to the desk.
If that. We were just talking about this Amazon grocery delivery. It's crazy. Unlimited grocery delivery for Prime members. Amazon taking out the highs here as well. Looks pretty good to start up a full % already.
Yeah, Brendo, and it's not just for Prime subscribers, actually. There's going to be a possibility here if you're on the electronic benefits transfer in the States for subsidized food. You're going to be able to get this as well for a subscription fee of $4.99 rather than the regular $9.99. It's going to be available in 3,500 cities. You'll be able to get things from Whole Foods, Amazon Fresh, and local grocery stores. So they are working with the local businesses. So good luck here for Amazon.
I want this here. The one thing with grocery delivery, from my experience anyways here, is that the produce specifically is questionable at best by the time it actually gets to you. So maybe coming from Whole Foods, that wouldn't be the case, but great idea.
You like to pick your own fruits and vegetables?
Definitely.
Same with me.
Definitely, but you would think like Whole Foods as a store has a certain level of quality, so I'm down.
I'm with you on the higher level of quality, but I just find like the issue.
I prefer lower quality.
The issue is the picking. No, like it's like there's two issues with it. I like the whole being able to pick. 'Cause even if you go and get better produce, I like to be able to pick the best ones. And like when someone shops for you, even if it's better quality, they're not taking the time to make sure the 6 apples that they pick are going to be good ones. It is what it is.
Best is to have your own personal assistant.
Yeah, like that that would be obviously ideal.
Shout out.
But Amazon, Amazon's up 1 point into this as the NASDAQ's trying to go higher. I don't know if it gives us like a 180 break. That's kind of the key level. I drew this line, didn't hit save, so let me just do that. And then I'll hit save so that the next time I look at this will actually be there for me. But yeah, the 180 level looks like something that we could test today. I much prefer in this environment to be looking for the dip buys. You had a previous close 177.25, which does set you up for that trade that was that did so well with Nvidia recently, which is if you get a dip that false breaks the pre-market low, whether it's the dip buy back through or just to break out the top. And I think he got room to 178 today. The chips have been coming first for me, obviously, and I think that's not necessarily changing, but yeah, like I'm looking to short pops in Apple, but Amazon, not the case. This is one I'd rather be going long. And it's not necessarily about this story per se. The other good thing for Amazon is it's a reclaim of the 50 period here. You know, just yesterday, it kind of closed. It bounced, closed underneath, and now you're above it. So that line, previous close price, ends up being support as a 50 period simple moving average on the daily. So I do like that little bit of confluence, for lack of a better term, on the dips in Amazon.
We do need to find better terms. But okay, right here, AMZN, there it is. All right, so the sticky note has just been released. So right here on the sticky note, you guys can all go find it. And again, I told you guys, sorry I'm late. With it right there. Over 8,000 of you checked it out yesterday. I appreciate that. Look, Amazon 176. I love that level. Obviously, we've bumped up through there, so then we move down to the next part that we talked about, and it's right there. It's the 180 break. Look, Wall Street loves subscription models, and now Amazon is adding another one. So this is just another story for the great Amazon, honestly. I mean, this stock just continues to work. You've had a huge opportunity to buy some down here if you weren't long already. You're at the 50 period moving average for Amazon. I like the way this stock is gonna base out here into earnings. I almost think that out of all the mega cap tech names, I would choose this one as the one that I think has the most opportunity to beat heading into earnings, and one that you'd want to own into that. Yesterday, I think I asked Chris Varley, Darryl would remember what he said. I think he said Meta. I remember clearly now. I can see clearly now. It was Meta. I'm choosing Amazon, but I really like that break. I think even a break of 180, that's where we are right now, 179. If you break 180, you can give it a buck back down to here. I think this is a decent level. That 180 came into play. Where was it? It's just, I mean, it's not that significant. It's more of like a psychological level, but right into here, we were bouncing off of it there, I guess, last week, and then Friday and Monday and everything happened, and Thursday. And we had some down moves there. That was your opportunity to buy it at the 50 period on the daily. Now you're well above it. I think we take 180 here today. And then after that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we settle up 180, 150, 180, you know, in here somewhere today. So yeah, that'll be a good take. If you buy the 180s, I think you have cover back at 50. You definitely have cover back at 79. So you want to lose $1,000 on this trade, you take 1,000 shares, put your stop there, but that could also make you 3,000 or 4,000. So let's see what happens now on Amazon trying to break above 180, and the best dip buy name of the bunch.
A little one moving around here, SPWR, big flush, down 20%. They're going to restate financial results, so that's never a good thing. 210 was the support in the pre-market there. We're down to 165 for SPWR. Yeah, let's touch on GM here again. We looked at it briefly there in the pre-market, but nice report this morning, up actually just taking out the highs right now here for GM.
Yeah, beating on the top and bottom line. It was a beat all around. Earnings, in terms of income earned on the year, up 26% year over year to $2.95 billion. Revenue up 7.6% year over year, about $40 billion. The guidance, excellent here. The company now expects $12.5 to $14.5 billion worth of revenue in the coming quarter. And this was really all precipitated by truck sales in North America. They didn't actually perform that well on a global scale here, Brendo, so we'll have to keep an eye on that going forward.
I saw one of these, or a picture of one of these on the road the other day. Motor Trend's SUV of the year, 2024 Chevy Blazer EV.
I like the Blazer.
I'm nostalgic with those.
Same.
I like the
Same.
old school version, but it's not bad.
Yeah, when I see their strength, you know, it reminds us, when you saw, Sean, you mentioned Ford was up 6%. I think it's up another 2% or so today. Ooh. And GM up 6%. And we've talked about what's been going on with the EVs, like that legacy business, certainly still boding well because, well, there's going to be cars that get bought. And if all the people that are going to get EVs have been mostly doing it already, and you have slower adaptation, then guess who's going to start printing a little bit more money? That's a GM's already at a resistance spot. I have trouble with this one busting through this 46. One of the things I'm not a huge fan of usually, and I have to zoom this out, let's see if we can get a little further back, is you got a top here at 46, but then you go all the way back to 2022 March, and then this 2021 level, that's the 47 level. This thing it gets through 47, and I really think it has a chance to get going, but one step at a time. I think if you're punching 46, you got a little bit of overhead resistance already up this much on GE. Always be careful on earnings day. I don't like extremes, like buying the high here. If you bought a breakout, you're looking to hold back like a buck till support. There's stocks that I'd like doing that with. GM's not one of them on earnings, so I'm probably going to stay away from this. I think if we get above the 47 tomorrow or after, like post earnings as a rally past 47, that'll interest me on GM. But today, let's sit it out. I think if there's any pop up in the EV names off this today, it might give a chance for this Rivian $9 fail that I've been looking for. Again, this stock, every time it's gotten to $9 the last week, it's turned around. Last couple of days, it hasn't quite gotten there. Double bottomed, I think, is a chance that this could make that run at 9, and then we'd look for that 9 fade, 9.10 being the local high on Rivian. So I'm probably likely to trade Rivian on a pop more than GM.
Yeah, I definitely will be trading GM. I don't trade names really on earnings other than these big tech ones, and we'll have to wait to see. I'm looking at a level here, 1320 maybe, which we're already at. I'm looking at Ford, by the way. So Ford, just a $13 name. I feel like there's less room for error on this name for me anyways, like to get a level wrong and to use bigger shares. It's only a $13 name. So if it does fade here off of that GM report, look, these guys report tomorrow. So there's one more day. And that's going to be today. They led the move yesterday, Ford. Huge bottom there at 12 bucks. We actually talked about that. I'm holding this name. People are talking hybrids now. They have the best-selling truck of all time in the United States, the F-150. That continues to sell. We'll hear what Farley and company have to say, because this name, I think, takes this out, this 1360, 1350. And then I feel like if we're lucky enough and able to sell some in this area, I mean, this was a name that we've been buying for a very long time. It's at the same levels it was since 2010, I think. We talked about this, might even be further than that. So Ford really needs to get going here. This is its opportunity. Let's see Ford shine. Let's see it come out tomorrow. GM's leading the way right now, so they're off the back. But at the same time, I think Ford's going to have a better report. So let's see, 6% here. If Ford can do something similar, then we'd be at that $15 mark, and we'll go from there. So I like Ford today, and I like it tomorrow into earnings, especially if GM's going to show us the way there. And everybody's switching off of EV names, right? So if people are going to start to love combustion and hybrid and all that again, and the big truck game, the Cybertruck was obviously an epic fail. People always are going to be buying these GM Silverados, the Ford F-150s. There are some loyalty there and some legacy buyers. So, this name seems to be working. I like Ford down here, and I think it's going to be a winner.
All right, let's go to Roblox here. A nice gap to the upside this morning. It is coming in a little bit right now, but it was above 4% on this. Or JP Morgan going to overweight with a $48 price target here. Nice note from JPM this morning.
Yeah, the analyst there, Corey Carpenter at JP Morgan, saying the following: the crux of our bull thesis is that we believe Roblox has a significant monetization opportunity and management's focus on margin leverage, which we expect to result in free cash flow compounding 40% through 2027. So he likes this one, giving it a nice price target upgrade from 41 to 48.
Yeah, if you look at the daily chart, you can see it's maybe time to buy.
We go to the daily chart, like the trend hasn't broken yet, but if we take out 37, that's exactly where it would start. That's a 200 period moving average. You already have a resistance level set in there, and then you've got room to the 50 period at 39. So I think it's pretty much, it's just that simple with it. You want it to break out. I thought I drew this line and kept it. It doesn't really matter. You guys can see that 37 level in here. Technically, that high here is 37.11 or 12. So I think if it gets to 15, 20, looking long Roblox on a breakout. I like the fact that you get a catalyst. I mean, but an upgrade's an upgrade. Is already had found some support, double bottom at 35. So consolidation here and a breakout, the top looks juicy to me. So I put this in the breakout category along with, I didn't really talk about crypto, but I'll just go with the name from yesterday. Very similar looking chart here on Coinbase that I like. Now that we're holding that 65,000 level on BTC, I like this breakout as well. So Roblox, if it doesn't break, I think you got to be patient with dip buying on that stock because it gets a little volatile at the open, but I'm looking for that momentum through the top on Roblox. Thankfully, I don't have to get the bill every single month yet, but I figure it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I got the bill times too. But the one kid has Epic right now, so he's like debating switching. So, okay, so I like Roblox down here. It's underneath the 200 period moving average. I think it's given you now. This has been a name that we've talked about on the podcast for a while. I haven't really been like buying this name. We've talked about just watching out for it. I'm trying to find out when the earnings are. RBLX. I do like the upgrade. It's coming soon, right? May 9th. So May 9th for Roblox earnings. I mean, look, I like this level. So I'm a buyer down here at 35. It's on the sticky note. It's idea. I have 37 break long. So I still think that that's going to happen right there. I put 37.15. It's kind of those wick tops. But a dip buy, I'm already sitting here. So as far as like pending orders are concerned, I'm down here with Roblox, down into this area. JP Morgan can't just come and upgrade it and talk about all the potential, and then this name falls back into yesterday's levels. That doesn't make much sense to me, especially with the market being up. I think Roblox takes off from here. I'm surprised it's dropping to where it is, but you know, the market is the boss, so they'll be able to figure that out. But I'm a buyer. I'm sitting right here at 35.50, yesterday's sort of top there. If we get a drop in by some chance off the open, I do want to have I already have it up, so it's up. It's on my radar. You know what I don't have up? I don't have NVIDIA up. I don't have ARM up. I don't have AMD up. All right, I have different names on my mind today, and one of them is Roblox. And then hopefully that results in money on my mind and not out of my pocket, because that would make the subscription even more expensive. But I'm a buyer of Roblox, and I'm probably a buyer in my long-term account after the show.
All right, we'll wrap it up at that. What we got coming up this morning on the midday?
We're talking about bull flag trading all week, Brendo. Today we're going to talk about the pullback entry, buying on a discount in a bull flag setup. Make sure to catch that with Adira and I today on how to trade at 11.
Good look there. And again, you know, just give you some ideas for trading setups, right? We had some bull flag breaks yesterday on NVIDIA. That was a good one, but that's a very specific breakout trade that I like on NVIDIA. Just to go over some chip names.
Yeah,
it's the dip and rip. This has worked for the last month. This has been very, very consistent in terms of it tries to break support at the bottom, ends up holding, and then you get that nice ramp back into the upside for a potential break of trade, break of a consolidation at the open. And it did so very, very early. It actually gave you a move later if you wanted to take that one, but it's right off of that open. Let me go actually to a 3-minute chart to give you the better look. There's your dip. It holds 775. It then took that breakout for about $8. I wrote it off after that point because it flushed so far, and you got a nice move up. If we could see 825 today, that's a resistance level. If ARM sees 100 today, that's the level that I'd be waiting for. You're getting a relief rally in the chips, and I think you want to be pretty particular. It fell apart at 100, and then 103 was the other level up there. Affirm looks like it's trying to pop, so I just got that one in front of the 30 level. The news with Affirm, a little bit more competition, and then Affirm is Affirm. But as far as the chips go, ARM in that $100 level, I feel if you come back in there, test the 100, you had a top of 103 that was actually the better price to have been short, and then look for a retracement back into said 100 level. It's a bit quiet on the chips until Intel reports on Thursday. So, we do have them on the radar. Apple, we still like that short the pop, and we're talking about Tesla on earnings. They did a bit of a move to the upside here, Tesla, going in. We haven't pulled up the imbalance locator yet, but I doubt there's going to be imbalance. But Tesla making a run maybe at that 145 again. So it was a big dip in front of 145 yesterday. If it tries to get through that again today, I'd still be looking for some phase. I just feel like if there's a pop in Tesla, this time Rivian's going to come into that $9 level. It got so close. I think we get that short in there today.
All right, with only a couple minutes to go here, let's check out what just came through with the imbalances. Right now we have Lucid with a sell. That should surprise nobody. Palantir with a buy should also surprise nobody. And we'll like to see if Palantir can get near $20. I still like that $22 fade on PLTR. We sort of talked a little bit about that the last couple days. I'd like to see us get over this level before we're buyers again of Palantir. Otherwise, we're buyers down here if it can get into the 200 period moving average. So this is a name that we're waiting to buy dips on as well. But that $22 area, something to watch. So we'll see if it can get up to that. I would fade that. And this wasn't really on my radar until I'm just seeing it now. But again, this is why we say stay with the trades. You know, understand the names that you trade well. At the end of the day, this is a P&L game. You look down, you see what you're doing well on, and you go for it. Other than that, there's Ford. We talked about that as being a possible buy. I'm still pretty bearish. I'm not, you know, until this market gets to 17.5, I am still going to be looking for some shorts. I bit with the bid, which you can see down here. We didn't talk crypto today, although we did yesterday, as we didn't move too much between 65.5 and 66.5, 66.8. You're hovering kind of in the middle there at 6.1 right now. There's our friend Roblox with the buy as well. So as we continue to watch out for this imbalance, not bad, 36.25. Again, I'm bidding down here 35.50-ish. And then good morning, GM, as that is a nice bid and moving up the rankings here for General Motors. So, yeah, a couple names I won't trade there, but Apple, Amazon. Oh, the other name that I looked at here today that I didn't get a chance to look at, well, not BABA, we're long BABA, we like BABA, but that was going to be Boeing. So Boeing. Tomorrow has earnings. So I've been looking at this name, and this is going to be a risky spot, but you know what I thought? Look, we're down so much right here. Just like I said, I think Tesla could be up tomorrow. Boeing off this 168. If we get a chance today to buy something down here, I almost think this is worth a shot, depending on what the market winds up doing. If the market's absolutely cratering, hopefully I'll be short and I won't be looking to pick up longs. But if Boeing can hang around and in around 168, 168.50, something like that, I kind of like that. So we'll wait to see what happens there with Boeing. But that's my eyes right now. Apple, Amazon, Roblox, Tesla. I wrote it down, but into earnings, I feel like there's too much misunderstanding of what's going to happen, or uncertainty, not misunderstanding, uncertainty. As you know, that two of us think higher, two of us think lower tomorrow. So I don't know what you guys think. I didn't even see what the poll's at right now. But for Tesla, I do watch out for this 140 again. So take attention to that. The 52-week low of Tesla is 139. I would rather let it break 140 and then take the 139 short like we did yesterday when we had a major level break. Right here, 140, bang to the downside $1. So those are the levels that I'm looking at right now, and pretty excited to trade today once again.
Absolutely, and to just one I want to get to, Affirm testing that 30.50 level. We might not trade this GL, but remember Global Life had the short seller report and got destroyed. They actually reported decent earnings, and I would watch out for, if this breaks the 70 level, it's a recovery. I do think it has some juice if it can get past there. It's not. I came in thinking if it had volume, I would put an order for a breakout, and the volume is a little bit disappointing. I thought there'd be a little bit more activity there, given the fact that that short seller report was downside, and then they made the recovery, then they had decent earnings. But I'll have a watch on this for the $70 level. I think it can be in play. We did not talk about, we talked about most of these big names out there, but we didn't mention Alphabet. That's the only other Mag 7 name that's going to be on the radar. Well, I shouldn't say that. They're always on the radar, let's be real. But let's get that countdown going. Google was the strongest one yesterday, and I do like a potential buy above that price level at yesterday's high, but I don't want to take it too early. Let's get into it. Oh, ring it right now. We're already open.
Yeah, we're going right now. We're going right now. Okay, so Apple not doing much here. We want the short, but again, it's already starting without us. What a surprise there. As here comes the market, not doing much. Okay, 165 just held. So we'll keep that in mind. We are going to wait for a little bit of a pop on that one. Let's check the temperature of Amazon here to see what that's doing. We do have maybe we could take a 179 break. That actually might seem okay. We'll look for a 179 break possibly here on Amazon as the market tries to figure itself out. And right now, we're trying to bounce. So that's a nice move. Nice move right now, 178. But here we come, coming right back in right now for Amazon. Possible buy zone. I was still waiting for 176. Let's try to be patient as here comes the market downside.
Yeah, the market's coming down. Affirm flew up, so instantly it stopped out. I haven't gotten Apple just yet, but a big move to the upside on Affirm. Roblox, absolutely nothing. Wow.
Wow.
Intel also, not Intel, I mean NVIDIA. NVIDIA just cracked. Okay, so here we go. NVIDIA is doing that same setup again, where it's attempting to take out the pre-market low. Sorry about the wicks, guys. I got a bunch of them today. Trying to take out the pre-market low, just bounced off 805, and then looking for a rally. It would be about 810 that sets up that breakout, but it still hasn't done enough for a run to the bottom for me to get involved in it just yet. So I'm probably not going to take the break. I don't think that was the same setup as we had before. Even if this 810 breaks, it's not the same thing that we had previously. Going on over to Tesla, that's only heading down. 145 not going to be in play. We like Tesla. We definitely liked Amazon, but we're not going to get that one. And then ARM was the other at $100. ARM goes to 97.5 and starting to curl.
Boom.
So got to be a little bit patient with ARM.
Here we go, guys. 2 for 2 to start the day. Amazon right now, 25 cents. We just took that. We're going higher on this one. Let's go, baby. It's Amazon. It's rocking. We also have Apple to the short side. We want this Amazon trade. Let's see how far this name could go. And let's not just get too much out here. But we'll put another offer in and around 60. We're long at one. Oops, that's Apple still. We're long at 178 flat. No, 178.14. As here we go for Amazon. I'm just going to give it to this bottom. Of 177.80 there. So if we break that, we'll get out of Amazon. But right there, we take a little bit of profit. We're short and long here, so this is a little bit of a problem. But we're long the right name, and I think like we're short the right name. These are the two ideas that we've had on today. Apple short, Amazon long, and I'm in both of them. So let's just see what cooks here. Could be nothing, could be something. Amazon with this little bit of a pullback. Now that I see that price, that's not 79, that's 69. I got to change this price to get out. But here comes Amazon back in. We just get a little bit more long there. 177, breaking below that level that I just talked about. 177.80. No, sorry, I just almost did it again. 177.70 is the out there for Amazon. So, all right, we'll take this. We're long at 10s now. If this drops a little bit more, fine. We are trying to be net bearish today, but this long I didn't mind. We did write down 176. So let's take a little early shot here with Amazon and see if it cooks. But otherwise, it's Amazon long, Apple short right now.
Yeah, and Roblox is 15 cents away from the 37 level. That looks like it might come in for the breakout. Same thing happening over on Coin. I mean, Coinbase is real close to that 228 break. So again, with a breakout trade, you know, if it doesn't go, you don't get it. It's pretty simple when it comes to that. Rivian does give a shot with this market moving up. Okay, Coin just went. I was about to tell you that Rivian has a shot here to make its breakout, and then Coin popped in. Sorry, guys. I was on Roblox level 2, thinking that might come first. But there's Coinbase to 228. I just got 229.25. So let's see if we can get the 230 level on this break for Coinbase. Again, Bitcoin has been holding the 65,000 level, and we had the halving event already. I want to be able to give this back into the 27. The dip buys, to me, aren't until 225, so it's got to be two separate trades here, the breakout and the potential dip buy. I think we got to separate them because the range is too big up here on Coinbase. So the other one was going to be Roblox. We there yet? Are we there yet? We're not there yet.
Not there yet.
Not yet on Roblox.
We're falling
it
down.
just went from 36.90 and pulling right back in. So I guess we're not going to get that breakout just yet. Apple, I don't have any short opportunities yet on Apple. It hasn't really popped to get me in there. Pre-market highs maybe. I know Intel is a name I like for the short if we short pops, but I mean, Intel does this every single day, I feel like. If you're not sitting in it at the open, you kind of have to wait for it to come back up into resistance. So I'll go back to that because once again, it is weaker than the rest.
Here we go. So we'll slap the flush, the fail, all of that because Amazon was horrible. Like if I just go short, then we have a completely different story on our hands. But we didn't. We went long. So now we're down here to 177. Now the patience game is what we're going to try to rest on here. So let's try to see if we did wait for this move down. We still had written down here 176. So in that spirit, I don't necessarily want to be loading up to anything right now, but we will take a little heavier of a starter position, but still a starter position. As I was waiting for a little bit lower, I was at 177.05. It came to tens there. I knew I missed the fives, so I punched a little bit in there, hoping that we would get the fives, but we didn't. So I'm still holding out hope that name comes back in for us. So this one, I don't know, man, sound the alarm. This is not going the way that I thought it would. That, of course, is Amazon down here at 177, and I thought it would be a little better than that. Apple right now. Okay, here we go. So we just shorted Apple. We like this name. We're short here at 50. I think there's a good chance for this to work to the downside. The market's still trying to figure it out. We did some longer looks yesterday at the market up here at 17.5. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to wait out to see if the market can bump there. Then I would get more aggressively short. But for right now, it's 9.36, and we're pretty happy with our current positions, including a real nice battle back on Amazon. Let's take a piece out here at 47, make back 40 cents if we can, and then we'll still be red on it. I'll tell you when we get green, but for right now, this has to drop into 177 to get more long. And then I'll really wait for that 176 and try to be patient down by 176. I think that's the key. Short on Apple and over to Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by VinFast. VinFast is driving the future today. In just the first quarter of 2024, they've surged their revenue by over 269% to $302.6 million and increased vehicle deliveries by an astounding 444%. Their global expansion is unstoppable, with new launches across Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and a groundbreaking new facility in India.
You know what?
Thanks, Dara. Coinbase is not really
Canceling.
like it's held the breakout, but you see how it's not really running there. I'm looking over. Bitcoin's been flat off of the 66,000 level. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it gave the dollar plus, and then it looks like it might not hold on to VWAP. I'm just going to be out of this and patient with the dip buy. You're not getting the volatility that I was expecting, and you're not getting it either in NVIDIA. NVIDIA's still inside day. Oh, I got a bad wick here. This high, you got like 813 that's now setting up. So now I think it's run the bottom. Like I said, be patient with it. Don't take that latest break, but now you've got a bit of a run at the bottom. It's held 800 a couple of times there, and that's 813 at the top that would set for that breakout trade. I think that takes you to like the 20 level. But it's got a break. No break, no trade. Roblox, nothing burger, no breakout on Roblox either, so we're going to have to be patient with Roblox. I thought we'd get something there. And then, like I said, Coinbase. Coinbase couldn't hold. I got out before it got to VWAP, so we get the buck, lose just over a buck. Disappointing trade for coin. I thought that one could really, really rally, but this market, sideways action, I think the patience game is going to play here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We just had about 20 cents in the money on a decent size of Apple, but I still think lower, so we're going to wait for that. I am bidding. Oh, well, we already got a bid at 165, but I was just bidding right here, 165 and change. So let's see if by any chance we could get that out. For Apple, my most aggressive bid is 165.30. So we still need a ways to go to come down on that one. That would be nice if you could do that, Apple. All right, and then there's Amazon. We didn't load up. I did not load the boat there on this trade. So I canceled, you might have heard me say that, I canceled some of my, if you're in at 05 or whatever you want, you can get out now or whenever, but I didn't put on a big piece there. I'm still going to be patient and wait for sort of what I thought I would want to wait for, and that was, of course, that bottom pick of 176. So I am bidding down in around 176.50 for a couple shares, and then we'll deal with it if it gets down to there. But hopefully if we can get down there, Apple will go. But Apple's not going right now. You mentioned Roblox. I'll just want to check the temperature of that name. Oh, nothing. Well, it's actually pulling down pretty good. I have some bids down here, so we'll see if Roblox can fill me up near that 35.50. This is kind of like what we wanted to do. But yeah, that is a decent fill down. Okay, let's let this, if this can come to 35.50, we'll take it. But either way, you're kind of at this 200 period moving average. Might be worth something, but I don't want to put on too much risk now into Roblox. So we'll wait to see, because we're already kind of off kilter here as Apple continues to go higher. And I've actually liked this short. So this is a name here that I think we have to consider loading into a little bit more. I put down 166, but again, my out, if we're wrong on this, and we could be wrong early, we were wrong early on the Amazon trade. This one here, we're looking to get a little bit more into Apple, not until we get up to 166, because that's what we like. And then my out's going to be in and around here, like 166.20 or so. So let's wait to see if Apple breaks above that level in order for us to finally get out. So yeah, we're hovering, we're okay. Apple right now, trying to get a little more short up here now.
Yeah, I'm looking at Rivian maybe for the $9, but again, you're just not getting the print. It's not pushing up to that price. NVIDIA for that break. Still nothing doing. It's actually putting in lower highs as we speak. So you're getting a trend down. I looked at ARM over here, like maybe we'd see something there. Oh, Intel just popped in, so that must have come up.
Oh, that's good.
But ARM, we talked about the 100 level. That's putting in lower highs as well. So I still think you're not really setting much up here. So we'll be patient with it. There's really nothing else to do. Intel coming back into the pre-market high, so every now and then you kind of go back to what I like to call Old Faithful. It's the same thing it did yesterday, which is stay in the inside range, threaten the bottom, and then short the pop back into the pre-market high. That's the exact same setup that we're looking for yesterday. It wasn't the first place I thought we'd be going, but it's the place that we're at right now. So NVIDIA is still trying to make that breakout. Nothing happening there. Spotify, we did set up. Look, it's a super strong name. I said I wouldn't be sitting on the bid at the open, but if it sells itself down, there might be a trade. No stink bids. It's holding up pretty strongly. Maybe a look at VWAP if this is going to trend to the upside. Again, let's see it test VWAP and then worry about it. So all we got is Intel. Coinbase was a disappointing breakout trade. If you took it all for the dollar, $1.50, I think you'd be happy with it. But it's starting to hold VWAP in here. So I think this can be a nice setup for like the stair steps up. Like hold VWAP. Now we'll try going for the dip buys on Coinbase. Still that 30 level, 230 level that comes into play next.
All right, yeah, we're finally rocking here a little bit with Amazon. So as this market is blasting to the high side, we sort of said that we kind of had a little bit of a hedge on here. We do have more shares as we continue to talk about Apple versus Amazon here, as those are my two ideas. But Amazon's starting to go a little bit. We'll take a piece out right there. And we're still hovering for Apple. So I don't want to like necessarily throw in the proverbial towel here or anything. But yeah, this one is a little nerve-wracking here for Apple as the market continues to extend higher. I just took a fill at 87. I'm going to back away from 166 and wait for like that 166.30 to get a little bit more at that time, because Apple and the market definitely taking off, but it's just doing what we thought it would do, guys. And I mean, not what we thought it would do, a level that we think would be of interest, and that is this 17.5. So you're coming up to that here. Again, something we wrote down in the sticky note, something we talked about waiting for. So now we're coming up to that 17.5. Hopefully we get a fade off of here. And if we do, we should be huge on Apple. And if we're not, then we just have the wrong stock, which apparently we might just have that wrong stock. Apple right now flat, market up 0.7. I like the short, so I'm going to sit in it. We've just taken 40. What was it, 170 we got out at? 40s, 35s there. So we get out of 35s there on Amazon. Hopefully that market can continue to rip up. I like the delivery business. We talked about subscription models. So yeah, I am just trying to figure this out, and this whole game will eventually move at some point. Good call on Roblox. I like that level.
Where is it now?
Yeah, it's up 36.30. It was just at 35.70. I almost pulled the trigger there. I was waiting at 35.50. We talked about that in the pre-market. So a little shy on the price for Roblox. Maybe we'll consider this 35.90 area for a long again. But I want this to settle down first. Like, I'm not done yet with today. I mean, it's 9:44. But I think Apple comes down here. We have a decent bet on this right now. So let's see. We don't have the full boat because we didn't take that 166, but let's just see what happens. We may test that again up there, and we may add some more. But I like this short right here on Apple. We're short at 165.60 into the pre-market highs on a rallying market. I like that. I'm hearing something about
a Boeing Spirit.
Yeah, Boeing wants to purchase Spirit. It's about time. I think that's something that they need to do immediately. So we'll see what happens here with Spirit and Boeing starting to get going. And come on, Apple. I'm bidding something at 165.50. If this can go, everybody, then yeah, man, that's good. And we're really happy with this trade so far. So far, so good here. Let's see what we can do with Apple. But there it goes, right back again. We do have a manufacturing PMI out now as well.
Yeah, manufacturing PMI, are we going to?
We can if they want.
You guys let us know if you want us to, but very quickly, Intel, I got a fill down at 34.40, and now it's going to test pre-market high. Reloading pre-market highs there as we go to Adara.
So these numbers coming in lower than expected here. S&P Global Composite PMI flash 50.9 versus the expected of 52.2. Global Manufacturing PMI flash 49.9 versus 52 expected. 50.9 versus 51.8 expected for Global Services PMI flash. So all these numbers a little bit lower than the forecast of the consensus here. SPY getting a nice move to the upside, though, off of those numbers here, guys.
So there you go. So you finally
got
get that.
short Apple.
Yeah, yeah, it's ripping, man. So is Amazon. So right now we have, where's my Apple trade? It's supposed to be at, oh, no, I got canceled. I'm supposed to be getting this short as well. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much, man. That coffee's going to come in mighty handy.
I have a lot.
I'll take the red one. All right.
I'll take the green one
Thanks,
because
Randy.
I guess.
Okay, so right now we did get a piece out there on Amazon as that ripped higher. Finally, you get a cooled off PMI number. So that's going to help the market because the market needs bad numbers. Okay, like otherwise, the Fed is just going to keep rolling out and saying yada yada yada, higher for longer. The rates are completely fine. Yields going higher. The dollar, these tech names. So I'm, still not happy with that bump up because we're short, but to me, I mean, that's not a good number for the short. So watch out for possible break higher here on Apple. We were in the money, like Apple, right before that number, but whatever, I can't predict what numbers are gonna do. But look at that, we were right there, 165.60, that was our level. We were breaking the 200 period. We were going to crack right there on Apple, but we didn't, so we're all good, baby. We'll take a couple more shares here and wait to see what happens with the beloved, I was gonna say, phone, but I guess they're much more into phone.
iPhone maker.
Right now. Yeah, iPhone, yeah, I guess they're the ones that make the iPhones.
So I'd say disappointing breakout on NVIDIA, but I got short into Apple in that move there. So I've got this at 66.20. But NVIDIA did break that 13. The wicks on the charts, so this move got up to about 8.4, just underneath 8.14. I was able to take some profit, and then it came back in and then failed the breakout. So I did get out of that trade. Don't want to give, the way I look at it, like yesterday was a good one that I even mucked up a little bit, but we're going to give half of that back for that breakout strategy on NVIDIA. If you took it all out for the buck, congratulations. That's not the way I was going to go. I'm short Apple now, so it is getting into the pre-market high. I like 167 on this thing. And that's where we got to yesterday when this dumped off. I think part of the reason I'm bearish on Apple is because it looked so good until it got to that 167. So we are short into Apple. It's now starting to go. Now NVIDIA is going to start to go. So I got to watch out also for Intel here because we are short Intel. I got one fill off VWAP, and now it's trying to run at that pre-market high. Let's go to Adara.
NIVF trying to run for its second day in a row here. New Gen IVF is the name of the company, 3.69 million share float. Yesterday, they announced that they've signed a non-binding term sheet agreement for a potential reverse merger with European Wellness Investment Holdings. So day two move here for NIVF, already up about 40%, guys.
All right, there is no doubt about it, Sharif, because we do have a move upside right now in Apple, but you should be going down. Potentially not. All right, 166.50. We've talked about the levels that we are looking at. There's only so much we're going to be able to do on this name. I didn't think Apple would do this. This is reminding me of yesterday where Tesla kind of went all the way to the upside and then we wound up losing way too much. That's not what's going to happen right now with Apple. We could be wrong on this name, which we clearly are. We had one out so far, and it was the low of the day. But, I mean, all these shorts. Look at, everybody needs to understand that although we don't show our share size, it clearly shows the average price that we have right now. So this right here is 25 cents out of the money on Apple. Okay, like it's time to breathe. Like these are not trades that, like if I'm gonna get hit on Apple and I lose 60 cents on this, like with slippage and where it's probably gonna go, that has to be baked in to your trade plan. Because if you're not going to sit here and just be like, oh, it broke, 10 cents, I'm out. If that's your trade plan, that's cool, but just make sure you have that defined. So I'm doing that right now, and I do have some bids here in the teens to get some out in case we run that level. Like we could fall back in. Like we've already broken higher. This level right here is making me nervous now because now you're above 166. So that was not part of the plan. We had written down 166 short. So like when the plan says 166 short and I'm short 166, I got to say that we are pretty much according to plan right now. Obviously, we would like this name lower, but if it rips up, and we get stopped out. This is still a trophy month. We're still super happy with it. Will we give some back every day if we keep on doing this? Yeah. Could you turn your month red? Yeah. Not on this trade, but generally, yeah, you could. But as long as you're following the rules that you've had down there, sure, there's always going to be time to bake them You know, look at them, figure out what's wrong, you know, add some different ingredients, sprinkle on a little, you know, sugar on top. But at the end of the day, you got to trust what's got you here. What got you to the dance? You know, and that's what we're doing right now. And speak of that, Big Patty Ice over there. You know what got the Maple Leafs to the dance? Big AM right there, baby. Number 34. The guy had his best game as a Maple Leaf yesterday, period. Okay? So right there, that should tell you that if you are him, Austin, you stay in your lane. You don't pass to Bertuzzi. You take that shot, you damn sniper, you. That's great. 69 goals. Should have had 70. Next time, Keefe, let's go. Keep that guy on. Only 2 empty net goals, right? McDavid had 7. Crosby had 7 empty net goals. The guy had 50.
Which is amazing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how good Austin Matthews is. He had 50 regular strength goals.
Scoring on power play is one thing, but like he's an amazing player. There's no question about it. The shorts are going to be under pressure.
Shout out to
here.
sports podcasts.
I finally got Rivian. We're going to be short that. I just paid for locates on Virgin Galactic because it doesn't want to be a penny stock anymore. And if Virgin Galactic doesn't want to be a penny stock anymore, it's going to have to get through $1. And if it's going to get to $1, then I'm going to try to short it at that $1 level. So that's the plan I'm going to make. I still have Apple, Intel, and Rivian. The new one was Rivian at $8.90. I got $8.96 into that $9 level, but Virgin Galactic's up 16%, and it's going to make a run. NVIDIA was a good out. So it's a good thing we took that one out. At the end of the day, it's going to pull back and hold VWAP, so it doesn't give you that clean breakout trade, but it's still stair-stepping to the upside. So you're getting that relief rally still going in the chips. As I said, newest position is going to be in Rivian. 9.10 is the local high. $9.10. That comes from last week. So it popped $9. It's broken 9 twice. So this is not I'm stopping out at $9. It has to break that local high from last week at $9.10. Intel's the one that's already starting to pull back. So resisting yesterday's highs, pulling back into VWAP, which has moved a little bit. So I'm just going to get out in front of VWAP and take some profit on Intel. Rest of the chip names, trying to break it out right now. Haven't even looked at AMD, but at least NVIDIA's trying to.
Yeah. Okay. Amazon is really crushing my hopes and dreams because as Apple comes back in, and I spent this whole time talking about Apple, I actually forgot about Amazon. So we actually got some good outs up there. As we were talking, we were able to get some of these outs. As Apple ripped up, we talked about shorting Apple, blah, 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 but we were able to get some decent outs there for Amazon. We just took a 20 fill, out 30s, because I was like, I got to get some out here in case this market falls down. We have been dead wrong on
Tesla's
Amazon
flying.
today. I thought Tesla's flying. Wow. There you go. I mean, Sharif, big ups to you, man. We talked about that one. All right, let's see what happens here. 176 bottom for Amazon, just wicked. So let's just, more job cuts from Tesla or something. There's a headline for Tesla. Where's Miss A? Is she over there? Yes, look out for Tesla, please, Adara. All right, so she's looking right now as Tesla's flying right now. And so is Amazon, man. We back, baby. Let's go, Amazon. We've got this position on. It's been dead wrong and dead red today for Amazon, as I thought, hey, I even wrote down on here, man, more subscriptions, show me the money, but it's taking money away from me right now. So we had a package delivered yesterday. All right, let's go.
Every day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If I come home and there isn't a package from Amazon, then I'm like, did somebody steal something?
Yeah, you think there's some
because
pirates?
Seriously, we literally every single day we get something. It's mostly my wife, but it's what it is. What was I going to say? It was Palantir. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Palantir's up 5%. Just some quick work there. I'm still in the same 3 positions. And Virgin Galactic is, what? Oh, I didn't do the goddamn confirmation. I always do this, where I don't say accept in the second time for the pay for shorts. I do want to get it. It's not at the $1 yet. Palantir is about to get to the 22 level. If it gets here, I'm expecting pullback, but this could be a dip and rip situation. I don't want to put anything new on when we got 3 things to resolve. Apple trying to push into that 177. Intel, we got some VWAP, and that's going to try to push through yesterday's highs. If it breaks that, we just get out through 60. Rivian, which we have at that $9 level, is trying to break through this 910. So if they break out, you got to dump. So I will be dumping all of those. NVIDIA still hasn't been able to climb through that 813. I think there's a lot of room to 825, but the breakouts, every time it gets up there, like you're seeing that reversal. It doesn't feel like it's a breakout trade on NVIDIA. If anything, there's resistance in front of $815. on that one. So I got to be patient and careful with it. I'm now going to go ahead and get that Virgin Galactic for real, those locates, which are 1/8 of 1 cent per share.
Yeah, mighty expensive, those ones there.
Free.
Yeah, okay, so frustration mounts because as Amazon continues to rip higher, we once again absolutely sticky note nation that one. And it's just more frustrating to me because we were just too short too early, or too long too early, and lost. So we're just making back what we lost. So again, if we were more patient, we talk about all of this, we probably would have. We would have been in a little bit of a different spot, but someone that's in the spot that we need right now over at the desk is Adara.
This Tesla news was actually originally reported about an hour ago, but now these headlines circulating here. Tesla looking to cut about 400 jobs in Germany via a voluntary program, as reported here by Reuters, a part of this ongoing layoff news with Tesla. Last week it was announced that they already did reduce some jobs in Germany, but those were more temporary positions. So 400 job cuts via a voluntary program in Germany for TSLA, up almost 2%, guys.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, that was part of the surprise, that like why I was thinking that Tesla tomorrow could be greater or higher than 142, like we said. It's just, you never know what Elon's going to talk about or the story here. We have a 9% expected move into tomorrow. That's regardless of what happens now. That's at, the move is supposed to be 9%. So although this move is looking awfully like 9%, it's not. It's just 2% straight to the upside. We were close to red or flat when we opened here today on Tesla. So yesterday we closed, so pretty much, well, I guess we were down 50 cents, but still a nice move back up. We're ripping it on Amazon. Amazon is going to be your damn trade of the day. Shout out to the Obi if he's back there. But we wrote down 176 here on Amazon. Like, I mean, this is, if you're part of this, you're part of this. If not, cool. But there it is right here, Amazon, 176 long. That's it. So, we have that one. It's now 90 cents, 80 cents in the money and dancing around. The other name that we have written on here, which I'm still down with, you, Apple.
It's not moving anymore.
Really. We're still connected. This is the short that we like here with Apple. We are loaded up, and we are short now at 20. But we have taken some hits on this, as you guys have noted, because we were short, remember, at 166.04. I feel like that's important to note because our software, and it's done because of real trading. For the show's purposes, it would be better if we had stuck into an average price, but unfortunately, it just shows you what it is. We're about to go green on the day right now, by the way. So you want to talk about making some money back right now. Let's slap it up. There's your first Dollar Club winner right there with Amazon off that jump. And then, guys, if Apple falls right now, ooh-wee, wow, we be cooking. So shout out to the Steelers fans because you're going to get Russell Wilson cooking, and shout out to everybody here at Trader TV Live because if this 166 goes, man, it is time to light up that barbecue and let's see what happens here. Or we'll get roasted.
Barbecue.
We're starting to get
Russell Wilson will be more like a hibachi.
Yeah, he could be. He's an old hibachis are nice. Actually, shout out to hibachis. I like.
Yeah, but it's not the same as that. I like a Weber. It's not a barbecue. Like.
Hey man, if Russell Wilson performs like a hibachi, then I think the Steelers fans will be really happy with that.
They just need him not to be a campfire like Mitchell. What's his name was? What was the guy's name?
By the way, I like
Kenny Pickett.
I like cooking with coals.
No, I'm not disparaging that. I'm just simply saying Russell Wilson's no longer, he's not a difference-making player anymore.
Right.
He's had a great career, and he went to the Super Bowl and all that good stuff, and they should have run the ball, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. So still in the same three, but Roblox is about to break out the high of the day. So that break, like Roblox is about to go. So as we go to happening now, Roblox, that break could happen as we're happening now. Could happen.
Just waiting on these new home sales numbers, but we already have Richmond Fed manufacturing in -7 versus consensus of -7 and -8 for the manufacturing index. Manufacturing shipments index also slightly lower than expected here, -10 versus -11. Or sorry, slightly higher than expected. Richmond Fed services index coming in lower than expected, -13 versus -5. So that's the look here for Richmond Fed. Then we have new home sales, 693,000 versus the forecast and consensus of roughly 668, so a little bit higher than expected here for new home sales. New home sales month over month rising 8.8% versus the forecast of 2.7%, so higher across the board here for new home sales. Market not reacting too much to that. We did have that nice move up earlier on those S&P flash numbers, so some economic data definitely on watch today, but the main theme of this week is going to be earnings. Lots of earnings names to keep an eye on. Roblox here, not up on earnings, but up almost 7% here after getting an upgrade from JP Morgan and a price target increase all the way up to 48. So nice look here for RBLX. We also, speaking of earnings, have Tesla here up over 2% ahead of its earnings tonight. Also, the market just reacting here to this news from earlier this morning that Tesla is looking to cut 400 jobs in Germany as part of its overall layoff plan. So TSLA definitely on watch today and this week, guys.
All right.
Yeah, Roblox with that break. I got lucky 13 long here, looking for that 37.5 to come into play. Apple's starting to come back into the downside.
This is a good one.
Still an inside day on NVIDIA, but we'll get back to that one. Come on, Roblox, get up there.
Yeah,
I want this to break that 30 level. It's obviously, you can see there's not a red candle in 20 minutes or so on this, so I do like that breakout play. And if we zoom out, which we should always do, I think you have room at least into 37.70, and then the next resistance at 38.5. So plenty of room to the upside on RBLX. And if it dips into VWAP, I think we like that as well. Tesla's through 145, and Rivian hasn't broken yet. Okay, I guess that's not bad. But Roblox is a new position for me.
Yeah, I already got some out there. So my Roblox take, I got long at 19s. I took about 35% out there at 29s as we ripped up. You see our 20, maybe it was a 29 and a 28 or a 28 and a 30 because I have too many shares. So we took some out right there. Let's see what happens now with Roblox. I told you what would happen right now. Get those damn hibachis out because here comes Apple, hopefully cooking to the downside. So let's go. We're starting to put some bids out right now, and let's see if this can cook to that downside. The only bids we got out there was basically flats. 160, so we got 7s or 8s, then we got 3s or 4s there, and now I'm bidding 95ers. And then we'll go even a little bit lower than that, here into like 85, 86, and then we'll see what's going on with that. Amazon still trying to cook, but we already got some out on that one as that was a nice trade from 176 all the way up. Let's see if it can continue its move as well. I'm going to take out one more piece. You know what? The thing is, like I said, man, I'm playing with shares here. So I'm going to take out some more of Apple right now. Apple's been a losing trade because remember our offer was 166.04. That was our average price. So any out that you're seeing me get above here are not winning trades. So I'm just happy that we've pulled back in, to be honest with you, on Apple right now. Here we go. All right, we are now, okay, Roblox is starting to go right now. Like I said, man, we have a little bit, we don't have too many shares or else I wouldn't be in them, but we have a decent amount of shares here where we can get Roblox going, and that would be nice if it does go up. Thank you, JP Morgan. I like the upgrade, and let's go hear what Adara has to say.
This part of the show brought to you by Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/tradertv to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and if Boeing has announced a new CEO by year end, you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com.
Okay.
So quickly here, Apple is going to have an event on May 7th.
I'm getting out.
But I'm not reloading Apple as I just heard that news. But I took the first out at 1-to-1 Roblox. If we're giving it to here, we'll take some out in front of that 50 level. But Apple, as mentioned, May 7th, just in my ear that they're going to have an event. Sorry about that wick there, guys. This local high is 166.5. So I do not want to try to get in again. I was already filled when that happened. I got one out here underneath 166 even, and everything has been bouncing to the upside. So we got like 30 cents, and now it's starting to go back against us. Rivian's looking okay. Intel is trying to curl back under VWAP. It could not take out yesterday's highs. That's a good sign because the market is, and Intel isn't. That's kind of what you want if you are short. The only position I have long is Roblox. And I don't wonder if we shouldn't have something else. And the answer usually is yes, when that's what's trending. Alphabet, we tried to quickly mention to you guys right before the open. It's attempting to bounce off that 157 from yesterday. So a higher low off VWAP. This holds VWAP. I'm going to be looking for that long. But Roblox is going to the upside, and the market is following along with it.
Guys, look at these ideas that we wrote down with the levels, right? Roblox, breakout through 37, take the long, break the long right there. Apple, I'm getting out of Apple. Of course, the day that this is just about to cook to the downside, we get that news that they're dropping their event now in May.
It was supposed to be
June.
Yeah.
So this is, if that's WWDC, Adair's going to find out more about that, but its own silicon, developing its own silicon for AI servers is Apple right now. So, I mean, here's a story from Benzinga. So unfortunately, Tim, you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with these kind of moves as we go. But at the same time, you did kind of screw up my trade. But from a long-term perspective, let's get this AI thing rolling. You'll notice sometimes, and we'll sometimes talk about this, but like for me here, we took a decent amount of shares. So for scalping purposes, like this is why you got to trade your own books, right? We always talk about that. We don't show share size. So for me, if this were to fall back down just a little bit, it would have been too big of a hit. So when it goes up just 10 cents in the money, I did take some out. And I'm learning, right? We'll get a little bit better and a little bit more aggressive on being able to hold some of these trades for a little bit longer. But hey, man, a dub is a dub. And when you're putting them on the board, it's quite obvious. So we just take that out right there at 37.48. I want to thank everybody for the continued support on the show. All right, so hit the like. And on that note, hit the like and the subscribe. I have this little thing going on there. Don't forget. And another don't forget, like and subscribe right there because we in the building one more time. And here we go. This name is your money trade of the day. This is $1.60 from that 176 bottom. So there it is. We'll ring it out more, and that is Amazon. Amazon, what a monster move, man. Our trade. Basically, Apple is the trade of the day. It was the #1 listed stock on my imbalance locator, on my sticky note.
It was top of my list, too, for the short, but I just got stopped out after that news.
Yep, yeah, exactly. So we were actually smart enough to get out, in my opinion, anyways. Like, we didn't hold this thing all the way up.
I think it's good if you come out early. Like, what you're telling.
Oh, no.
We're going to go to Dare very quickly. I think it's good news when you come out early for something like that. If you want to get it in there for the shareholders, but bad for the short. Let's go to Adara.
So we have details here on that Apple event. It's called Let Loose, and it will be taking place May 7th, 2024, as said there, 7 a.m. Pacific time. So that's the news there. I'm not clear as to whether this, or they haven't made it clear as to whether this is a replacement for the Worldwide Developers Conference or the AI announcement, but it will be happening on May 7th. That's the Let Loose event. Also, so with regards to the silicone AI servers news, so this is Apple reportedly looking to develop its own AI servers using TSM's process, and they're targeting mass production by the second half of 2025. However, this news was reported by Mac Rumors, according to a Weibo user, so no clarification on that from any sources there, other than this Weibo user reported by Mac Rumors, guys.
All right, Roblox is still holding above the breakout, so it got that 37.5. Well, I took 48s in front of the half level. Still think if you're going to stair step to the upside, remember we mentioned Roblox has room, so it's gotten to the first level almost essentially 37.70, but 37.50 is pretty close. We've taken profit into that. I think you can get into that 38, but the next step would be a healthy dip buy. So if we're going to go for a dip buy, VWAP sits at 36.6 or the breakout level around here, 37.
Whoa.
So I want to look for that. Apple, I was asking myself, like, do I want to reverse
Apple's
long in it?
starting to piss me off.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from Apple, especially after that news. You know, kind of felt it is what it is, man. Like, you get news in the middle of the day that shifts your thoughts. It was just showing resistance and working, and all of a sudden it reversed on us. So my gut is to stay away from it. It is frustrating when the stock that you really like, something changes midstream at like 10 o'clock, and then you can either bugger off or find something new. cannot get better than VWAP on Intel. But the good sign for this, at least, why I'm not really doing much of anything else with it, is the NASDAQ's pressing into resistance. We haven't broken the top yet on Intel. And when that's not happening in this and other chip names, if we do roll over in the market, I do think this has some room to the downside. NVIDIA cannot seem to break past 815. ARM, I thought it would be a 100 short. We're at 98. We talk about being patient. Yesterday, I was impatient with ARM, and that was the only time we didn't make money on shorting this stock. So got to wait for 100. I think it has a chance to get there the way that it's going, but I'm not moving away from my level. And Rivian can't seem to break past that 910 level as well. Micron's worth a look there. Shout out to you, Julia. Appreciate you. Micron's pretty strong today, up 2%. So this is the chip name that seems like it's carrying things.
That's crazy. It's 1011. I haven't
Why
looked
is
at
Micron?
one chip name. Isn't that wild?
Why is Micron?
I haven't even looked at a chip name yet. But
Oh,
that's
remember
okay.
Spotify?
Kind of.
So it is just hugging. We talk about pulling back into VWAP and hugging. This is what hugging VWAP looks like.
Well, come
I mean, there's a lot of other examples of it as well, but this is what hugging VWAP to me looks like. For a $300 stock, that's 304 to the downside. If you can get fives, you're $1.50 risk, and if it runs the tops, I mean, that's $10 to the high of the day. If the market's strong, this is a big one, Spotify, and apparently DJT's headed to the downside. Oh yeah, Virgin Galactic's at 95. Real close to that dollar level.
I'm really upset
Real
about
close
Apple,
here.
man. Like, I feel like we had that
Oh, never-
Apple, and then we didn't do anything. I mean, we went long. We started to take out a little bit of profit there on the long, and then it dropped out. So everything is fine. Oh, DJT, Trump is fined an amazing $10,000 for violating a gag order.
$10,000.
Yeah, so sell your DJT ASAP. Down 3% right now is good old Donald's stock over here. So just watch out now, and we'll see what's going to happen with Donald J.
$10,000, huh?
And Co. Right there, DJT, a big 10 G's coming out of his pocket. And here it is right here. New York prosecutors, they must want to get their lunch paid for today. $10,000 right there. So, oops, there it is right here, wrong story. It's this one. Let me close service now, although I do like that. What's up to Frank Slootman and company, although I think he's out. $10,000 for violating gag order. So not bad, but there it is. We'll bring it to your attention again because it's a trading show. So there could be other stations out there that may be talking about nothing like this, but here it is, nice mover in DJT. And I don't know if other shows will show you these kind of winners, but there it is right there. Let's spin it again on Roblox as we're starting to go to the upside. This is P&L 1 for me today, and it is sticky note. I mean, I think the sticky note's been real good, man. Amazon long at 176. I mean, that name brought me all the way back. And then we got, so I thought I was getting out of Apple, by the way, and instead I was getting short on Amazon. So, hey, what's up? My name is Sean. I can't tell the difference between a P and an L, but we got in and out there. So we were out of Amazon. I mean, our target was 178. We got out of a little bit too many up here, but it was still near the highs. So we're pretty happy with that. And look what's happening to Apple right now. Come on, man. My out was right here at 60. That's the high. So we would still be in this, but that news popped, and that's part of trading, right? What are you going to do about it? Couple good outs there on Roblox as we're almost out of this. And this is why we talk about how we talk. We getting out of stock when it rips up, even though it doesn't necessarily hit our goals. When you've got the shares on there, for me, I'm going to start to just piece them out, and I'm really, really mad about Apple. But we'll move on to other names there. Spin the Dollar Trade Club. You're right there, DS Trader. I don't know what trade you're on, but what was a big earnings name that we had last week?
Spotify. Well,
Spotify, yeah.
Spotify's
I said we
biggest-
could get to 10. What is it at right now? So
That's the biggest one. No, it got to 14. It was a dip buy.
come
It ran.
on. Man, we talked about that 312 level. Just rewind. Oh, that's too bad. That was a good short. Okay.
My frustration is
Always
going to
miss.
be, remember when I said Virgin Galactic was at 95? It's getting really close.
Yeah.
It was at 97, and it had tagged $1.
Damn it.
So on the way back in, I'll be candid, I got 15% of the shares that I paid for short because I didn't really get that move. So unfortunately, like on the way back in, I kind of missed it. but you still have to trade it the same way. So I took some out at 93. I got a bid at 91 at VWAP, but I got a fraction of what I was looking to get there. I missed that spike into $1. I mean, I had a couple of other level 2s up there. Very quickly, just as we're going on, so Virgin Galactic at $1 short in front of it. We're breaking VWAP now on Intel, so that's starting to work into the downside. Got to be patient with these names. That's been trying to stay the course, but it has not broken this pre-market high. So once again, this looks like a bit of a dog. I believe we're going to Adara at the desk.
Worth noting as well for that DJT news. So New York prosecutors asking the judge for that $10,000 fine. It's not gone through. So depending on any news we get from this fine with regards to whether it does go through or the amount, it could be worth keeping an eye on DJT here. At this point, prosecutors are just asking for this fine. It has not been delivered or approved, guys.
Right. Like I said, I mean, these guys probably are hungry. They want to go out for lunch, these damn prosecutors. Okay, 166.16 right there. We're back into Apple, so let's just hit the sirens and see. I mean, it dropped right in to the level 166 there. We have the 50-period moving average. I know there's news around this. Again, an event now announced for May the, Adara can get this, May the 7th. Is that right? Yes, 7th. Bang. May the 7th coming through. So we'll just try this against 166. You know, I mean, you know, this is part of trading, right? You got to have the ability to sort of change up the game plan when it's there. And I'm switching it up, man. You know, like if I was the Leafs, obviously I would put in a healthy Nylander, obviously. But I was pretty happy with the way they performed yesterday. Get well soon, Willie. Do we even know what's wrong with them, BPI there? Yeah, they're not disclosing.
No,
Why is
Isn't that normal? You don't really.
But
you don't, in the playoffs, you kind of, it's that thing. You don't tell people what's wrong with the player. Because then when they come back.
The guys have missed any time in like 3 years.
Well, that's when
that's the worry spot.
You know something's up, right?
Yeah,
but,
so we're a little
the problem is if he comes, and the reason, if you're not a hockey
Apple.
fan, the reason they don't is because then if he comes back and you've said what's wrong with him, then guys
Well, it's
will know.
all sports. Like even in hockey, in football, they're like, dude, Tom Brady or like all these guys were like game time decisions for pretty much their whole career because they don't have to disclose what their injuries
Yeah, but other
are.
teams, they're supposed to. Although,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Although when Bijan Robinson apparently had an issue, I'll never forget that, and the coaches said absolutely nothing, and then everyone got a fat 0 in their fantasy lineups, including myself, when the guy played like 2 snaps, and they fined him for it, thankfully, because that's what should happen. There's so much gambling on sports, you got to pick a lane, man.
It's the only reason
most
people watch.
That's what I'm saying, but you got to let people know. If you're supposed to disclose information because people are going to be gambling, then you have to follow those rules, right? Like if that's what you want to play and you want that revenue, then you have to cater to that audience. Very quickly, none you wanted to know on Affirm, it's a boring trade and it's a loser and it's the worst one today. Well, for me anyways. It just broke. We had the short underneath resistance. We said we short it back into this level. It broke 31 right away at the open. I didn't even look back at it because it couldn't get back underneath 31. In, out, not going to hold it past my stop. Now we're working with other trades. Virgin Galactic in Apple. Sorry, not in Apple anymore. Rivian, Roblox. Roblox, by the way, in the dip.
Go Apple.
Right back into 37. Okay. So we got the break obviously happened. It got to 37.5. It double tapped 37.5. I think this is like the pullback into VWAP moment here for Roblox. So if it bounces off VWAP, I want to look to get a bit of a bid if we can. Grab it. Intel's probably going to be a reload in here. It's bouncing off VWAP. If it gets back up to that top, I think I reload it. For now, it's trending down, doing what I'd like to see happen in that name. And Virgin Galactic, I always hesitate to reload if it tries to take $1 the second time. I feel like it makes that move the second time, it's apt to break out, and it's got a short float and all that good stuff. This is a big reversal. When you're shorting that $1 level, I feel like you take it that first shot and kind of make your money there and don't try to force it. I learned that lesson with Sundial a couple of years ago. I think some of you, you guys were probably here if you were watching early on YouTube. I had a great short off the open at Sundial on $1, and when it retested it later in the day, I decided to not only short it again, but short it for like 5 times as many shares, which was obviously a bad decision at the same price level. Literally everybody and their mother was on that offer. When it broke, it got nasty. So I'm not going to be reloading this $1 level on Virgin Galactic. We've taken our one swing at it. If it loses $1, fair enough, but I'm getting bids out in front of VWAP and then trying to hold maybe 20% down into like 85, 86.
All right. Ticker DJT
It's still
going
falling.
lower.
A 10,000 fine shouldn't really.
Right now.
Because you don't have to, like...
Man, this has been a good day, man. This has been a good day. It's too bad that, like I said, Apple sort of turned us up there a little bit. I do see what you're saying there in the chat. And man, did we call this trade? Shout out to, keep shouting out BPI over here because he switched. He's like a Palantir and a Mara guy right now. So shout out to my Palantir guy over there because look at this movement, up 5%. We said this was a possibility. Remember, I was like, all right, we think Palantir can get to this 22 area, and that's where we'd be looking at that short. So that high right there is 22 flat today, but that's not what I was talking about. I was trying to find out for if and when we are wrong on this trade, what do we want to do about it? That's 22.20. So 20 cents worth of risk here on Palantir. Probably worth it. The thing is, we have now broken above. Remember the level that we talked about. I wanted to, as it was written, again, on the sticky note, and again, what an out that was on Amazon up there at 177.70. Amazon's back to 177 flat. We will consider reloading that as well. I wanted the 17.5 short. So now you're starting to go, you're at 17.530. I mean, a possible shorting area here on the close of the 18th there. So possible area coming through for a short as well. So maybe there is something here looking like a short. Roblox, you want to talk about a reload, and wow, there it is, man. Let's go, Roblox. Nice trade back up to the upside right there. We're not even out of anything. We got something out at 20. We were just waiting at 28, and it stopped on us. So good little reload there on Roblox. Again, that sticky note nation, as we talked about it. And, you know, I was going to think about this. For all the ladies out there, if your man keeps talking about fruit salad, then you got to let that man go. You know, mangoes?
Dad joke of the day.
You know? It's called content.
Authenticity of a dad joke, but, you know, it is what it is.
That's what it is, yeah. That's what it is.
I mean, sometimes you got to go for it.
Hey, man, when you're in a good mood, you're doing these trades, you got that.
Look, man, I will throw dad jokes out there that hit or miss all the time. Who cares? You got to have fun with it. And apparently, we got to go over to the small cap
That hit
recap.
incredibly well.
Let's go on over to Adara.
IWM right now outperforming both the NASDAQ and the SPY. We have the Russell 2000 over 1.5% to the upside here. So nice look here, though. We are seeing a bit of slower momentum here for the IWM. Some slower momentum in some of these small cap movers as well. We have OPRT, Opportune. This one up about 35% after announcing positive preliminary Q1 revenue. So nice preliminary look here for OPRT. Next up, we have Palisade Bio, PALI. This one has run in the past. Right now up over 30%. Very small float here, about 836,000 shares, announcing a collaboration with Strand Life Sciences. So PALI, nice look. Last but not least, this one's a day two runner. New Gen IVF, also above 30% here for NIVF. This one announcing yesterday a non-binding term sheet for a potential reverse merger with European Wellness Investment Holdings. So nice look across the board. Quite a few small cap movers to keep an eye on.
Speaking of small cap movers, one that might be up 24%, but I still think is probably headed for the gutter, and that's going to be Virgin Galactic. I'm not going to make a crashing joke because, you know, you don't when you go up into near orbit, like it's, you know, yeah. I don't wish anything bad. I want to go up into space one day, and with any luck, by the time it's reasonable for me to do so, these guys will still be around. Decent chance they might not be, but somebody will be, because the technology is going to be there, and someone can always pick it up.
Destruction of wealth in that name is huge too.
Yeah, well, the only difference, well, I would say that not very many people, I don't think, when we compare them to some of the ARC stuff, like not many people are investing in Virgin Galactic compared to some of the other stuff. Let's be real. But very quickly, Virgin Galactic holding 92 cents, VWAP's at 91. I took another, I was waiting at VWAP, but just to give you an update, when there was another bounce off this 92 level, I took some more shares out at 92. So I still want to hold through if we can get it. But it's a one shot at that. We got 97s on the way back in. I got a couple of fills, actually, 96.8 and then 96.3. It's like first in, first out, as Sean was mentioning. So, I mean, the average price obviously going to work out to 96 and change, and it doesn't really do the fractions here on ours, which does matter when you're trading penny stocks. Apple, I got away from it. There was the news that came out.
I cannot believe that. We were so right.
No, it is
about
what it is.
Apple. Oh my God.
But they dropped that news of the early event on May 7th. That shot the spike through a resistance level. I'm going to take my stop outs every single time. It's just the style of trade that breeds consistency. Reload on Roblox at 37. It is a bit of a lower high here, so we got to watch out for this, as some things are starting to come back in a little bit here. Even the strong names are starting to bounce back down. I'm looking over at NVIDIA, which is 3%, and it was pointed out to me that SMCI is having a bigger day. 8% to the upside on SMCI. That said, ARM still can't break the top. So I keep waiting for 100 and waiting for 100, and it does not want to get to 100. If the other two destroyed names last week are going and ARM can't seem to bust those highs, then it's showing me a resistance level here, and I'll take a shot at it. So you got 98.5. So if we get 98 fills, I'm going to look for the short on ARM, only because I see so much strength in the other two that if this can't take out those highs, then it's got me a level here. But if we do get out 98.5, it doesn't mean I wouldn't trade the 100 level.
Man. I mean, shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys real ones. Because this is what trading's going to be, right? I mean, we nailed... I really like that Apple short. We kept talking about it, and then that news came out and completely changed the whole trajectory of what was happening. That move to the upside. It came out as like almost immediately as we were breaking lower. And then all of a sudden, boom, we covered. You know, we had the wherewithal to cover. I'm happy with that because I think we were right. And then I just took the news as a good sign, and we went long, but it was not a long. But the market's a long. The market is popping right now. So I'm thinking that Apple just got washed out a little bit here. And people like me are like, what the? So let's just wait to see what happens now. We'll try to go back long here on Roblox, or we're already long Roblox, on Apple, because we fell into the 200 period. But again, I'm still pretty dead red on this name. But as the market takes out highs here, you know, we need to be in this. So we'll be back into Apple. Obviously, Roblox will be PL1. We'll talk about that. We're into Palantir just right now at 97. So we'll see. It just bounced around O's. We'll take some more. That high right there is 05. So let's take a little bit more up in and around 05, waiting out for that 22.20 to break. So 20 cents or so for Palantir. We'll see if we can get it back to the low side. Hopefully that does go. And then there goes Apple again a little bit. So we'll put it out for 20 cents if we can get something in and around 95. Good little dip buy for sure on Apple. Let's see what we can do right now as this market tries to battle back as it's 10:30. And yeah, lots of trading still to go. Look at this NASDAQ, man. If you didn't buy that dip 2 days ago,
bye-bye.
You've missed out on quite a nice move the last couple of days. So yeah.
Still a lot of earnings to sift through.
Damn you, Apple.
You got all the biggies later on this week, right? Like, I mean, come on. Like, we still have Alphabet. We still have Microsoft. We got Meta this week. You got Tesla tonight. So there's a bit of a gauntlet. So you're getting a relief rally into that, but it doesn't mean it's all over. Back over to Rivian. Rivian still won't break this 910, but it's here. So if it breaks that local high, this is from last week, then we're out of this one. So while the market's been going, this has been cresting that level the entire time. We've been short Intel. I'm going to go off the 15 minutes so I can show you the levels on Intel. We got some VWAP out. I had some bids underneath VWAP if it continued. And then we're only reloading up top here. I want to make sure if I'm shorting this again, it's got to be tighter to that 60 level than we were before. So Intel has been working. I said Rivian, if it broke, we'd get out. That just came through. I'm going to be managing. Rivian broke that 910, so we're out of it. I'm going to get one more leg out here on Virgin Galactic. If the market's going to keep going, I'm not saying this follows the market, but I want to respect the fact that we are trending to that upside. And if this does break, you know, this has a squeeze potential to go higher, so you do want to make sure you're ringing the register and taking profits when you go against the grain. It's a low floater. It is a different type of name than things that are going to follow the NASDAQ, but it doesn't mean I don't want to trim when a short starts working. So a little bit more out here at the 92 on Virgin Galactic. As mentioned with Rivian, if it took out 910, I'm getting out. I had shorts under 9. My average price was just above the $9 level. It's a 10-cent hit, but I'm not letting it hold above that 910 level. That was a hard stop for me. It was never a 9 short. It was a short at or above the 9 price into $9.10, and we've been waiting for that one a couple of days. But I'm not going to hold it through that resistance level. NVIDIA's at 825, so I think it's put up or shut up time. But I chose to go for ARM instead of NVIDIA. Like ARM is chilling out here at 98. NVIDIA's at 825 and just ran another $10. So I feel like I've got one that's at least a little bit weaker in addition to Intel here. So you had to pick your poison, and I'm going to go for the one that's not making fresh highs. Let's go to the desk. We've got Adara and our crypto update.
Interesting crypto adjacent story coming late yesterday. As reported by Bloomberg, 2 SEC lawyers have resigned after they were criticized by a Utah judge for an abuse of power in a crypto-related fraud trial against digital licensing, otherwise known as DebtBox. So 2 SEC lawyers resigning over some issues with the crypto-related fraud trial. Bitcoin itself pretty flat on the day here, just below the 67,000 level after a pretty steady uptick over the last few days in regards to that halving and moves related to the halving over the weekend. So right now pretty flat here, but Ethereum getting a nice bump up here, up into 3,250. So nice look there for ETH. A lot of other crypto related names pretty strong here. BNB and Solana both up just shy of 2%. Ripple up 2.3%. Dogecoin up 0.3%. So nice smaller moves here today across the board for a lot of these cryptocurrencies, and we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
All right, and we are checking out right now. Thank you, Adara. We are checking out Apple right now because we're back in the money. It's 40 cents. Let's go. Nice move back for Apple up into the 50-period moving average. So we'll take something out there if we can get it at in and around that 166.20 spot right there. So yeah, man, we're back into the spot right here with Apple. All right, Palantir. All right, so we're short this. We do have some bids. Well, I'm going to put some bids now as we have a decent amount of shares. So we'll put some bids down here. That bottom right there is 93.94. So I put a 93 there. Let me just put a quick 94. We'll put a 93 and a 94. So we'll just spread it out. I know it's not amazing or anything like that. That's just to get out of a piece. You know how we always take like a dime and stuff like that. So we'll do that. And then realistically, the drop down for me would be in this area into 80, 85. Again, that gives us close enough to that 1-to-1. So we'll see if we can print down here at 85, and then we'll go from there. So quick couple outs here. 94, then 92. I'm going to put it at 92. And then if we get those fills, then great. But again, this is going to be very, very market dependent because the market's ripping. And I mean, when I just went to go grab a drink, we were only up 1.1. Now we're up 1.4. And really starting to get heated up. So take your profits on the shorts and ride those longs, baby. So there it is right there. And what to call Amazon if you're able to still hold on to that one. All I've done today and every day, I basically learned the same lesson. So it's kind of getting repetitive and I need to start to do it. And that is that wait. Like we would be ridiculously up instead of flat on Amazon if we just waited for 176. Now, you never know if the trade's going to come in because the market could just rip off the jump, okay, and then you're done. But the market didn't even go down, and Amazon just kept on going. So we thought we were dead wrong, which is why we had to get out. And we didn't actually take too big of a hit. It was this part right here that sucked, this drop of this pre-market level. So it was kind of like this loss of 40 or 50 cents there that kind of hurt. And then on the way back up, we wound up getting most of them out here at 70, like 176.90s or so. And then that's our last piece out there. So we got back and forth there because I was hitting the wrong key. But that's what's happening there. So I still really like Amazon. Palantir did drop into the low mid 90s, but didn't go anywhere. So we're lucky enough.
What was the story on Palantir?
Nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as far as I know, I was only calling it up because I knew this $22 level, and then it was on the buy.
No, I just looked at the chart and was like, I look over, I see
you know what,
I'm like, okay, maybe there's something there on Palantir.
We do have 5%. A sponsor here, Benzinga, Palantir, unusual option activity yesterday. So yeah, they don't have anything on here. So yeah, Palantir just going to the upside. Again, you know what I think it is? I just think it's, again, good
relief
companies.
Rally for the beaten up.
Yeah, yeah, not even beat up.
AI names that pull back.
Yeah, I just think it's like I honestly, I don't even know the price of NVIDIA. 825. 825.
So I got, here's what I'm going to do
Talk
today.
about buying dips. Oh
Here's what
my
I'm going to do
God.
today. Had the NVIDIA breakout. We're down on NVIDIA. Had the coin breakout, but didn't hold on to it.
Down on coin.
And look, yeah, it happens sometimes here on the break. If I scalp it all out, we're up, but it did not hold a breakout. I'm like, okay, we'll go stair step up and try to catch it with some higher lows. Never got into position, especially here. A coin's going to give the break that we want. It's going to give the move that you wanted. But that's fine. Like, making a call is one thing.
Right.
Sometimes you hit it, sometimes you don't. And you got to be able to say, hey, this time I missed it on that one. NVIDIA I don't mind, because that trade, which has worked, I think it's the last, now that we've taken 2 hits on it, it's the last 13 times that I've taken this in the last month, that particular breakout step. So it's like 11 for 13. And it's always been works right away or not. It's a difference with that Coinbase. Gets a multi-day level. That said, you got to move on to the next. The next was ARM, which was not breaking highs. All right, so I bid in front of VWAP on ARM, and then for whatever reason, this is the candle that happened. I just got hit on ARM at 97.30 for a 70-cent win, and it's just flushed another $1.50. The difference between ARM, why it feels like this is flushing, and the others is, I just showed you NVIDIA trade you've already seen. SMCI, if you're looking at some of these other names, look at the move on SMCI. Straight up, higher lows, all that good stuff. Whereas ARM, during the last part of that push, was showing you resistance. So let it make a high, let it make a lower high, short it back at 98, and I think we can see 95 here today. It's probably too strong to break the lows. So I'm just going to hop on the bid here and be happy that we got that one. Virgin Galactic is now chilling, but it's bounced off VWAP here. So like I said, I don't necessarily want to reload this one in front of $1. If it gets to $1 this time, I let it break, and if it wants to fail to break, then I would look for the short on Virgin Galactic. Intel was short 34.50. It's at 34.50. But that has also not broken the high. And Roblox, on the reload of Roblox, it just dipped back into 37. We got the 37, could not break the quarters, so we got some out in front of the quarters. So this is still holding that general breakout of the 37 level. I had 13s the first time. The last fill we got was actually at 37.03 in front of 37 even. So still working. Paula Blackford asked, what about AMD? You know, I haven't looked at AMD. You only have so many charts in level 2s that you can pull up at any given moment. So yeah, AMD I haven't looked, and AMD, wow, barcoding at the highs right now. So if you're into that sort of a thing, that would look like a bull flag to me, and that's the lesson this week. I think they're learn to trade. Well, specifically, they're talking about bull flag dip buys on small cap stocks. But,
okay.
I mean, that looks like a bull flag to me on AMD. But I picked ARM because it couldn't break higher, and that's working out. And that pulled back like $1.50. But this is holding the highs. So I'd still say ARM is a better opportunity to short as opposed to something pressing the top right now.
You actually just said something that really resonates with me, and I never really understood it almost until we started to do this. I always understood it, but you talked about like actually executing something as it's happening. You know, it's like it's much, much different as you're sitting here, like, as they say, in the wild. That's why, like, now I think about it, they say, those that can't do teach. It's so much easier to sit here and talk about, oh, if this pattern breaks or this bull flag, this is bringing us into the thing this afternoon, our afternoon lesson there. It's like we can all say, oh, this is that, but it's let's do the talking with the trades, you know, and that's the hardest part, is to sit here and talk like this and look for those ideas as they're happening absolutely real time. And I find for myself, it's like looking back, it's like, oh man, why didn't I hold that? Or why didn't I do that? Or why didn't I do this? So that's really something that resonates with me now, because yeah, it's like, oh my God, when you're sitting here in the fire, it's a little bit different. You know where it's so that's why it's those, the saying is those who can't teach. That's what it is, right? So it is very, very difficult to do this. But we do have many lessons that are out here. But the most valuable lesson, and this is, you know, again, the most valuable lesson is sitting in front of your screen.
And executing.
Exactly, yeah, putting those, that's what I was going to say, putting those trades on.
Here's
you know, that's why you can see, like you can ask us if we're up or down at any point. We can wax all the damn poetic we want. But at the end of the day, you have to judge yourself, like, hey man, like if you're a bank robber and you get caught every single time you rob the bank, maybe you shouldn't be robbing banks anymore.
Maybe,
all right, so
maybe just like jail.
Yeah, or you just like jail. Or in this example, Neil, I think it's the same thing. It's like if you're trading, you're looking down and you're like, oh my God, this is a disaster. It's time to change it. You can listen to everything that we're saying, even myself, and it's just like, okay, wow, did I ever screw that up? So there are going to be opportunities throughout the day, but patience, understanding, and having the ability to pull the trigger on the right amount of shares at the right time, that is really all that matters. And by the way, right now, here we go, Palantir, and I'll pass it over to you in a second. Palantir is now coming back in. We have a decent spot right now on this name, so let's see how low Palantir can go on a loaded up position. So we'll see if this one can get into the downside. And man, I love Trailer Park Boys.
Great show.
We're starting to watch it again for the 5th time or something.
It's I'm doing Better Call Saul as my workout show because I watched stuff I've already seen before. After that, it's going to be Trailer Park Boys. I already have it lined up.
Yeah.
But, so I want to go through that a second time. I've seen them all, but I want to go through it again. Mr. Leahy is
it's
incredible actor.
the swearing's too much.
I understand it's not.
Sometimes I turn it off because it's a lot.
Might not be for everybody. I know some people get offended by it, but it's a lot of fun.
There's a new show actually.
Let's get to the desk. Not the desk. Sorry, the big screen. We got Sector Watch here.
We're getting to the point in the quarter where we're going to see earnings dictating a lot of these sectors that are moving. Producer manufacturing very strong here, led to the upside by GE, which reported its first earnings after splitting off GE Vernova and GE Aerospace. So nice look here for all these producer manufacturing names. Commercial services pretty strong ahead of Visa earnings tonight. Utilities looking nice here as well. Transportation, nice move to the upside. Consumer durables notably strong. Tesla leading this group to the upside ahead of its earnings tonight, but GM also very strong after reporting a nice earnings beat this morning as well. So consumer durables definitely a space to keep an eye out for with some of these auto-related names. Health technology and finance all notably strong. And technology services and electronic technology, both good looks, but these are really going to come into play later in the week, especially Meta reporting after earnings after the close on Wednesday, and Microsoft and Alphabet reporting after the close on Thursday, guys.
You saw that board. It's all green, man. That is a super green.
Oh, what a day.
Super green board. 1.3 on the NASDAQ. Maybe we get to 2. Chef Joe, they're on Trailer Park Boys you'll find on Netflix. I don't want to tell you too much about it. Hopefully,
they are Canadian.
It's a Canadian show, but like you discover it for yourself. And
shout out to Michael Noss.
I got a good feeling, Chef Joe, you're gonna like the show. I can't even I think about Bubs and Mr. Leahy and I start laughing. But just one quick update here. Look at ARM's starting to work back into the downside. I'm going to trail this to VWAP. You can see what's happening. If it gets back above like 97.5, I think it retests the high. But I think we can get to the lows on this. We've had a couple of things that have worked the whole way. That's Intel. I didn't quite get filled up there at 55. I've now canceled it, so I didn't get the reload there. But Intel and ARM are rounding themselves back into the downside. Virgin Galactic is what it is. If it gets back to, I'll probably stop out at like 97 cents and not even let it get to the dollar at this particular point. Day Trader Cut says Meta's coming down hard right now. Yeah, but that's mostly because look how strong it was to the upside.
Meta's nice.
Yeah, it almost got to $500 today. So still an upward trending stock, obviously, as you can see there. Ooh, it's rejecting the 50-period moving average here. So when you look up the daily chart, yeah, it got to a spot that looks like resistance. Obviously, on the 15, it still looks like a breakout. But if you got the short up in front of 500, that 50 period turning into a bit of a problem. You had to wait for it, but we're starting to get a little bit of a flush in the names that we got, both ARM and Intel working to said downside.
All right, everyone's favorite segment is right here, right now. Let's go. All right, what's for lunch? As we didn't have it yesterday, but yesterday was, I think it was some sort of like chicken cacciatore, it's like some
Is that what you call
Italian red stew. Yeah, it is what you call it, yeah. All right, here's the menu for today. If you like chicken, you'll be disappointed because it's citrus-crusted salmon, which is nice. Citrus-crusted salmon fillet, that's a pretty light, easy lunch with some little bit of side basmati rice. And Chinese bok choy. So we'll go to the moon on that one. I think that's a very reasonable lunch. So there it is right there. And by the way, anybody that's rocking right here, we got another one. Damn you, Apple. This will be, okay, so we're making money back on the short. It was all good. I'm just, damage on this stock, not really. It's just being red on it really sucks because I'm feeling like the short was right. Then we came back into like the 200 there or so, let it drop in. I wasn't really looking at the levels. It was kind of just halfway. We saw a stopping spot there, and I was going to use 166.50 as my stop. It's still in there right now. So this is for 25 cents worth of risk. We're now 85 cents in the money, and we still got 25% of this trade, 20% of this trade on. So that's still a really good one for us right here. But P&L number one on the show right now is going to be Palantir. We waited for it. We called this one. And again, fire off those hot dog cannons, because this one, if you just rewind to about 9:15, and I want to shout out whoever it was there in the chat. I think it might have been Hamster. What's up, Hamster? Get on that wheel, my guy. The thing is that, you know, you need to be able to identify these things. I should have been sitting there on that level, but I wasn't. So big shout out to you. Hamster one or whoever. I'm going to show you out anyway. Show Ponzi, everybody. But I believe that was you. So that's where, you know, like we made half of our day just on this Palantir move. So that's, you know, that means a lot. And again, sticking with what you're doing. And I want to thank to Joanna Brewster as well out there for your kind words about that when I was talking about the teaching thing there. Mad respect to everybody out there, and a mad respect to all the teachers out there as well. Wow. And especially to the teachers of my kids. Blesses for that one. All right, shout out now to, I believe we're going over to Adara.
Apple, that Apple May 7th event here, seeing this article from CNBC, some speculation from analysts as to what this could be about. This is the tagline or the logo here for the event, which is called Let Loose. The fact that it does feature this Apple Pencil, which is their iPad stylus, and the news that we had earlier, there could be some new iPads, has some analysts speculating that this event will include the launch of some of these new iPad models. Also, Apple has been known to release some watch models in the spring, so that could also be potentially on watch here for this Apple Let Loose event, May 7th.
Come on, Apple.
Thank you very much, sir. We got that Apple news. Kind of came out of nowhere, right? But that's part of trading in general, live trading, regardless. So you're never going to be free of something coming out of left field and moving a trade. All you can do in that situation is have your plan of action, right? So, you know, I ran a stop that I already had on Apple. Unfortunately, it'll be a controlled hit because, again, we had a stop. And at the end of the day, sorry about the wick, guys, but at the end of the day, it only went another like 25 cents. So yeah, could you have held it short off that level again? You probably could, but I'm not going to do that. Intel now working underneath VWAP, went right into yesterday's highs. Can't seem to go underneath afternoon support levels at 25. We got some 35 fills down there. ARM still working pretty nicely. As the reason for the ARM trade, it's like, why not? I said $100 and I was waiting for $100, and then it ran the stops through 98. So it broke the highs, came back underneath, and as SMCI and NVIDIA were making highs, just kept on going and going and going. This one failed and made a lower high, and that was it. Like, just, okay, well, relative weakness, let's play with that. Can't seem to break that 96. I might take the 96, but at this point, I still think this one's going to be a bit of a dog. Let's see what happens there. We talked about Meta for you guys, but Roblox, that's the long that's coming into VWAP. So we've done scalping on this. I think it's got to hold VWAP for this breakout to continue. Up 5.5% on the JP Morgan upgrade for Roblox, and it's a good-looking level. It just has to hold that 200-period moving average. I still think you can get a continuation, but if it can't hold 36.80, you could be all the way back at 36.25, right? The market's up 1.2%. As you're making highs, you don't necessarily want to be reloading on something which hasn't shown you the bounce just yet. So I'm not going to take a third reload just yet on Roblox. Still about 10 minutes to go, so we got plenty of time. Do stick around, obviously, for Learn to Trade. We're always back at 2 o'clock, but we'll let you guys know, update the positions. I don't see anything on Meta. I might be going back on over to NVIDIA at some point if it continues the upward trend, but I think the market's in a bit of a dip mode. And if we're in the dip mode, I think you got to wait for VWAP for a lot of these trends to the upside. NVIDIA's sitting at 822. VWAP's exactly where we traded it for that breakout, that 813 to 815 level.
Man, okay. Let's just continue to look there. I did not, Roblox all the way to the upside. But again, I did not trade that well. I was just looking. I think I had like 8 times the position of Neil, but I only made 3 times as much. Not good risk management there for me on Roblox. Well done on that one, Neil, for sure.
Well, it's got. You know what? I was going to say this when we were talking about the the execution part of it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to. So when I started trading, there was a guy in my group. We traded most of the same stocks, sat next to each other for years. And I remember, and I'll never forget this. It was like on the 5-year anniversary of our trading. It was like right around 5 years that we'd both been trading. And this trader would, I'd say he'd take 3 to 5 times as many fills as me. You guys can tell, like I adhere to stops. I tend to manage risk like really, really tightly. Everyone has their own particular style. So I would almost never get shut down. He'd get shut down often. We trade all the same stocks, but he'd take more shares, more entry points. I'd be a little bit more discerning. At the end of 5 years, we had a very similar net, but very different ways of getting there. And the best part about it was because of that difference, you learned more. So like you get a little bit more growth by learning different styles, or like being exposed to different styles of trades, because at least then I'd be observing the spots that I could have pushed it more by recognizing, hey, you know what, if you risked less and that move worked, well, here's a spot that you could take a little bit more. And I like to think that that was good. That's why we try to give you guys different perspectives. That's why you have different styles of traders on the floor. That's why a trading floor is a good environment that we're trying to expose you guys to here, guys and girls in the chat. And in our trading community, because there's always something that you can learn from each other and the markets, as we can always learn something from the currency markets as well. How's that US dollar doing, Adara?
US dollar not doing particularly well this morning. This big red candle taking out the pretty flat movement we had over the last 2 days here. Pretty decisive move to the downside, all the way down now to 105.70. So a bit of a weak look here for the DXY. We had some economic data coming in that helped buoy the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ and maybe brought this DXY to the downside. S&P Global Services PMI, Global Manufacturing PMI, and Global Composite PMI all coming in lower than expected. So that easing, not a good look here for the DXY. That's all the major economic data we had today. It is a bit of a lighter week for economic data. That is until we get into Thursday and Friday. Thursday, as stated earlier, throughout the week, we do have that GDP quarterly number coming in at 8:30 on Thursday, 8:30 on Friday. We get the Fed's favorite inflation gauge, PCE. So definitely 2 numbers to keep an eye out, especially as we wait ahead of the next FOMC meeting coming on May 1st, guys.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Ms. Adara, for all of that. All right. So we're just going to watch out. It's 10:52. Yeah, money talk, man. That US dollar has been a story. That is for sure. All right. So Apple's still 70 cents in the money. Palantir, like we said, and like it is a double-edged sword, right? When you use more shares, like we said. I mean, this is why, we talk about that all the time, and it's just, you got to trade your style. So with Palantir, we started, this came back into VWAP. And as I told you about share sizes, we got to get some out when it comes back down into that level. So there you go. And when you use more shares and you can go, 15 and 4, 15 and 3, it's decent, but you always want to improve. So that's why it's like 1 month comes, next month goes. And that's what we're doing. So I feel like missed opportunity of the morning was Amazon, because we could have put a hell of a lot more on here. And we just didn't. We just made back the mistakes. So in what should have been sticky note trade idea number 2 was Amazon. Number 1 was Apple. I'm not going to beat a dead horse with that one. We've already discussed that. Apple, I am still shout out to Uber, confident about my trading abilities with Apple.
Uber.
We nailed the long back up $1. The short, this was in the money. And then bang, news came out. Then unfortunately, we got overfilled long, but that was not the hit. Then we made money back long again. Then now we're making money back long. But it was the short that we wound up getting stopped out at, I guess it was right there at 60. Our stop was 60. So it's all of these shorts, not getting them all out, waiting for the waterfall, and then all of a sudden, bang, May 7th comes ahead of June, and they like that. And then they also announced they're doing their own chips.
It's also good.
Which is also good. And then I was like, okay, well, let's play the long on a dip. So we were able to make that back. Then we averaged back in, and it doesn't create as much of an issue as potentially it was in the first place. So that's what we're looking for right now. But I'm going to be as patient as I can, because if this market does what it's done pretty much every week, every day, the last couple weeks, I feel like is pull back a little bit here into close. So let's just see if Palantir's had its sort of day in the sun. Yesterday, here's a nice run up, but look what it did all afternoon. So this has the pedigree to do this again. So we are going to have to respect that. Even though we're well in the money right now, we still are going to have to respect this 22.20 area that we talked about on Palantir. It's actually better right here. Here it is. So it's actually that level. So I'll average into it, but not until we get back to these highs of 22.08. So that'll be where we average back in. Otherwise, we sit as patiently as possible and wait for Palantir to do something. So that's what we'll do. We'll wait for PLTR. We've actually got out of 60% of it already. Maybe more, maybe 65% of it already. So Palantir still in the pocket, but Neil, up 4%, not necessarily the best name to be shorting, up 4%.
But it's still working. I was about to talk about Virgin Galactic. It's up 20%. That being said, there's a distinct difference between Virgin Galactic and Palantir, and I'll let you guys figure out what that is. It's a bit of a trick question. I mean, they're so similar as companies, obviously, as I roll my eyes. But yeah, Virgin Galactic just broke VWAP again. This time, the 90 level is starting to get taken out. We shorted it when it failed $1 at 97. I said I would only hold on to the last, like under 20% of it. I got that last leg there, and now we're holding the last 20%. If it breaks down, 86 is still the next target, and then we can hold for the dream. At this point, I didn't care whether there was news on it. I just cared about, will it reject $1? And if it rejected $1, I wanted to short that first available play. We did it, and we'll see what happens for the afternoon, but I don't want to reload this one. I mentioned it before. Apparently, ACB and CGC are testing some highs.
Ooh.
See, that's not good. The problem with that one is, over the years on this show, like, we probably used so many cannabis puns that at this point, it's like, how many times can you say they're testing the highs every time they go up? Because every single time these things actually do go up for once, you're using all of those types of jokes. But I haven't looked at them today. They've been on a nice little tear. Congratulations to anyone that had this breakout. See, look how clean that is. Like, it takes out the local high, call it 850 in here, and it goes right to $9. So a good look, maybe a dip back into previous breakouts. I've liked ACB better generally than CGC the last few weeks, but ACB maybe not as strong as CGC. That said, it's only breaking that top. Yeah, I can't get through sevens. It looks like CGC is the better one right now. I'd say CGC looks a little stronger than ACB, even though that's the one usually I want to be trading. So congratulations, and we land if you got it. Gatekeeper says they're shorting SMCI. Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. In a general sense, I like where your heart is at. I feel like it's like the strongest one today, isn't it? Up 9%, NVIDIA's up 3.7, ARM is up 4, AMD was up, what was it, 3? 2.8, so close to 3%. Yeah, SMCI is kind of the big one today. Good luck. I know it's at that even dollar level, but I'll stick with ARM because, I mean, Intel's a different story. They're reporting and they stink. But ARM just couldn't break out that 98. Sorry, Intel's not reporting today. Intel's reporting this week. They're the only chip name of anyone's paying attention to their reports this week. So I think they're going to be a dog into that report because they, generally speaking, tend to be very critical, or at least conservative, and conservative is probably going to get them hurt. But ARM couldn't break highs. That's why I'm short that one. The other ones, I don't want to be fighting the trend too far when it comes to these names. So we got about 2 minutes to go and learn to trade. You can always check out More Trader TV Live to see our positions, or just throw it into the chat. You know where they're going to be there pretty much all day long. I still think that, like, the chips are doing a relief rally that you can short into. You just have to be particular about your levels. And ARM and Intel are the only ones I've taken today, and I think I might keep it that way.
Yeah, we'll have a 2 and 2 day, man. Apple and Amazon wins, losses, sorry. Palantir, well, Amazon... Okay, we're 2 and 1. Honestly, I'm not going to count Amazon as a loss because it's not. Well, it is, but it's a fee thing. Palantir and Roblox wins. Apple lost. 2 and 1 today. What's up to Charlie Taff right here? But lots of trades, like lots of trades in all of them, and I hope we really showed our cards and the professionalism of taking those trades and being in them and talking through them. So that was really good. All right, right here. Shout out to Charlie Taff. Apologies if you already don't apologize. What is the implied move on Tesla earnings? So Charlie's such a great name. There's one girl for Rep Baseball that I'm coaching. Her name is Charlie. That's fantastic. And I love it as a boy's name. I love that name, Charlie, by the way. Okay, so the implied
Charlie
move.
Hustle, baby.
Yep, the implied move here for Tesla, 9.7. So 9. You can all find this at Market Chameleon. calendar earnings. There's lots of sites like this, and how they get this, they'll explain it here. It's options, so they look at some of the forward contracts, they figure it out. Yeah, good luck, guys, on the midday. Thanks for BPI for always being so supportive, right there. But you don't. I mean, luck is something that we all need for sure in trading. Danaher was before market open.
They crushed.
They did good, so that's a good one. Oh yeah, well here it is right here. Up. Yeah, I guess, is that previous move is today? Let me see. Oh no, here it is.
They
Today's
were up
move.
8%.
This move, 7, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed that column. So yeah, they're up 7%. Texas, GE, we've missed that one. They're up 4, so that's nice. Right there, a little bit under their implied move. I've sold GE, I'm out of that name. Lockheed Martin up 1 so far today.
UPS is good.
Viserve up 2. What else? Spotify. There's Spotify up 9, but I'm mad at Spotify because we called that 312 area and I didn't do anything about it, so that kind of sucks. Kimberly-Clark up 5. Downside today, MSCI down 7. That's about it, unless there's names on the next page, which are going to be lower market cap.
Lockheed Martin was the other one.
Yeah, and what are they, up or down?
Well, okay, never mind. Dead flat. Remember we were joking about things being dead flat? See, it's possible. Lockheed Martin reported they are exactly flat right now. Although I will say, like as you said, is a big difference between, say, Tesla on earnings, being within 2%, which is more reasonable for flat. Exactly flat is so ridiculously improbable. Like, it's not even betting 0 at roulette. Like, it's just.
Oh, what
like
ended
well
up winning that?
No, the poll. I was about to show the poll.
Yeah.
Like, I think people bet flat as the joke first,
Yeah,
but
so the real one is that.
No,
so
it's
lower.
exactly 50. I'd say 50-50, like
low.
lower 44%, higher 40%. But what does that tell you? This just tells me that nobody has any clue.
Oh, I'm on the higher. It's higher 142, remember.
Yeah, so I think we said like, what, 2%? We're going with like 2% up or down. But it's past 11 o'clock, which means, you know what it means. Let's go on over to the midday. It's been a wild one. It's going to continue to be. We'll be back at 2, but for now, it is Adara and the professor. Go get them.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as a midday show. That in the forest green is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream as the market takes a nice little flush there off a 17.6 rejection. Down goes Meta off that 495 into 492. That's a nice, easy $3 move right there. Let's go in and say hello to everyone coming on over. Hello, the crazy Stitch lady. It's been a minute since I've seen you in the chat. Welcome back. J. Zach, Darwin, 2 Pamps, baby. Matthew Booth. We got Stupid Bitcoin. No, come on now. JC Finance, Big Bob Dub. We got Pitchbull. We got Damn, Ponzi, Fonzie, Cairo. Yes, Cairo. Mr. Long Shorts, Taron, Tej, Andrew Chow, JF Trader, Coin Clockin, Billy Boy, Charlie Taff, Martin Currency. We got Zach Frack. We got Cristiano Ronaldo, Alex B, Red Discipline Trades, Jeremy Newman, and Dan the Man Emmons. Hello to everybody. Thank you for joining Adara and I on this beautiful Tuesday.
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. We always love to be here and trade and talk and see what everybody else is trading. It is a Tuesday. It is beautiful. I am ready for these markets. It is earnings season. I am in a great mood. I know you said you were in a great mood as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good little day today. Is there anything you're looking at?
I'll just talk about this Meta trade that I had super quick here because that's why I saw Meta take that nice $3 flush in a second or so. If I can, Ram. Thank you. 495 was where it was curling right back up to, and then you see that quick 1-minute candle right down to 492. This entry for me here was not willy-nilly. This was a retracement into VWAP. I had a resting order hanging out at the volume-weighted average price, and we're able to literally catch the bottom wick on that candle. We're able to take it out for a little bit of a more than $1 there, about $1.20 at the top. So happy with this trade. I've got lots to talk about. We just had a 17.6 rejection. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett taking the SPY short 505.15. Shout out to you, Kyle. Maybe we will trend down from here. It's been a nice bull green day today, but that doesn't mean it has to stay that way. So we shall see what the market brings. But today we are talking about pullback entries. All week long, we're talking about bull flag trades. Today, we'll talk about how to weasel your way into the trade vis-a-vis a pullback. So the pullback beckons with its promise of a continued uptrend, but who wants to pay top dollar? I know I don't. Enter the pullback entry strategy, where you aim to snag a long position at a potentially better price point within the overall bullish pattern. So let's get right to this bad boy. So the bull flag refresher, just for those who did not join us yesterday, and for the newer traders who don't know what a bull flag is. So imagine a bull taking a breather before the charge. The bull flag pattern reflects this on a chart. It forms after a price increase. So there is the pull aspect to the bull flag, and then there is the flag or the pennant aspect. So the pull aspect is the big move up, and the sideways move is the bull taking its breather, the consolidation aspect to the bull flag, okay? It forms after a price increase followed by a period of consolidation within a defined range, which gives it that kind of resemblance to the flag. This consolidation can present an opportunity for that pullback entry. So here's an example of it. You see it, a nice big move here on the euro US dollar, nice bump up there through the top. You can see a bit of a top there, and then what we have here is a pennant. And what separates the flag from a pennant is whether there are higher lows and lower highs, so a bit of a compression pattern, as you can see there with the equilateral triangle, or is it kind of like a parallelogram? I don't even know how to say it.
Parallelogram.
Parallelogram, there we go. Kind of like where it's twisted in its shape, a little bit of an upward channel or a downward channel, even a completely horizontal channel. So the ones that are horizontal or upward and downward diagonal, those are flags. The ones that have compressions, those are pennants. So why a pullback entry? Well, first things first, obviously you get a better price. The pullback offers a potential entry point lower than the eventual breakout, obviously, because the breakout is at the high end. This helps you maximize your profit potential. But there's also a confirmation aspect to this. It's not just a better price. A minor pullback within the flag acts as a confirmation on the underlying bullish sentiment. So you don't retrace the whole move, you retrace a portion of it, and then you try to see where that defined level of support is, and that's where you want to enter. And so this is another perfect example over here. You have a nice little consolidation area after a pullback, and then boom goes the diamond. And there you have, see, the lower highs and the lower lows. So these are diagonal. This one would be a flag, whereas the previous one I would show you would be a pennant. And this is where you're looking to get in anywhere near the lower end of the range. Not going to be perfect. You know, most of the time you're not going to get bottom wick, but at least you have a target, an area, a general area where you know where to get long. And the beautiful part about this is not just where to get long, but to know where you're wrong. So if it ends up breaking below that level within a certain amount, based on your predefined risk management tolerance, you know exactly to get out there. So that's what I like about these bull flags. Finding the pullback entry point. So how do we weasel our way into the trade once we've already identified all the necessary components? So the first area is the support levels, like I just finished talking about. Look for the horizontal lines on the chart where the price has previously bounced back up. These support levels might act as a floor during a pullback, offering a better entry opportunity. And here's the thing, so I just want to show something. So just because this area here is stopping out and you're getting support at this particular area, doesn't mean that this area previously, if I was to look at the chart, you know, go back a few days, maybe change the time frame from the 5 into the 15 or the half, this area here might be another interesting area that reappeared on the chart as a key area of support. So going back and looking to see, does the level of the lower end of the consolidation of the flag, does that jive with anything else? So that's another interesting point there, okay? So support levels. But not only that, you can also do fib retracements. So let me show you exactly what I mean here. And I don't have a bull flag, obviously, but this is Pan W. What you can do is you can just, let's just pretend this is going to end up being a bull flag. Now we're pulling back a little bit. All you really need to do is retrace, start from the breakout point, pull it up into the top of the range there, and then you have all your different percentage retracements. So you can see whether the pullback ends up stalling out at a particular area. If it keeps dipping into that 50% retracement, so in PanW's case, it'll be around 287, and it does that once, twice, and OB thrice, well, then you know, okay, this is an interesting area. Maybe I should be getting in around this area. This is the low end of the range. So not only do you can use support and resistance levels, but you can employ the Fibonacci's here as well to kind of gauge where you might end up holding up. So fibs as important as well. But the price action, equally as important here, probably if not the most important. Observe how the price reacts at the bottom of the flag's range. Does it find buyers at that particular area? For example, that 287 on PanW. Are you seeing those bottoming tail candles where, you know, they wick down into a particular level and then you see them getting bought right back up with the body closing near the top? Look for the price action. Is it telling you anything about that specific area that you're looking at? And here's another example. Thank you again, Adair, for adding this in. You can see basically here, this was a previous area of support. We kind of knew that because this was the top end of the consolidation range. Lo and behold, the bottom area of the bull flag ends up holding at that previous area of support. So that's what kind of we mean by support and resistance there. It's not just local support. Look previously to see if the trough on the low end of the consolidation range of the bull flag was a previous area of support. And beyond the basics. So while pullback entries seem attractive, remember these key points. First of all, I really want to emphasize this because this happens a lot, especially in intraday trading, day trades, where the failure rate to a lot of this stuff is a lot higher than, say, on swing trading. False breakouts, okay? Prices might test support, right, but then break through. There's no guarantee that it bounced once, it's going to bounce twice. If it's bounced twice, it's going to bounce 3 times. There's no guarantee. Be cautious and have confirmation signals. For example, look for increased volume before entering the trade. And patience is key. There's no doubt about that. Don't foresee entry. Wait for the price action and the confirmation signs before pulling the trigger. And stick to your plan. If your price hasn't come in and it's going without you, you're probably going to feel a great degree of FOMO. Try to figure ways to alleviate that feeling, because if you keep punching in without a plan, it's usually not going to end all that well. And risk management. Always use stop losses to limit potential losses if the price continues to fall below that support level. And here's a quick tip. Combine pullback entries with other technical indicators like bullish candlestick patterns appearing at the pullback low for increased confidence. For example, if you were to see a hammer candle right where the bottom end of the consolidation of the flag is, that's another little check mark you can put there beside your trade, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that. So we had some examples. Someone was saying, is coin forming a pennant? So let's take a look at coin and see what we're doing on Coinbase, if there's any basis for this. Okay, yeah, I would say there is some basis for this Coinbase. Yeah. Look at this, and look where it's resting at the 90 MA. I might have to look up my CONL, my CONL, which actually has enough volume for me to trade this. This is a nice look. I know about
this one. Interesting.
Yeah, cool. I showed it. It showed up on shout out to Trade Ideas on their scanner.
Very cool.
Sometimes in the morning, this one will be trading a lot in tandem with Coinbase. But I do like this. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this pennant. But yeah, so this is one example, right? You have your move up, and this also gives you a nice little buy opportunity here. I'll switch back to coin because that was what that person asked for. This 90 MA base, if this holds up, could be maybe, and again, not advice, but if you're just looking at putting the lesson into practice, that could maybe be where you want to enter. If we break above, then we retest, right? You just want to make sure that you have multiple reasons for entering the trade. And it's not just, you know, a singular impetus for getting involved. Also, I am really frustrated at myself for this Affirm. I'm getting out of this now, but this was so frustrating. We had this, and I'm going to be really honest, like this is one of the hardest things. This was really hard for me since going live. So we had that move down like 40 pennies. I should have scalped out here. I tried to scalp, but because of the spread on this, it's like 2-3 pennies. I could not get out. I could not get out.
That's frustrating.
I could not get out. Then we were like hanging out below here at the around like 50s, and I was like, you know, if we break into like 40s, I'll take it, right? We didn't break back into 40s. We didn't really do anything with the viciousness beyond that move down. So I'm not gonna lie, a little disappointed. I'm happy I didn't get out right away when we had that break above. I was just kind of waiting for that 10 pennies because I got involved at 59s. But man, if I had been a bit punchier with this, we could have gotten like 40 pennies on this. That being said, if we break back below here and it looks like we are, I'm going to get back involved because I do still like the look of this short. I just need to be scalpier with it. I need to have orders ready instead of, just to be able to take advantage of a move down like that, because I'm not going to lie, it's a skosh disappointing. Just a skosh. But there we go. Now, nowhere to go but up from here. Really motivated now by that L to make some M's. Shout out to 21 Savage. Pardon?
Dust that shoulder off, too. There you go. Have you seen the trashy one today? AKA Mara. No, because, yeah. Well, I'm just joking, obviously, because I lost a share on this name. But MARA, another good day for Mara. It had a good day yesterday. It is having another good day today. 9% to the good. Yesterday, Mara was far underperforming the rest of the miners. Riot Blockchain had a monster day yesterday. A couple of nods there from some rating agencies. CleanSpark, as it typically does, outperforming most of the miners. Today, it's not outperforming Mara, and then HUD 8 as well, also up about 5%. Mara, the king of them all today, 9% to the good, off its highs, though, knocked on the door of 1950 towards the upper end of that Bollinger Band. And look how wide the bands have expanded today based upon today's volatility being up 9%. And that's what we were talking about, keeping an eye on the width of the bands. It's often very reflective of the current state of volatility. But anyway, trades on Mara now. Now, how can we weasel our way into this? I see people saying in the chat, it looks like a bear flag. You're not wrong. And in addition to the, bear flag, bull flag, and you're not wrong. And what I do like about this type of bull flag is that it had a key area where you could get a dip trade, and you could have seen this area before the price actually manifested there, because it is the volume weighted average price. And so if you had a trade there waiting at VWAP for retracement, dip trade 1880 or thereabouts, you printed nicely as this one broke to 1920 multiple times. 40 penny winner on Mara. Not bad, especially intraday, but I really want to point out these three topping tail candles here, all into 19.5, all of which rejected. That has me awfully suspicious that there is another short seller or big profit taker on the other side, or not the other side, but near that 19.5 area that's been pushing this one down. So bless you, Katina, man. I'll be looking to weasel my way into this trade if we can get near the volume weighted average price. So much so do I like this, I'm putting an alert to let me know when it does near the volume weighted average price. So Mara, interesting day today for the miners. All the miners, they're all in play today, as Bitcoin is flat. Let's be real about it. 66,600 is up 0.03%. So kind of a bamboozler why the miners are running. But you could make the case that after halving has already completed, that the worst is over for these miners. The halving's done. We've all priced in the fact that the product of their effort is going to be cut in half, which is obviously Bitcoin or whatever they're mining anyway. So keep that in check. Now, let's look at these small cap gappers because they're running today, and there's plenty to talk about. NIVF is the gift that keeps on giving if you're a small cap trader. It gave yesterday, and it's given with two hands again today. All right, so this one was dead money for a prolonged period of time. Come April 22nd, and this thing skyrockets from sub $1 territory and knocks on the door of $2. Today, the door at $2 got open because this one broke it in spades, and now we're talking about $3. $2.95 currently HOD on NIVF. In case you missed the details on this one yesterday, let me re-give it to you. So it's a lot bigger of a market cap now than it was yesterday. $28.5 million market cap. The share size obviously still hasn't changed. The float is 3.7 million shares, so it's a bit of a smaller float. I'm not going to take it at these levels. I need a sustained, healthy pullback. I'd like it ideally. Obviously, you don't get to choose where the pullbacks come in, but let's see what it does at that 10 EMA. All the 10 EMA dips have been bought up. The best one so far was 5 to 11 right over here. It dipped into the green solid line, and that was a nice little buy. So I want to see, first of all, what it does at the 10 EMA. If the 10 EMA doesn't hold, there's an interesting area here, consolidation top at 2 1/3. So we'll see if it holds up there. And then obviously VWAP is at 2 1/5, probably be at 2 1/4 by the time it makes its way down there. So NIVF in play for the small cappers today. The other small capper that I like, they're all kind of selling off a little bit here since I put them on. No worries. The other small capper that I'm focusing on here is CZOO. So what is this one about? Kazoo Group, $40 million market cap. The float on this monster is 4.7 million shares. Is there a headline? I'm looking. Kazoo Group, okay. I don't have anything from today, but is there anything from yesterday? No, nothing from yesterday. I actually don't have anything on this, okay? So I'm going to look at it with a little bit of suspicion. Do you have anything on CZOO?
I didn't, but I feel like this one always runs kind of with no catalyst. Like, it is a repeat offender there in the small cap. Kazoo Group.
Do you have anything? No. Right?
No, just halts.
Halts and alerts so that things are halting and whatever. Yeah, no, that's what it shows. You're
Literally,
right. So anyway, it's trading like a penny or two below the volume-weighted average price right now. It is putting in higher lows. Look, I'm not thrilled with the liquidity on this name. It's done 12 million shares, but it looks like the volume is really dropping off here. As you can see, the volume bars really take a hit south. So we'll keep an eye on it. If the volume, picks up, then maybe we'll talk a little bit about this one. Space. Remember this one, Neil? SPCE. This one having an interesting day today. I'm not even sure why this was up. Let's find out here real quick. Space doing things. No headline on this either. Interesting. So no headline on Space, but this is up nicely on the day. Almost 21%, and it's well off the highs. It rejected $1, got into 99 pennies. It's at VWAP right now, but it's broken south of VWAP. So let's see if it's able to reclaim the volume-weighted average price at 91 pennies or thereabouts. Otherwise, it won't be tradable for me, but there did seem to be some support at this 88 penny, 87 penny area. That's from earlier, and as well as the bottom end of this trough. So Space possibly in play here. I had some other ones. PALI, it's broken down below the volume-weighted average price right now. BTCM as well, kind of the volume really dropping off here after that big move up. So we'll have to keep an eye on some of these, but they look like they're fading out a bit here or there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a day. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you for the kind words, L Boss in the chat. Yeah, that Affirm hurt a little bit, and then I tried to get back in because I thought we kind of got back in. I'm not gonna lie, probably a Scotia of a revenge trade. And I want to clarify, we didn't lose that much on this even. Really small position sizes, very small losses, but it's still, I'm gonna say it is disappointing, right? I'm not gonna sit here and lie. When you could have had, especially because I consider myself a scalper, I don't know why I wasn't scalping out for that 20, that 40 penny move right down here, right at 20s. Like, feels a little bit like that Billie Eilish song, What Was I Made For? Like, having my whole existential moment, but it's all good. It's all good. NVDL here.
Like that.
Oh, thank you. NVDL, I got into this short here. I'm trying to be more patient with this one. I got involved because I did see these lower highs. I also liked that we were having a whole struggle, and you can see here we had two bearish candles here, these wicks up and getting rejected. So I want to see what we do here. If we break above, we're going to give this like 45s, we're going to get out. I'm assuming I will get chased out here, especially with that resting on the 9 EMA. I should have probably looked at the whole picture, but I did like that rejection. I waited a little bit. I thought it was a good entry for now. So far, this has not been my trading day, but it's like we're 22 minutes in.
Yeah, we have a lot
So
of time.
I'm not going to be like, oh my gosh, writing myself off, right? So going to turn off the Billie Eilish soundtrack in my head and be prepared for some other opportunities. Although right now I am going to be getting out of NVIDIA. We're out VDL. I can't say out VDL, but we're out VDL. A little bit down in the day, but honestly not bad. This is why I'm trying to take smaller size still as I learn and grow.
The dead one is moving, Adara. AAPL on the way up. Here comes 167, breaking aggressively through that flat top. Wow. How many wicks did we have there? I mean, this is on the 5, too. I could probably multiply this by 5 if I switch to the 1. 166 and a third was definitely a resistance level. It had been acting that way since essentially 10 to 10 this morning. That is no longer the case. 166.98 now, HOD on AAPL as it knocks on the door of that whole dollar level. I really want to point your attention to this area here. Say that again. I know. The Katina Man says, dang you, Apple. Well, the Katina Man has gotten the better of Apple before. He'll get the better of Apple again. But in any event, this how many? It's $1.20 in the money, baby. So he's got the better of Apple. I stand corrected. Okay, he's still net negative. Okay, I'll correct myself again, Katina Man. Now I'm 0 for 3. To God, he says. Help this guy. I want to point out this area here, Ram, from yesterday on AAPL. It's at 167 and a quarter. That's the top there. So if AAPL makes it past 167, which it doesn't look like it's going to right now, a nice 25 penny rejection off that 167 touch. If it does, I'm going to be looking at this level here to see if we do encounter the same type of selling we encountered yesterday. And that was a big move up. Let's call a spade a spade. Look at this move yesterday from 164.75 uninterrupted to 167 and a quarter. So that's a nice decent move, especially for Apple on the day. If we can make it back up there, I'll be looking for the shorts. But the short may have been in here at the whole dollar level at 167. We'll keep eyes on that, Adair. But yeah, that's a look.
Yeah, I don't have a read on anything right now. I'm going to be really, really blatantly honest. I'm still trying to see if there's anything that I like or that I'm in love with. Happy I got out of MVDL where I did. Affirm though, and I don't want to short this again. We're not going to. I did admit the second Affirm trade was maybe a little bit vengeful, just as goes, right? We still did it with like risk and we made sense, but it was just I felt like I had gotten out too early, so I wanted to get back in. That being said, if we keep bouncing up here around this 90 EMA area or around this kind of trough at 50s, I might have to take this as a long scalp. And I emphasize scalp because if we had scalped here, we could have been okay. And it's like I feel like I sometimes for whatever reason, it's like my brain needs a little like kick. We have to have a scalp that goes awry for it to be like, Adair, you like scalping. Why are you trying to stay in these moves for a long time, right? So if I see a scalp, I'm going to have to scalp. I honestly, though, I wish I had stuff I was looking at right now, guys. I keep trying to look at charts, but I'm not really seeing anything that's like screaming at me. IBIT, though. IBIT, I don't, again, not a huge read, but I do like these lower highs. I like that we've looked like we've kind of had a little bit of a move to the downside. These lower highs off the 90 EMA, this could be potentially a short. If we get to 3, you know what I like is that 310. If we get to 310 and reject again, and I say 3810. I say 3810 because 3810 was a level yesterday. That was near the high of day for a while heading into the afternoon. So you know what, we're gonna set an order here at 3810 and we're gonna get short because scared traders are deficient trader.
Bang.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Or any losses here. I don't know why I shouted out the Ghostbusters there, but it's all good. So yeah, I'm not afraid of these stocks. So let's see if I like that 38.15 area as well because that was also an area we fought with yesterday, looking at previous levels. So if we break above 38.15, we're risking 5 pennies, trying to make minimum 10 because I want to get into 38s. And if we struggle with this 38.10s for a while here, I have no problem moving down to 38.09s, but I'm not chasing. So if I don't get my 38.09s, we're just not getting involved in this. That being said, I do like this level. I like this kind of curl to the downside here on IBIT. And let's see what the Qs are doing too.
We're dancing with 17.6 right now.
Yeah, this isn't, I was going to say I want to see, but I don't want to short this top and I don't want to go long here either. So right now, I mean, I think the main thing, I do like this IBIT. I might get a bit of IBIT, but that's all I'm looking for. If anybody's seeing any ranges or, markets, if you want to give me some ranges, let me know. I'm open. I'm definitely open.
Oblige the woman, market. Let's go. No, Pretty Panda talking about CGC, Canopy Growth, guys. Chart. On the day here and all of marijuana. Katina, man, you're in a mood. I like it.
For some more primer.
Okay. Well, let's go to the, this is part of being in broadcasting. You got to do this kind of stuff. Laura Mercier. Anybody who's got the hookup on primer for Laura Mercier, get at the Katina man, baby. He'll be he'll be happy about that. All right, guys, CGC, another good day for these wheat stock guys. They're all in the green. MSOS and MSOX included, both 2% plus at the moment right now. But let's talk about the actual equity names. CGC, do we have a headline? Quickly looking, no, we do not. So nothing here, but we know it's an election year and, there typically is a little bit of action with marijuana names during these election years. Great bull flag looking pattern. Thank you, Pretty Panda, for pointing this out. I don't know if you meant it because it's a bull flag pattern, but this is what I look for here. This is the consolidation range. We have a bit of a bottom being formed. It looks like it's forming at 8 1/3. If you can weasel a dip trade into 8 1/3, that could be profitable here for a possible continuation. But keep in mind that this is not a small cap gapper. It is an established name, even though it's it's sub 1 billion. It's 793 million market cap. What I mean to say, Ram, is this 10 moving average over here, which is the green solid line on my chart. It looks as if it's acting as a the area of support. So if you're not inclined to wait for that 8 2/3 to come in, maybe a dip trade at the 10. What is your ultimate goal though, right? Because your goal here has to be predicated on a breakthrough 9, right? Otherwise, you're playing the range in the consolidation area of the flag. You're getting long 865 and then you're getting out like 890, high 880s. Otherwise, you need to be looking for the bull flag continuation. And we know from the textbooks that the bull flag continuation is measured from the breakout area of the pole to the top of the consolidation area. And then you project that from the breakout, if the breakout manifests, onwards. So you take that price range from the first part that I just talked about, and then you project it forward. So by definition, this has to break through 9. I don't know if we get a breakthrough 9 today, seeing as we're already up 11 and a fifth without a headline. So I'm just trying to put things into perspective. In addition to that, we are making lower highs right now on both the price and the RSI. The RSI all has lower highs coming out of that oversold territory into a print of 60 currently. This is the 5-minute look. And what you're wondering over here, this is the volume profile. It just shows you where the volume is taking place, at what price, okay? So that is what that is. Now, I have a dip trade set up here on META. It's been there for a bit. It's sitting at $492. $492. I'm just in front of it. The whole point is to play this range that, for whatever reason, has taken place here on Meta in the last, I want to say, almost 45 minutes, maybe close to an hour. So we've kind of been ranging with 495 as a top, and to the low side, about 492, give or take. So it looks as if, you know, it's going to miss me this time around, but I'm not going to chase this stock. I want to get the dip. I'm talking about dollars here worth of range. So to me, this makes sense to try it. Now, if 492 doesn't hold, what's my out? Simple, the break of this trough. So what I'm looking for here is a break of, say, 491.5. So I'll risk 50 pennies to ideally make 2. I'm looking for a dip trade here on META Adair.
We're going to take a second here to thank our sponsor here at Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the U.S. where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/tradertv to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents, and if Boeing announces a new CEO by the end of the year, you can cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com/TraderTV live. Or Trader TV, sorry, Kalshi.com/Trader TV. But yeah, I think in terms of, so thank you very much to Kalshi for that. I also will take a moment here to, hopefully you get your Meta. Hopefully you won't sweat on Meta. But this iBit, I'm going to get back to CleanSpark in a moment because thank you to Smack Up My Bid in the chat mentioning CleanSpark to me when I was looking for ranges. But iBit is coming in a bit, and I'm pleased as punch.
Nice.
We're trying to get 97s here. I like this area because look where we had a little bit of resistance earlier. It was for support earlier, so I do not want to count it out. And you might say, Adira, you could hold a piece for the dream. And I say, when I don't scalp, things get bad. So just for myself. So we're going to scalp this out here.
Nice. Kill it, Katina.
Shout out there to Sean there.
And you have a great trade on yourself there. Jeez.
Thank you. Thank you. Trying to take like 12 pennies on this. We're about a cent away. We're out. Also, CleanSpark, I did miss the short on this because I guess I was a bit caught up in my iBit, but I want to see what we do here. Look at this range earlier on this 2013 all the way up to 2036. Like, this is nice. If we rested this 2013 and it looks like we might, somebody's getting involved in this trade. So thanks again to Smack My Bid Up, because I do I like this potential range look here, but I want to wait till I get a nice point of entry before rushing to get involved. Affirm, what are you up to? Okay, you're just shopping and churning. You're off my mind. You were off my mind unless you bounce at 50s, in which case you were on my mind for a long, but you're probably going to be off my mind because you did send me into a Scotia existential crisis earlier. But it's all good. That's what trading's all about. Learning, growing, taking the punches, brushing that dirt off your shoulder, shout out to Jay-Z, and getting right back up. See, you were taking a bite out of an apple.
Yeah, I just have to set up for a little bit
no
on
worries,
this.
I can
Just
keep
give me a
talking.
sec, yeah.
Thank you there, Ivar. I wish my freestyle rapping game was money. I'm just spitting like hot, as Shree sometimes says, trying to spit some hot fire, probably a little bit cold, or hot lines, sorry. Probably lukewarm lines, definitely not a freestyler, but I do, I always say I talk fast because the markets move quickly, so you got to keep up with these markets. TSLA, someone else was mentioning this was a decent range for me to look at, and I don't disagree, but again, I want to see a nice point of entry. I like this 90 EMA bounce, and I also like we had some chop and cheer in her earlier at the 540, so I want to see what happens. If we have this bounce, I'll take this up into 548, so it's what, like 8 pennies, I can take that, and then risk if we fall below 39. That's an okay risk reward, I'll take that, but it's not something I'm super feeling confident in. You want to trade that really gets your blood rushing, your juices flowing. You want to trade you feel confident in, and right now, honestly, the market's chopping and turning a little bit, so I'm kind of waiting for it to give me my impetus to get involved in any name. Also, thank you very much to Willis Silverthorne. Happy you're able to join with all of us today.
Yeah, sounds good.
How to Apple?
I got to get out there. I took too much size. I didn't actually mean to have that much size, so I had to flatten out that trade. Got in with the size that I wanted to here at the price that I want. Try to play this range here on AAPL. We'll see what we get. I mean, it's been an interesting day. There's a lot of price action at these levels over here. We had that big topping tail candle that went into 167 essentially. So we'll have to wait and see whether we're able to make it back into that level again. So we'll put the stop this level over here, and then yeah, so we'll see exactly if we're able to weasel our way into some profits on AAPL today. It's been an interesting day for Apple. It's been an interesting couple of days for Apple as we wait for their earnings towards, I think it's the beginning of next month?
May 2nd.
May 2nd, thank you for that. All right, so nice, we'll see if we can get a recovery here on APL, wetting our beak on some profits, but definitely not out of the clear yet. Now, keeping an eye on the future, Dan the Man Emmons was writing to me earlier there in the chat. I am short the NQ 17,592, stop 17,650 for a multi-day swing short on the NASDAQ. Shout out to you, Dan the Man Emmons there. Hope you print on that, brother. Let me know how you do. All right, keeping an eye on the future because it looks like we did reject, at least for the moment, 17.6. We're below it right now, 17.591, multiple wicks into that level. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not we're able to reclaim 17.6, but it's been a great move up. We were in 17.3 territory today. So the fact that we're able to move up like that is already good in of itself. Are we long Meta yet? No, we still didn't get the long on Meta, so we'll continue to wait for that, Adair.
That's annoying that Meta's not letting you in.
I know.
Meta.
Usually the Cybertruck is the one closing the door, but that's okay.
Meta, you better let Sharif get involved in that long. That's all we're saying. Also, yeah, I'm in these TQQs. I like this because we have that little bounce off the 90 EMA, higher highs, higher lows. I like it right now. I'm happy I was patient too. I waited for my 53.01. If we break below 52.92, I'm getting out, so we're risking a very specific 9 pennies. And that was just based on levels, this kind of wick here to the downside. That's what I based that on. So I like this for now. What I don't like are these little bearish wicks to the upside. We saw this a lot yesterday too, where you have these candles that look bearish and the market's like, what do you mean patterns matter? And continue to the upside. So I really don't want to put too much stock, pun actually not intended, into this movement. I want to wait and see what happens. Right now we're about 5 pennies out of the money. Pretty small size here as I learn and grow. And I'm really happy with small size earlier when we were getting chopped and churned by Affirm. So that's why I'm taking these smaller sizes for now, just to get comfortable being in the live trades, especially with earnings on the horizon, or not even on the horizon, they're here. Earnings are literally the poltergeist. They're here. So yeah, this is the time to get involved. Super excited to be live trading during earnings season for the first time. So that'll be certainly fun. TQs, I am positive on these for now. Dang. I don't like these multiple failures of 53.12. So if we fail 53.12 again, I'm cutting the cord there, getting out. But the piece for the dream will be this high of day around 53.19. So let's see what occurs there. Mahmoud saying short the TQs. I understand. I'm scalping this. I want to be very clear, right? If I'm in a trade, I would say generally, unless I say otherwise, the goal is probably to scalp. Because I don't like staying in moves long, and that's how I get chopped and churned, right? It's just, and I mean, Sean, Neil, Sharif can definitely take those longer moves. Other traders are very adept at that type of trading. It is not the type of trading for me. I'm just going to be really honest, and it's not how I structure my trade. So, and my thing is too, is I'm structuring for a scalp. I shouldn't be staying beyond when I'm welcome, right? Like if I RSVP to a party and say I'm leaving by 11 and I stay to like 12, that's not part of my plan. That's not part of the host plan. So I have to look at that with trading as well.
I like it.
That's going to be my analogy, right? That Affirm really taught me something after me, existentially singing Billie Eilish in my head. You to get back up, get back involved. Hey TQs, we're getting my 11s. We're getting out here. I'm pleased as punch.
Nice.
We're about 4 pennies away. So if you wanna get that motion in the ocean, TQs. I will be very happy with you. That being said, I do want to acknowledge as well with Mahmoud saying the Qs could be short. I see what you mean because we are really struggling making a higher high here above that 53.12, especially after the 2 wicks above. That's what makes me nervous in this trade right now and why I set this at 11s because I don't know if we're going to be able to have that move up that I really wanted. But if I'm planning for a scalp and I'm able to scalp 10 pennies and I'm risking like 9, I'm okay with that. So thank you for that. I don't
Very
know what I'm
nice.
saying.
That's a legit good trade.
Thank you so much.
And I want to echo your trade. I know a lot of people are looking short, but I got to tell you, we're still putting in higher lows with a flat top here on the future. So I don't think you're wrong necessarily. Just the fact that we're at 16.7, so we could keep weaseling away up into that level, and then it could be a rinse and repeat for a lot of people. Some people long, some people short. But I'm really feeling the heat on this one. NIVF, I missed out on this trade. I was just about to get in here at 55s, and I was like, oh, I haven't seen enough, but there goes without me right into the 70s. So this small cap gapper is continuing to give 110% on the day today, and now it's holding up at that beloved 10-period moving average here that we always use for these micro pullbacks on these small cap gappers. That is the solid green line. You'll see that double bottom right into the 10-period. But the closing prints on both these candles north of the 10-period light, as was the case over here at 10.55, what was the last time we dipped into that 10-period. But there's another small cap gapper that just made its way onto my scanner, and it goes by the ticker MTC. I'm not exactly sure what so MM Tech, a China-based company engaged in management services, $453 million market cap. The float on this is about 200 million shares. Do we have a headline? I don't have a headline for this one on my blotter. Maybe there is. Anyway, did a bit of a bigger move. 155 was the closing print. We got into 250, and now we're kind of retracing down into 2.25, trying to hold above VWAP. Be careful with this one. I feel like it's awfully sporadic without a headline, and the volume also is a little bit suspect. It comes and goes. You can see initially here there's a surge of volume. The volume completely runs dry as it consolidates below VWAP, and then the volume comes in right again to push this one above VWAP to test that previous high, but not quite breaking that 250 area. So MTC showing up here as an interesting one. All right. Let's flip to some of these large cappers. So Apple bamboozled me, okay? Let's just be real about it. I got in and I got out here on Apple. I was too tight with my stop. I had the right idea. This is a bit of a range trade. I should have given it a bit more room. It's never going to be exactly where you thought it was going to be, especially with these large cappers that are being traded by everybody and their mother's cousin. How many shares? Apple's done 18 million shares. So you have to assume that there's going to be violations of your levels, and that's typically what you get here. Anyway, I think this level is still in play on Apple, so I'll be looking to get short here towards the top end of the range. The top end of the range for me, for the most part, is that 166 2/3, but it does, have the tendency to break like it did over here and take you all the way almost into 167. So you're going to be ready for these outlying events on AAPL. Definitely a nice little flat top over here. It could be a rinse and repeat trade, both long and short on Apple. Let's keep an eye out on this one there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still seeing lots of comments here in the chat about what the Qs are going to do. So I'll show the QQQs, although I am trading the TQQs. So we're kind of having this little waffly movement around that 9 EMA. And I think Trey's probably right. If you want to scalp this and again, not advice, but just what the chart's doing, there's probably some scalp opportunities in either direction. I just decided to say sayonara and get out because I'm noticing that we are struggling continuously with that 53.10 and not in a way that gives me confidence in a range, more in a way that makes you think we're going to break down, and I don't want a part of that. And then also, though, too, the thing is, as Sharif said, we're still making higher lows as well. So it could also, if you get in a short, it could bamboozle you. Yeah. So I just honestly don't feel comfortable either way. And if it'd be one thing, too, if I felt comfortable in the setup, right? But I don't feel comfortable in the setup. At this point, I would be forcing myself into this trade, so I don't want to do that. CLSK, though, he's getting kind of spicy. Oh, let's look at CLSK. So I was looking at this at 30s, and I was toying with either going long, because that was that base earlier, or short, and I couldn't make up my mind. By the time I was still decided to break down, so I was like, cool, you made up your mind, CLSK. This level that I like, though, is going to be short 13s. That was a huge support area earlier. I watched this fiddle around. We were trying to get above 13s. We can't. I'm going short 13s here. We'll short 12s. Nice. We'll short 12s. 2012s, that takes me back. That was, what a year, 2012. But yeah, so I'm trying to short these 2012s here. And then I'm going to be trying to get at least what we do at VWAP. I am nervous because we are seeing higher highs, higher lows, but I did like that rejection. So that's really the plan here. And we're going to give this like 2020s. We're going to give this like 8 cents just because this was a huge area earlier and it's not one I want to mess with. We know how quickly these crypto-associated stocks can run. We know how quickly stocks can run in general, right? So I want to be very, very cautious, very hesitant, keep this one in a very tight leash. But hopefully this clean spark will have a clean move to the downside and we'll have a clean trade. But I see someone pumping his fist.
Yeah, I avenged my trade on Apple. I know you like saying that, so I said it feels nice. But that was the whole idea. We kept talking about this 166 and a third, or sorry, excuse me, 2/3 on AAPL. It's a range. You needn't be the NOS boss or Steve Gomez to be able to see this bad boy over here. But this is an obvious range here on Apple. Got short 166.70, wet my beak there into 45s on 3 outs. So sized up a little bit more on this one, quite frankly, too, because it's just a rinse and repeat range. Now, like I finished saying, you're going to get these outlying events, right, when you get a 167 touch, but you're not going to get that on every one. You're going to get, I don't know what the data point is, 1 every 4, 1 every 5 on a range, but you're going to get these ones. So it's not going to be as simple as doing it every single time because the algos will make you pay. And typically this is what happens. You move up into 167, but for the most part, the range is in play. And that's why I took this one. I mean, I would have had a profitable trade here too, but I was just being too stupid about it, too tight. You're keeping the stop too tight. And so I loosened up a little bit of the stop over here, and it rewarded me. So Apple right back down. We'll keep playing that range so long as it allows us to. The other trade that we keep talking about, META, and I did cancel my order on this bad boy. I was sitting at 492.05 to play the range as well. But I got to tell you one other thing here. If 16.7, we give up the ghost on 16.7 with vigor, and by I mean, like, you know, we get a nice flush into, say, let's see, what's the top end of the range there? 17.5 and a quarter, right? We give up 75 points or so off that level. Then, you know, we're not going to be looking for the range trade on some of these Mag 7 names much longer. It's probably going to be a retracement off the move up. And a lot of them are very strong on the day. You have Tesla 2%, Amazon 0.8, Google 1.5, Apple 1/3, Meta 2 1/3, Softy 1.5, Nvidia 3 2/3. So there is room to retrace here. There is a good amount of room that good amount of movement to the high side that we've already had on the day. So anyway, Meta is still within that range. I think I may have to move up if I want to play this range on Meta and we don't give up the ghost on 17.6. Then I'm going to have to move up my range because it's coming into 492 less and less. The bottoms seem to be a little bit higher every time. I'm talking about 492.5, 492 and a third. So I'm going to have to move it up off the 05s area if I want to get involved here on Meta. But I'll have to wait for it to come down into that level again. I want to mention one other thing here. We just mentioned Amazon was up 0.75%, but look at that nice retracement there, V-shaped retracement off that dip down to 176. It actually broke 176 on the day, 175.98, and now we're knocking the door of 178.50. So that is another interesting look. And I want to bring in one thing over here. I made this yesterday, and I don't know if you guys can screenshot it, do whatever you want. So I'm going to chart the Mag 8 and yes, I'm making up my own thing. The Mag 8. I'm going to chart the Mag 8 every night. And then I'm going to come in the morning, and there are other data points in the morning that you don't have at night. And the reason is I want to focus almost entirely on dip trading momentum, but using pullbacks to get into entries. And so if I'm going to get into these pullbacks, I need to really know the key levels of support and resistance. So here's what I've done. And you guys can, augment this, use it as you want, whatever. So I've put in the data points that I want: previous day high, previous day low, and the previous day close. That I can do tonight. Then in the morning, you come in and you want the pre-market high and low and these are only Mag 8. I want to know if it was gapping up, so what the gap is with no pre-market action. So what the close at 4 p.m. was yesterday and the open at 9:30 a.m. was today. And if there's a gap in between that, I want to know about it. So I'll chart that. I want to know where the 50 EMA is, and I want to know where the 200 EMA is. Specifically, I want to know where they are on the 5 and the 15 and the daily. So I'm going to make a little bit more of room for those. VWAP obviously comes after the bell has rung because I'm not going to use the pre-market. My long or short bias, and then I have a big area here for key areas of support and resistance, and then RSI and Bollinger Bands as well. What are they doing? So I'm using this whole thing over here to kind of help me locate my dip trades. I got into the sim this morning. So when I logged in this morning, I got into the sim. And I used these levels to set up dip trades on the sim to see, I'm going to do this for a while, for, a month, couple of months, whatever, to figure out what my hit rate, what's my accuracy on these using these levels and the dip trade methodology within either range trading or momentum trading. So I'm going to try this. If you guys want to try this, let me know as well. But these are the data points that I'm going to be collecting and basing my trades off them. I'm going to do that every night just for the Mag 8, though. Is that a thing, Mag 8? We can make it up.
People are liking it in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, but I like it. I think that's really cool, and I thank you for going over that as well, because I mean...
Well, Netflix is such a monster. We can't keep disrespecting Netflix like this. Right, it's retraced a little bit now, which is fine. Everything's a healthy pullback, but it's still a monster.
No, it is. It's been a nice move, and I think, too, it'll be really interesting to see what this one does with regards to how they've changed their reporting. Now they're not talking about subscriber count, so I think that could be very interesting indeed. Also interesting, this has been, I don't know what it is about this. This has been my worst day so far, but I mean, I say so far. We're like not even a full hour into the How to Trade show, right? So there's opportunities, there's times to improve, and I also think I need to trust my instincts better. CleanSpark. I was yakking, I was waxing poetic, I was, about that 2013 support, and I took it short because initially we were failing it, and that worked for a little bit. That I added because I noticed we were having a struggle and a half with this 2017 area, so I added, and then the second I get in, it swoops back to the upside, right? So I don't know. It's certainly, it's just been my timing and my instincts have just not been on 100% today. I'm going to be really, really honest. We're still not down. I've been taking really small size, and I've been very cognizant and careful with my trades, watching over them. So proud of how I've managed things, but not proud of like the entries and everything, right? So I just need to be going back to basics, looking for some range trades. I should have even taken this 2030 short because I was talking about that earlier and I didn't. So it's all good. All good. Always here to learn, not here to get too down and out. But also, I will be taking this in video long, I think, because we have these higher lows. And this was an area I initially took short earlier today, but I do think it has a little bit of oomph to the upside. And we're going to get involved. We're getting involved. There we go. That's the one thing, too, is just like if I, trying not to get so discouraged, because if I see something I like and I don't get involved because other things have gone awry, that's about those other trades. That's not about this trade. That's me taking it out on a stock that doesn't deserve it. You know what I mean? Aww. Because it's not the stock's fault. It was whatever mistake I made with the previous trade. It's entirely internal. It has to do with me. So I think just separating those, getting involved in new trades if I see things I like, I think to be pretty important as well. Jay Lee also agreeing there with your decision to enter. or include Netflix there because of its market cap. CLSK, I love finding Mr. Pockets, saying there's clear support and resistance at 2025. Yeah, I like that 2030 area, but I think you're right about 2025. That being said, if we bounce at this 2010, this is my opportunity to avenge. Not revenge, avenge. If we get that bounce, I don't know. I got short at clear support because I thought it was reversing, but if we bounce, we have to go long here, I think.
All right.
I think I owe it to myself, but I'm going to wait here until it actually shows me something I want to see. Right now, we're a dash of pennies, a skosh of pennies in the money here on NVDL. So let's try to turn this into an NVDW.
I like
on that
it.
stock.
Okay,
Thank you.
Shout out Jay Lee. The boring man, you could use Excel that populates the data for the Mag 8 if you import from Trade Ideas or Benzinga. Thank you. And great little segue there for two of our sponsors. So shout out to you, boring man. Maybe we need to get you on the payroll, brother. Manuel Palma, Roblox holding up at VWAP. I got eyes on it right now, 36.76, the volume weighted average price. So keep your eye on that. Roblox doing things today after it got the nod from a couple of rating agencies. Day trader cut. Can we add FSR? You got to remember, it's FSRN now, day trader cut. And make it the Mag 9. Ha.
That was good.
Poor Fisker, man. I hate to beat them while they're down. Marquise Brownlee already did that. Yeah, he got heat
He released an apology video, but he didn't apologize.
Hold on, did you see that little AI thing?
Yeah, that was
and he
about that.
destroyed it. Like, that company may not make it because of Marquis. Yeah, he's killing it. I love him. I subscribe to his channel and I like everything that he reviews. He's so fair. And, you know, if the company doesn't make it,
that's what he said.
They don't make it. I'm sorry, but he's fair.
Yeah, no, and I liked his response too, because he said, you know, I'm not going to apologize for honest reviews.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, of course, the timing. He said, I've given lots of great reviews and bad reviews. It's just the timing of Fisker and that humane AI, he said, was obviously, that's why people are talking about this now. But, you know, he said, like, the point of a review is I don't want to deceive customers, right? I'm going to give my honest It's a really
people
worth
have to
watching
spend
video.
their money on this. True.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And can I say one thing? He also gives the company pointers. He says, if the company did this, this, and this, I think it would be a lot better. So he's not just hating for the sake of hating.
No, and he doesn't hate that much. Like, I was going through some of his other videos because I wasn't as familiar with him, and he is a good reviewer.
Yeah,
and
I think he is.
Watching his response video as well, I would highly recommend to people because his response video is super measured.
Oh, I
and I
didn't
think
see
gives
that.
it's super worth watching. Yeah, he talks about the humane thing and the Fisker thing, and I think it talks about a lot of what you said as well. Bad reviews don't kill companies. Bad companies kill companies. So
straight up.
I'm not. That's not what he said. I'm paraphrasing, but
Yeah, I figured,
I would say it's definitely worth checking out if you're interested. In that
Neil astutely pointing out in the chat there, our favorite pseudo Liverpool fan, Neil, putting Lily is 3 times up of Netflix, just saying, absolutely accurate. And that's one thing I definitely need to keep eyes on and give more respect to, man. These GLIP ones, they are the real deal. And yeah, I should probably look into that a little bit more. Thank you, Neil, for pointing that out. Let's see what else everybody's saying here. Yeah, I see you, Jay. I see you there as well. Richardson, €5.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Richardson, for that. What's up, my beautiful traders? Hope everyone is doing great today. Just here to say a quick hello and wish you all most beautiful success. Dang, son. Can we like that one even more? I liked it. Oh, you can like the super chats now. Did you notice that? I didn't really know that.
That's new.
That's new, eh? Very nice, very nice. Okay, so shout out to Richardson. Thank you very much. And I like the good juju that you're throwing everybody's way. Good vibes. You're like the Katina man. Good vibes, Katina. All right, I've set up a dip trade here on AAPL. I'm looking at the volume weighted average price on Apple. So this one will be a quick scalp trade. I'm hanging out. Where am I hanging out? I'm hanging out at 16s. I may have to move that up a smidge as the VWAP is not static. It is dynamic and it moves with the price action. So whether or not we get filled here, an entirely different story. But this range trade on Meta is just staring at me in the face. Wowzers. Ooh. Look at this. Excuse me. 495, the extreme top of the range. And this range has been in place since 1040. So we're going about an hour and 20 minutes now. And the low end of the range is 492. It doesn't always make it down into 492. I would say that it's really ranging best with the volume weighted average price. In fact, most of the closing prints, save and except for this outlying, these 2 outlier candles here, have closed north of the volume weighted average price, you do get your wicks into that 492.5, 492.1/3. But this is a range trade here on META for anybody who is interested. I may participate in this one. I've been trying to get in at 492, but it hasn't been filling me. So I'll have to be a little bit more aggressive if I want to get involved on whatever Meta has to offer today in terms of range. Eddie R. Do we have an auction today? Shout out to you, Eddie. Good question. Let me just go into Adara does this every morning, so she probably already knows, but I'm just going to go into.
I don't think there is one.
There isn't. Okay. So we'll have a look here. So we do. It's a small one though, Adara. It's a 2-year note, right? We have that bad boy typically, as we always do, at 1 o'clock. So we'll keep an eye on that. The 2-year is one that I follow. Right? The 2-year is very important for me anyway. It's been knocking on the door of 5%. The futures contract on the 2-year has been knocking on the door of 5% for a while now, currently trading at 4.925. It's down 0.4% on the day. So we'll see how it is met with bond investors. So that's the only auction we have today. Big Kyle Burdett, NVIDIA, I now have a decent-sized short position. Shout out to you, Kyle. I see here NVDA on the way down. It just broke the 10 and the 20 period moving averages and the whole dollar level at 20. So there's this pseudo-looking, I don't even want to call it pseudo, it is a kind of a double top-looking pattern over here with the top being, you know, it's an $800 stock, so this could be a bit of a range. 825 to 827. The neckline here being the middle point, the area where I would say you've confirmed the double bottom is the break of that 810. No, sorry, excuse me, 818. What am I saying? 818. If you can break that, that's a fantastic looking move down. You also have VWAP at 816.5. So be on the lookout for that. Shout out to you, Kyle. I hope you absolutely print on that, my man, Kyle. Dan Emmons says, yes, the 2-year. It's a huge quantity today. Shout out to Dan, the man Emmons, letting us know what's up. The Big Kyle is also short Tesla at 245. Let's have a look at TSLA. Kind of a similar pattern, Kyle, to NVIDIA. Both kind of looking double top-ish. Obviously different areas here. 146 or 145.25, or sorry, 3/4 seems to be the top here, the high end of the range for the double top on Tesla. But again, we haven't got confirmation by breaking the middle part of the M here. And last time around, we did dip off the volume weighted average price for TSLA. 144 definitely held as a level of support. Look at this area here too, Kyle. So you may want to wet your beak on some profits if it makes its way down to VWAP, owing to that crest that we put in earlier in the pre at 143.75, 144-ish. Seems to be acting as a level of support for the moment. Hope you print on that, my man, goes without saying. Eddie R. Benzinga had an unusual option call bullish on HIBB last Friday. Look at HIBB now. Somebody knew something, and then multiple has. Hey, what's that, Neil? Neil said with the deal, it's almost like somebody always does. So Neil knows a lot more about this stuff than I do, so I'm going to take what he says as, you know, I'm just going to take it. So let's have a look at HIBB. Is that the one that the boys were trading today? Is that the buyout that everybody was trading today? Okay. So this is, I heard a lot of guys today trading this buyout. That is a proprietary trade that we have here on the floor. Obviously not one that we do on the show. Goes for obvious reasons because there's not a lot of excitement behind it. But this is the 5-minute look. Let's have a look at the daily. Yeah, there's your big move up. Shout out to you, Eddie R. Looks like it was a big gap up there from the 73 or 72.1/3 close, gapping up well over $85 there. Yeah. Good look. YD says Google short. Okay, we'll have a look at that in a second. Bryce says, what do you think about SoFi going into earnings? It spiked 3% today and has a range of 675 to 950. I'm going to give that to Adara because she's been trading SoFi well with big Kyle Burdett's guidance there. So Adara, how do you feel about SoFi while I have a look at Google?
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly get out on my clean spark. But yeah, I think that SoFi's been a nice look. I have to say one thing I do want to say with regards to this SoFi is right now, I think if you want, I want to play this range now, and I do see there's been a bit of a range here. I would have to take it probably with more shares than I'm comfortable with. It's a nice look. We had this big move up here. Now we're kind of hanging out near VWAP. This also could look like, you talk a lot about VWAP high of day break. This is not a small cap SoFi, but I do like the way we're clinging to this VWAP. Bottom here about 743, top about 746. But again, the share size you'd have to take with this is just not my bag. Also, I am out of CleanSpark. I have some trades to talk about after. This is just, I think we're going to need some coffee. I think the issue was my brain. It needs a little bit of coffee because I was like trying to figure out why this trading today has not been the vibe. And I think I am like a little bit slower than the market today. But I see your base here that you're talking about, the 7 or the 690, I guess, into 750. I totally see what you mean. The thing is too, generally though, if we go back a little bit, we are seeing kind of, for the most part, this downtrend in SoFi, then we'll make this move back up, and then another downtrend, right? So I think what we need is a decisive move up here. And you mentioned that range. I think a clear break above the range, if we break above that 790. This is an area I remember waxing poetic about with SoFi a while ago too, because I think it's also worth noting is that range you identified is also the bottom of a previous area. So that's support becoming resistance. I think if you can say, hey, 760, hey, 790, break above those with a swiftness, I think that would be a great look for SoFi. So I think that's really going to be interesting to see what we do there. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of my look on SoFi going into earnings. I think it'll be kind of interesting. It is a stock I trade on a day basis. Again, shout out to Kyle Burdett for helping me with that one. But it's not one I know a lot about fundamentally. I want to see what we do around VWAP though, because this could get a little bit spicy. Also, we had another chat here earlier. Thank you to Coffee Trader, member for 21 months. Adara, how many days have you been live trading? Are you overall profitable or no? Just wondering. So I've been trading for 6 days today, notwithstanding, so this is my 7th day. The previous 6 days, I was profitable 5 of them. Right now, I'm down on the day. But like I said, I think coffee is needed. And I want to explain, because I know I kind of hinted at the whole why I was saying the coffee thing. I want to explain why. So we were in, what trade was this? We'll get into that after, though, because right now, Neil is here for his lesson of the day.
Bang.
This segment of the show and this lesson of the day brought to you by Alfonso AI. Want to beat the market? Then you need Alfonso's AI-powered stock ratings. Their top picks have surged over 100% since October 22nd. Scan the QR code, which should be up hopefully in a second. Get 50% off. We'll get that for you guys. But I got a question for you. To re-enter or not to re-enter? That's the question. And a lot of times, you're in a trade, and there's a lot of things that can happen. You could get in, and it could lose, and then it sets back up. You could get in, you could win, and then you still like the trend. You could get in, you could win, and then it comes back to re-entry price. Sometimes there are styles of trade that it's one and done, hit it and quit it, set it and forget it, all these different adjectives and like lines I like to throw out there, and you've heard me say this time and time again. However, there are other instances where maybe you want to go back to the well. And it's easier to go back to the well after a win than it is a loss. It's easier to go back to the well if it presents you the exact same trade as before. It's not always as simple if you've just taken a hit on the stock. But I want to go through all 3 of these scenarios for you because I think it's important when you're trading, especially if you're an active trader, to have this in your repertoire. So I'll give the first example, and I'm going to talk about ARM today because it's the one that sets up the best. It's not always about whether I've done it or not. I'm going to show you a perfect example where I didn't get back in on a losing trade. I'm going to give you an example where I didn't take something twice and where I think you can. So ARM, for a couple of reasons, was a fade. Now, the first was failing $100 a couple of days ago. So we wanted to short, ideally back into 100. It ends up setting up at 98 at this particular moment here at 98 when all of the chip names are making fresh highs, NVIDIA is making new highs, SMCI is making new highs, the market's trying to press highs, and this busts to 98. It then gives this rejection of the higher low. So market continuing to go higher and it rejects the top. Now, typically speaking, that's an entry that I'm gonna take 9 times out of 10. Now, obviously, you're not gonna see me in that trade. However, if you get this trade into VWAP, what I want to get at is what happens when you're presented with the exact same setup over again. You should just take it again. So when it rejects this wick here, if you're entering this trade and scalping it to VWAP, then when it comes back and does the same thing in wicks another one, you get back in, scalp to VWAP and hold. In this particular case, you're taking profit both times in here. If it continues to hold that range, you're just scalp trading it all day long, which is great. That is an easier thing to do. That said, it's the kind of trade that you should try to sink yourself into. I only had it the one time. Fair enough. It would have been better if I grabbed it a second. Sometimes it gives you 3, 4, 5. You never really know. And if it's going to go side range bound and you've got a good level, you want to take advantage of it. That's the easier way to re-enter a trade. We typically call that reloading the trade. When you're reloading it, you're generally doing the same thing that you liked the first time. You're not necessarily making an entirely new trade. The other instance where you're taking the same trade can be, well, what happens if it doesn't work? And this is an important one, because if I look at the ideas, and in the afternoon show, I mentioned that I really liked a breakout on Coinbase at 228. Actually, as a matter of fact, we said this last week too. So if you look at Coinbase in the breakout, let's be real about this. There's your consolidation. There's your higher lows into the 228 break. We mentioned we liked it last week. It didn't break it on Monday. Tuesday comes. 65,000 is holding on Bitcoin. Everything is lined up. It's going to make the breakout trade. The initial break on Coinbase was clean like $1.40, $1.50, depending on what you took on a 228 break. Now, I have a style of trade on a breakout. It's like go right away, or I'm finding a different setup, either a dip back into previous support levels, or maybe a VWAP retrace, but it becomes a separate trade after the fact. So that initial breakout doesn't work. This is an example where if it sets up a trade off the same level that's that important, after a loss, you just got to buckle up and get back in. It's never fun to go back into a name after a loss, but you've got to remember a couple of things here. One, it's a significant price level with a lot of room to the upside. They got a huge gap to resistance at the next resistance level isn't until you get into almost the 40s, maybe even the 50s, so there's a lot of room for it to run. You've got a multi-day price level break. The volatility the day before, when it didn't break the level, you had like a $12 range. Bottom to top here was really just half that. So you got a lot of room if 228 holds. And then what happens after the out? Patiently, 228 holds. And I'm not saying you got to hold this trade forever, but if you get wicked out, sometimes the job is to get right back in if it's just a run of stops. And this is important, because if it's an A+ setup, or an A setup, or whatever it might be, and you really, really like it, if all that happens is a run of stops for the obvious trade, and then immediately the trade's back to being valid, you want to jump back into that trade. It's never a fun thing to do, to get into the same position, get in the same stock after you've taken a hit, but your original idea just set right back up. And that's not going to happen to you most times. Oftentimes, you miss out on a trade, the market's not going to give it back to you. And so when it does, you do want to take that second shot at it. That's why I wanted to show you Coinbase, because it'll be frustrating in that moment. But trust me, it's more frustrating if you don't at least get back in. If I get back in when it sets up perfectly for that same level to continue the long, and it doesn't work, I can live with it, because I know I took a high upside trade and it was worth the shot. But when you don't take the shot at all, you should be frustrated. And I think that's something you got to work into. The wick in, wick out. A lot of times there'll be obvious levels, and the bigger they are, algos or whomever are going to want to run stops at these price levels. And if it recognizes it, and sometimes those are the best trade. Why? Because you've relieved some of the pressure. If less people are holding the short-term long, that's less people, that's fewer people on the offer on the way up. So it actually makes that better the second time through. The other side of it is when you reject that, you might trap some shorts in a situation like that. Both those factors sometimes make that re-entry better, even though you're working off the same level. So you get a weird situation where you might be down on the stock, but the original thesis you have not only is still valid, but it's actually setting up a little bit better. And it behooves us to take those A+ setups any chance that we can get. The other thing that you got to consider is the continuation of the trend trade. And there's a lot of ways that can manifest. Okay, great. You like a 228 breakout, but if it's trending higher, I think this is a little bit easier for people to comprehend. If it makes the break and you've taken your profit from station to station, let's just say you like 228, it had a $6 range before, you're getting out here at 234, right? So yesterday it was $12 range, sorry. As you're already gone 6 at the breakout, you go another 6 to 234, you're going to be out. So what do you want to do after that? you want to look for buy the dip in as long as it's still going up. So you have a situation here where 234 would have been your out. Like I said, previous range $12. It goes $12. It then holds on the way back at that same 34 level. So you look for a long here to there, get one more stretch out of it. And that's the kind of thing that makes sense to a lot of traders. But how many times do you see a trend trade where you're like, you just rest on your laurels all day long, making one entry? Now, oftentimes I'll reload and it'll work out. Sometimes you'll reload and it doesn't. That said, you want to stick with it. I had Roblox for a 37 break. Reload the 37. It goes 20 cents. It loses 20 cents. But then what happens? Holds VWAP once, holds VWAP a second time, and now it's back with the trend into the upside. And again, you like the long in a stock. It makes the breakout. It sets you up for a reload trade, and you just go ahead and take it. Now, following the trend with an idea that you already liked is sometimes the lowest hanging fruit. You can take one win on a good idea, or sometimes if you follow the trend, you can take 3, 4, 5 wins. Now, everyone's going to be different. If you have direct market access, you're going to make more trades. So if you're with real trading, it's an easier thing to do. Otherwise, stick with the other two. It's important, very, very important, that we don't miss opportunities because we just happen to hit a trade and win and we leave it and forget it. Or we hit a trade and it loses, but then it's a perfect setup on the same stock. You don't want to miss those opportunities because you only have so many good ideas out there. Leverage them, make sure you stick with them, adhere to your risk plan, and then if you happen to have the continuation follow the trend, that is great as well. So to get in or not to get back in, that's always going to be the question. But if it's still showing you the A+ setup that it did before, buckle up and just put that trade on because you got to take your winning setups. That's the lesson of the day.
All right, guys, we are brought to you by Alfonso AI. Alfonso's adaptive AI predicts the best times to buy and sell stocks, helping you increase your odds of generating alpha. Join now and get 50% off the Pro monthly subscription using code TRADER50. Scan that QR code and download the app today. Shout out to the good folks there at Alfonso AI. Thanks for that, Ram. While Neil was dropping the daily hot lines, we got in a hell of a trade here on goggles. Waited for that retracement into the 20 period. Remember we talked about the 20 period being the deeper retracements, the more shallow retracements on an uptrend come into the 10. I used that thesis to get into this, and we printed nicely here on goggles. Waited for that 20 period to come in. The 20 period is the yellow solid line on my chart. Here it is reflected on the trading screen. Got in there at 30, wet my beak at 50, and then took everything out at 75. Happy with this trade. GOOGL, a great day for Google today, up 1.5% after, a bit of a tougher week last week there. Goggles, HOD right now, it's trading at highs. 158.80 is the high, and it's doing things. All right, before we get into the lesson, again, I want to point out that this meta range, the bamboozlement is real in the market, okay? If you're not ready for bamboozlement on a daily basis, trading probably not the profession you want to get into. Now, we kept talking about 495 being the top end of the range here on Meta since essentially 20 to 11. The low end of the range generally was the volume weighted average price. There are obviously wicks below that level. But then that level, we gave up the ghost aggressively because we moved up here into 495 3/4. So if you had your stop anywhere, 50 pennies, anything less than 75 pennies, you got stopped out here on this latest move up if you had your dip short at 495. So Meta changing a little bit here. Now, do we start looking for the rounded bottom? We've been holding up at VWAP. We're up 2 3/4 on the day here on META. Now we're starting to curl. Is this the rounded bottom that the NOS boss always talks about? We need more data. We can't judge from these candles over here. And I gotta tell you one thing. If I'm to base it on this 1 5-minute candle alone, this looks awfully fake out, breakout-ish. So we'll continue to watch, see what Meta gives us, if anything, at these levels. Also, AAPL, I told you guys I'd be taking a dip trade at the volume weighted average price on Apple. I looked over to the Katina man because he's been involved in this name all day. I want to get his look on it. And he's like, look, man, you know, it's a decent level, but I just don't know if you have that much upside. And I happen to agree. These, you know, candles look a little bit weak at the moment on Apple. I'll need to see something a little bit different to get involved, but I've got that level, you know, in my sights. Anything you want to discuss before we start the lesson today? I see a whole bunch of triangles there.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, it's today, like I said, has been really hard for me. It has not been my day. And I think it's hard too because the previous few days I've been live have gone well. This was just not it. And I think the biggest thing is just trying to stay focused, trying not to be too hard on yourself and still trying to finding, if you like a trade, still take it, right? Like I'm still getting involved in things I'm liking, they're just not working out. So just staying positive, as much as that is kind of a cliche, I think something really key, something I am learning today from these here markets that I am excited to hopefully grow from, because yeah, this is today, whew, good times. Yeah. Appreciate that.
All right, couple of things I want to, yeah, there you go. I want to mention a couple of headlines here for the dead one. Apple announces event on May 7th amid reports of new iPad model launches. So keep your eye out for May 7th. You know, iPads to me are not big market-moving product launches anymore. It's not 2010 anymore, right? No, I mean it really isn't though. I mean I wouldn't get unless there was something fundamentally different about it. Yeah. So that's coming May 7th. Be on the lookout for that as well. Another Apple headline coming in here. Apple close to deal with FIFA over TV rights, reports Yahoo Finance. Soccer's global governing body FIFA is close to an agreement with Apple to give the tech company worldwide television rights for a new month-long club tournament. The New York Times reports this is a club tournament, not the actual FIFA World Cup with countries. That's a bit different there. The deal with Apple could be announced as soon as this month and valued around $1 billion, a quarter of the $4 billion FIFA had first estimated. That's not really a good look there for FIFA. The potential agreement would give the company's streaming business an edge amid competition among streaming services providers to lap up rights for the widely watched sporting events. I just want to point that out to you guys. Some Apple headlines coming in there, whether they're entirely novel or a little recycled, you'll have to forgive me because once we're on the show, we kind of just see things as they come. So that is the look there. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour, baby. We are talking about pullback entries within the context of a bull flag, obviously. So buying on a discount in a bull flag setup, that's what we're talking about all week is bull flags. Different entries, obviously. We'll be talking about different days. So the bull flag beckons with its promise of a continued uptrend. I love this.
I love it.
But who wants to pay top dollar? I know I don't. Enter the pullback entry strategy where you aim to snag a long position at a potentially better price point within the bullish pattern itself. So here's a bit of a bull flag refresher, and forgive us if you hear the fire alarm. That fire alarm is running in the background. Nothing we can do about that. So the bull flag refresher, if you missed the lesson yesterday, imagine a bull taking a breather before a charge. That is the consolidation area of the bull flag. So you have that big move up. It's kind of like a vertical move up, and then you have a bit of a sideways consolidation. That's what characterizes the bull flag. A big move up, sideways consolidation, giving it its flag shape. The bull flag pattern reflects this on a chart. It forms after a price increase, followed by a period of consolidation within a defined range resembling a flag. This consolidation area can present an opportunity for a pullback entry, and that's what we're going to discuss today. So as you can see here, this is a bull pennant because it's a compression pattern, an equilateral triangle. And so when you have higher lows but lower highs after that big move up, that's what we call bull pennant. Not much different between the two except where the breakout area is. That's the only difference. Where we measure the breakout area varies between a bull flag and a bull pennant. So why a pullback entry? Why are we waiting for the pullback? Well, what's the advantage? First and foremost, obviously, if it goes your way, you're going to get a better price by waiting for the dip, right? So the pullback offers a potential entry point lower than the eventual breakout price itself, which helps maximize your potential profits. But there's also the confirmation aspect of it. The fact that we get that retracement And a key area of support holds during that consolidation phase of the bull flag is confirmation that the lower end of the range is being bought up by buyers. And so if you were looking for some sort of signal to say, well, I'm pausing for a bit, but I'm going to continue later, you could get, that bottom end and then have a tight stop right below that. So it gives you an element of confirmation to know that, likelihood is we're going to continue, but if we don't, I know where my risk ends there. So a minor pullback within the flag can act as confirmation of an underlying bullish sentiment. And here you go. What you typically get here is this is what a better look of the bull flags, the parallelogram. Man, I could not say that. Yeah, I still can't say it. Shout out to Jag back there trolling me. Yeah, but anyway, here, the idea is you're measuring from the low end to the top end, and then you're going to take this distance over here and then project it from the breakout area, and then that should be your profit target, and that's why it says TP, take profit. So that's the look there. Finding the pullback entry. So how do we find these bad boys? What are we looking for? So the first thing you can do is look for areas of support and resistance. Just because we have a bull flag that's pulling back into a range doesn't mean that that lower end of the range is not a previously defined area of support. So that's what you need to be looking for right away. Is there an area of support at the bottom end of this range from a previous level? If there is, great, put that check mark right there because it is what you're looking for. So look for horizontal lines on the chart where the price has previously bounced back off of. These support levels might act as a floor during a pullback, offering a better buying opportunity. But there's also ways to do it without key areas of support, and that comes with the fibs. What was that bull flag chart that we had from today?
Coin earlier, but
coin,
it broke.
perfect,
It broke
whatever.
down,
We can
though.
just kind of show a little bit of it over here. Here's the 5-minute look on our friend coin. Yeah, I mean, it's bouncing off VWAP. That's a hell of a bounce there on VWAP on coin. Jeez. All right, well, that's neither here nor there. Let's just use it for the bull flag and give you the example that I'm trying to give you. So if there was no VWAP area here to say, okay, this is going to be an interesting area to find support, what you could have done is you could go into your fib tool, drag it from the beginning of the price move to the top, and then you could see what percentage keeps coming back into play. Is it that 61.8% that keeps finding price support, or is it 50%? If it's even deeper, maybe it's a 38.2. The point is to see what it's jiving with. Don't go in there with any anticipation. Just go and see, let me draw my fib tools and then see where the price is basing out. Does it jive with any fib levels that are widely viewed? So that's your fib. And the price action, you can also observe how the price reacts at the bottom of the flag's range. Does it find buyers and bounce back up? This can indicate a potential pullback entry point. And so if there's no support, it's not jiving with the fibs, but there seems to be this area, a random area on the chart where you keep finding buyers stepping in and the price bouncing back off there. You don't need an explanation. You have price action confirmation. And I think, that should, in some circumstances, that should be enough to get into the trade if it repeats enough and it's obvious. So that is the look there. And here's another great chart from Adara here. There you go, a nice bull flag move up. You have the downward channel, which is the bull flag part of it. This is where your stop would be. This is your breakout, and then you're projecting this entire area here from here onwards, and that's where you take profit. And some beyond the basic stuff. While pullback entries seem like an attractive bunch, remember these key points. There are false breakouts, and they happen often. And the lower down on the time frame you go, if you come down from the daily to the hourly to the 10, the 15-minute, whatever, the lower down you go, the higher the failure rate. So keep your eye out for these false breakouts. Prices might test support, but then they absolutely break through. Be cautious and have confirmation signals ready, like, for example, looking out for increased volume before entering your trade. And patience is key, as it is with almost every different type of trade. Don't force the entry. Wait for the price action and the confirmation signs before pulling the trigger, and stick to your plan. If you have a dip trade, if your plan is a dip trade, stick to it, because if you deviate from that, you're introducing variables that you haven't accounted for. And risk management. Can't say this enough. Position sizing and stop losses. You need to make sure that you're using the requisite size to allow you to trade tomorrow. I mean, we're on a prop floor here, basically unlimited amount of money around this place. Obviously, you get in trouble if you lose a lot of money, but the point is, you know, we're unlikely to blow up the account here, whereas at home, it is a realistic possibility. So make sure you are practicing sound risk management skills here.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, definitely be careful, especially in some of these breakout trades, because as that coin example, they're not always going to work out how you want. Is that for a trade or just for the money?
The cash stuff.
Yeah. He's going to blow up here, bro. And buy.
I love how excited that cow is too, like running up, like that you know, that's like you're excited in a trade and then it just does not work out. I feel like I was that cash cow a couple times today, where you just think you have a plan, it does not go how you want it to, and then you just gotta like deal. Although he blows up, so like let's not do that as a people. But yeah, this is. I'm just trying to take things I like, but it's just, this is not the vibe. If anyone has any advice for just like dealing with instincts not being there, I would greatly appreciate it. Like, I think, you know, you want to see a trade, you want to take it. As Sean says, you know, a scared trader is a deficient trader, so I'm having ideas, I'm still getting involved, but these ideas are just, the ideas and I are not besties. I don't know. We're up on IBIT. We're up on TQQs, but we're down on the day. I think my timing has been off. Shout out to Jay Lee earlier in the chat saying something about, you know, just sometimes the stuff isn't always going to work out, or I forget, I'm definitely paraphrasing, something about like, you know, just reframing how you look at that, and I do appreciate it, but this has just not been my day. But you know what that means? Only way we can go from here is up. We're still not very much down. It's just, it is different trading live. And I feel like, you know, I don't know what it is with me today in the market, but we're not besties. We're not seeing eye to eye. I'm not seeing things the way they need to be. But that's okay. That's okay. We're just ready to take these opportunities, take it, flip it, and reverse it. Shirini, I have been profitable this is my 7th day, so 5 of the 7 days. So yeah, generally I would say, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's
especially if you're new.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I feel like this day's like shaking me up a little bit.
Can I tell you something? Like, I've heard like a lot of anecdotes working here for almost 2 years, right? And they're like, you hear stuff from traders like, this guy was red for 6 months in a row to start, and then he became the most profitable trader on the floor. So yeah, everybody's journey is a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like, so I just wanted to point that out. Guys, Tesla just broke through that top end of the range with aggression and increased volume. Dang, Tesla. So this was the top end of the range, and that is resistance level 1 on pivots. Pivots on my chart are always the dotted colored lines. The solid lines are going to be moving average. The dotted lines are pivots. And we were, for whatever reason, rejecting off this 145.75, 145.80-ish. Yeah, I'm talking about Tesla. It just absolutely broke through that top right there with aggression and volume. So keep your eye on that. Finding a bit of a top right now at that 147.25. Let's see if it's able to hold on to that $1 level. What is going on there, Neil? Somebody's printing? The market's green, baby. Neil's in a good mood. He's like, yo, the market's green, everything's up. I'm hitting the green button. Shout out to Neil. I like that.
I don't have the longs that I wanted today.
It's all good. He's like, I don't have the longs that I want to, but I was just mentioning Coinbase actually, dude. You're kidding me. That Coinbase VWAP hold was money. Anyway, Tesla making big boy moves here through 147. Keep your eye on this one, but be careful. I'm long AAPL here, and we're nicely in the money as we get that VWAP hold. So this was the whole idea here on AAPL, was to wait for that VWAP to come in, and then it did the wick shimmy from the north side. Now, you've heard me talk about the wick shimmy for the future, and we talk about it happening from the north side or from the south side, and that kind of, you know, really dictates how we look at the trade, whether long bias or short bias. And this was yelling at me, I'm getting bought up in front of 166, buy me, and there it goes to the high side, about 20 pennies in the money now here on AAPL. Let's see if we can get a nice move up.
Yeah, take those beak wetters. You are Tim Cooking, and I like that it was screaming by me. I like that. Well, you just dissed its iPad release launch, so it's actually pretty nice of it.
I
to
like
let you,
the iPads.
I know, but you're like
It's
the
just
launch,
not novel.
so 2010.
Yeah, it is.
Which is actually true.
It is. It is true.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that's very kind of Apple to forgive you.
It is.
For
Oh,
that slight.
yeah, it's very kind of it.
Yeah.
For sure.
There we go.
Thank you, Apple.
Thank you, Apple. But yeah, right now, hopefully I'll be thanking NVIDIA.
Okay.
I am trying to take this long. I had this short. I got into early. Happy with where I got out. We like adhere to the risk management, so But the timing on this was bad. And that's been my thing all day, is just getting that timing right. It's like, I want to have a meet cute with these stocks, but it's like that part of the rom-com where they keep missing each other. That's the part of the rom-com I'm at. And I want to be at the meet cute right now with these stocks and my entry points. I'm not going to lie, like CLSK, I had the right levels for a lot of this. It was just and I should have stayed away from her earlier than I did. But basically the whole thing with this is just like, I had these levels I liked. It was just the timing was off. And to be fair, I've been really tight with the risk management. So there haven't been any huge misses here in terms of loss. Like, we're not down by too much, but we are definitely down more than I would like to be. Also, NVDL again being like, oh, I guess we got to the coffee shop like an hour apart or something, because I'm ready here at this 33.15. She gets to 33.16 and continues to the upside. So I guess that'll be another misconnection here for NVDL and I. But if we come back, I'm interested.
Have you watched that rom-com with Sydney Sweeney?
No, my family did. Glenn Powell.
That's it. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't. It keeps coming on advertisements on TV. It's on Crave now. So if anybody who has Crave in this country, which is not available in the States, obviously, it's on Crave. Yeah. I just keep seeing advertisements on it. You said rom-com, and it triggered that idea. Yes, Big Kyle astutely pointing out that TSLA got into yesterday's high and then decided that it had had enough on the day and it was going to now turn around. Shout out to Big Kyle. Let's have a look at what Big Kyle is talking about here. I'm assuming, Kyle, you're talking about the institutional level print that came in at 8 a.m. yesterday. That came in at 146 3/4. The area we're topping out at, to me, Kyle, seems to be the consolidation top in the aftermarket on Friday, ironically, of all things, because that's where I see us. That's the closing print there on Friday, I think, was actually right there at 147. So I think that's what it is, Kyle. I'm not that inclined to put a whole lot of weight in the 8 a.m. institutional prints. I know there's all these theories about what they are and stuff, but anyway, Tesla coming down aggressively now. Wow, that is a nice topping tail candle. 14.43, it is on the way down. It printed 14.26, so almost $1 off that top, and that is one ugly candle if you view it on a wider time frame. Look out, though, for a possible 146 hold here, right? We talked about this 146, 145 3/4 acting as a key area of resistance prior to that. So if we clear it and come back down to it, do we now use it as support? So I'll be looking for that on TSLA. It also could be that the 10 period as well, but I'll be looking more for the whole dollar level there on Tesla. Great move up into 147 1/4, coming back down now, maybe giving us 146 dip trade. We'll have to wait. Tesla doing things.
Yeah, I'm trying. So it's funny. I have the same line drawn that you did here on my Tesla, but I want to take this short.
Bang.
And I want to take it short to that level. Tesla, if you would like to open the door, I know Cybertruck isn't always willing to do that, but I want to get 52s. I want to take that short. Sean short the market, so nice look. Looks like I was a couple candlesticks too shy for my TQQ short, because that thing would have printed out. Can I guess? Cute TQQs? Okay. Are you short? 53.21.
Oh, 53.19.5.
Oh,
nice
very close.
there.
15. Is it right? Is it there? Right, put it back. Yeah, right there.
Ooh.
53. Oh, well,
The price is wrong.
come on, more Trader TV. Ram's getting defensive about it. You didn't write the script.
Sometimes it'll take a couple.
Typically, if what we're talking about, guys, is the updating of the price on more Trader TV. It'll take like a minute, 30 seconds or so to update there, so it doesn't always update spontaneously. That's what the Katina Man wants you to know there. Shout out to the Katina Man. Sorry to interrupt you, Adara. You were talking about something.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I called that price within a penny and a half there for Sean. So that market heading to the downside and Sean's position on that heading to the upside. I'm looking at Affirm again. Now, I know I said Affirm and I were like not on the outs after that, but it was like, that was my issue is, and I think it was Quan Tran saying something like that about how real, like live trading definitely changes how you trade. I think for me, the issue is I should have been trading how I normally trade. Because it's real money, I wanted some extra profit here on this Affirm instead of scalping out as we got above VWAP. If we had, I would have made 40 pennies. Instead, I stayed in and I took an L, right? So I think I need to be staying truer to my style. I think that's the issue. And I mean, this Affirm here, I was watching this because I like this rounded bottom, and then I was like, if we reverse, this is where things can get spicy. We did have that little move down here. Now, I don't know, we're not going to give this too much. We're going to give this like less than 10 pennies, but I want to take this move to the downside. I might be a little too late here trying to get involved in this 33.03s. But yeah, right now trying to short Affirm and Tesla, or Tesla, sorry. So both of these I like just because we had that big bearish candle saying, hey, no more. We have to calm down. We have to chill. But right now I'm seeing a lot of Mara. So while I wait for these to get involved, I am involved in Affirm, by the way, so that's nice. Mara is a nice look here. Mara, I initially was looking at this maybe as a short, but Mara's like, what are you talking about? Trying to make a new high, or I get above that previous local high there of 1930. We're gonna have to wait and see what we do here. Yeah, CleanSpark was a bit of a bamboozler earlier. Happy I just decided to say no to this one because this was not these were not clean trades, and this stock was not moving cleanly. So you had to just stop looking at this at some point. But yeah, this Mara is a really nice little look here. I think it'll be really interesting to do it 1930s. This isn't one that I have any reason or impetus to get involved in right now. Not seeing anything that's making me go, oh, this is a trade I like, or a trade I want to get involved in. But yeah, it's certainly one I'm going to have to keep my eye on here, this Mara, because this 9 EMA bounce is really nice. I will say, I don't know if it's just me, I found these markets a little bit harder to read today. Like you see a level, it might look like it's going one way with the level and it decides to go the other. And of course I am like a very new trader, right? This is my 7th day live. So who knows? But yeah, I think it's been really interesting to see these stocks be a little bit more bamboozling. And honestly, at first, like I said, I was a little bit in my Billie Eilish era, a little like, oh, what are these markets doing? But now I'm excited to learn. It's like, hey, markets, you want to, try to throw me around here a little bit? I want to fight back. I'm going to be like Rocky there, sparring. I don't know what this was, but we're going to be in the ring, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to be in the ring with real money.
Love it.
Here, so shout out.
Shout out. Okay, let's have a look at the future here, because how many times are we going to accumulate at 17.6 and not clear it? So I'm feeling awfully bearish at these levels here, and quite frankly, see, you're not getting the wick shimmy dance as clear as we typically see it. So there's a couple of things here. I'm looking at the NQ June contract. Number one, we're rejecting off resistance level 2 on the pivots. And we have been rejecting off a completely random area, 17,615, for a while. It takes us all the way back to 12:15, so almost half an hour of rejections at a random area above 17.6. So that's number one. Number two, we're not really getting the wick shimmy in the sense that you're seeing the dips into 17.6 or south of 17.6 being bought up with aggression, nor are you seeing the shorts shorting aggressively at 17,615. I don't know what to think here, to be quite honest with you. So I'm just going to stay put. But clearly, what I look for in the past is clearing that 100-point level with aggression and then coming back to it and holding it. You're not getting that here. So we'll continue to watch. And the reason that's important for me, even though I want to trade the futures, because, well, we're trading these Mag 7 names. And typically, there is some confluence between what they do and what the market does. So shout out to the Katina man there. All right, AAPL just kind of put in a bamboozling candle there. It got into 166.50, tanked, back down to 166.20, got bought up right back to 166.50. So something interesting is happening there. Maybe the 50 penny level acting as a level of resistance. We'll continue to watch that one unfold. So Apple above the volume weighted average price, curling into 166.5, but not clearing it with any degree of vigor. Now, that Meta range trade is back. So we talked about the bamboozlement being real and the fact that you had to basically factor in bamboozlement daily into your trading. Otherwise, you'd be sorely disappointed. This candle over here is kind of the bamboozlement, taking you into the almost 496, and then right back down we go to reestablish the range that we were trading at, 495 to the high side. I would say volume weighted average price, it's moving up. So it was prior to that was 492.5. Now it's basically 493. So you're getting a bit of a $2 range right now on Meta. But I gotta mention that the lows are coming a little bit higher now. So if you were looking to get filled on the dip right at VWAP, you may not get it. Earlier you were getting it. Now it's kind of distancing itself. I'll get it right. From the volume weighted average price at the moment. So I'll continue to watch this possible range trade here on Meta as we come closer to 493. Here comes the $0.50 break after rejecting 495 on META, Dare.
Yeah, we got out of Affirm, we scalped it, and I'm so proud. And this is what I said, like, we didn't take even that much on this, but this is like, when you fall, sometimes you just have to get back up. And I do have to shout out Comp SRX in the chat here saying, to those that are new to this and struggling in this difficult game, know this, your scars will teach you if you study and filter all else. You cannot, and I will repeat, you cannot truly change if you don't allow yourself to be scared. Get your arms in the mud. So I just have to shout that out. So thank you so much, Comp SRX, for saying that. That's something I need to keep in mind. And I think one thing, too, is that's why I was happy. Even though we did take some losses, I was happy he still kept trying. You know what I mean? As 21 Savage says, take less L's, make more M's. And I think but you can't really take less L's until you've taken more L's and you've learned from those L's. Do you know what I mean? And I want to turn that L into learning. So there we go. As you've told me before, you either win or you learn. And I think that's really key. Right now, though, this Affirm, I want to explain why I scalped out of this where I did. So as we talked, I already waxed poetic about this. My biggest issue on this trade earlier was I didn't scalp fast enough. I see this move here and I know we're up on the day. So I want to be very cognizant of what I'm doing here, right? I get involved here as we make that pullback down to about 33.03s. Then I say, hey, look where we're bouncing a little bit here around that previous little doji of around this 32.90s area, right? So we take 7 pennies and we say, thank you, Affirm. Pleasure doing trade with you, and then I get out. Because sometimes it's like you're not going to get all the movement that you want. You can't always get what you want. Shout out there to the Rolling Stones. And so I had to acknowledge that. Initially, I was kind of waiting to see what we did at this earlier trough at 89s, but then I realized, hey, we might not get that. Take your profit and be happy with that. And that's one thing that I think I have had the most success when I just trade closer to my style, which is ranging and scalping. So I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. Also, we are in TSLA. And right now it's not a messel, it's just kind of moving a little bit slowly, but nothing to protest right now. Gonna be getting out of this at 48s with this whole position. I had another order here that I'm just gonna cancel. But yeah, as Sharif said, this massive little resistance area, this is I don't know how to stand in front of that freight train. Thank you very much. So you know we're gonna get out part 47 and part 48. That is highly specific beak wetting, but it's just it's what I'm comfortable with. Good. And that's what I think is important is trading, like trying to, I guess, stay out of your comfort zone in terms of entries, but in terms of exits, be comfortable taking profit where you need to, if that makes any sense. And yeah, I thank you guys so much for all your support in the chat. This has been a really fun day because it hasn't been perfect. It's allowed me to learn in real time in the trenches. When you fall, you dust that dirt off your shoulders, shout it to Jay-Z, and you get right back up and you keep trading.
All right, let's go into, we're gonna put an order here on the Cybertruck at 146.05. Call me crazy, but I'm going to look to defend that 146 area. We'll see. I mean, it's not exactly 146. Let's be honest about it here. It's 145.80. All the wicks earlier coming into that 80 level. These two double top bad boys up here into 145.80 as well. It was this one here that kind of broke the mold and went into that 146.25. So we'll all keep eyes on this one at 146.05 on Tesla. The other one I want to get into, I'm still putting my dip trade on Meta. It's there again. I got out of this one for a while because of the aggressive nature with which it was breaking the top end of the range. But I feel it's established itself in front of VWAP. VWAP on my chart is 493.15. So I'm a little aggressive with my placement here. I've got it 492.60. So I may get an outlier. I may not actually get the range. We'll see. I'm putting that trade in on META. We'll see how that bad boy ends up playing out. I was going to mention Mara. Yes. So I actually had Mara. I had a notification set up on my platform for Mara at VWAP, and I completely missed out on this one. So this one came into the volume weighted average price at the price that I liked over here. It was not this one. It was this one. I put it at 1890. This one, it did break aggressively VWAP on that particular occasion. It dipped into about 1870. So I would have probably had to give this more than 20 pennies, and I don't know if I would have done that based upon my trading style. So anyway, it ends up holding it. And now right back into the top end of the range we go. 19 1/3 for whatever reason here on Mara seems to be a bit of a local top. And that takes us back into that 1120 time slot to about 1130. We couldn't break it. We're right there right now. Do we reject off 1930 on MARA? It's up almost 10%. The fire, otherwise known as Mara, is up 9.88 now. So we'll keep eyes on that one. That could be an interesting trade on Mara. Did not get filled on Tesla, so didn't make its way down into 146, at least not yet, coming down into that mid-teens area and then right back into the 40s we go here on Tesla. So yeah, not getting filled. Meta not getting filled either at that low end, so I'll have to keep eyes on that. The Piper, couldn't understand your explanation of what you're doing on Tesla. Sure, I can re-explain it, no problem. So let's go into this chart over here, Ram, and show exactly the Piper what I mean. So do you notice anything about this top here, the Piper? I mean, the fact that these wicking candles and the closing prints on these candles over here as well as these candles over here keep bouncing and rejecting off a certain area. That is the area we typically call a resistance area. Technical analysis, one of the fundamental kind of principles of technical analysis is when something acts as a resistance area and then it's broken through decidedly, if the price comes back down into that former area of resistance, in theory, it should act now as a level of support. So when you have an area where the price isn't able to break through and then finally breaks through it, and then the price comes back down to it, it's sometimes a good setup to take the dip off that previous area of resistance, now support. That's all I'm doing here. So I'm looking to sit in front of 146 right here, knowing that there was definite support, or resistance, excuse me, earlier there. So we'll see exactly what we get on Stresla. I'm still waiting on Meta, still waiting on Stresla, nothing else to report here. Big Bob Dub, 1930 also to the 200 period on the 4 hour on Mara. Good point out there. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look at what Big Bob Dub is talking about. Here is Mara. Let's look at the 4 hour. Takes a second to load as well. I don't know what, for whatever reason, Mara has been.
It's always Mara on this for you.
I know. I don't know why. And you know, it's been doing that for 4 years.
Yeah, I thought it, oh my God.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. Don't get me started.
It doesn't
It
like
gets me
Mara.
upset.
Yeah.
So I don't like talking about it. I'm actually not upset.
No, I'm joking.
The 200 period says Big Bob Dub. Let's find out where's the 200 period at, bro. I think I may have removed it off this chart. So let's bring back the 200 period. Yes, there it is. Apply OK. And now we have to wait again. That's OK. Big Kyle, NVIDIA is still short. Shout out to Big Kyle. Big Kyle, I think NVIDIA coming into VWAP there. Shout out to you. Excellent trade for Big Kyle Burdett holding that bad boy. I think you were in the mid-20s there, Kyle. Yeah, this thing's taking forever. Yes, good call out there, Big Bob Dub. You're coming into the 200 period on the 4 hour. The 200 period is, on my chart, 19 3/4. Where do you have it? What do you have? You have 1930. But I guess maybe you're using SMA because I'm using EMA. So let me know how that does if you end up taking that short, Bob. But yeah, good call out by you there on MARA.
Yeah, I was just looking at this one too. I still don't have a read on this. Like I said earlier, if we had continued to have these lower highs, I was tempted to short. We did not, so I am not tempted at all. I also have to talk for a second here about Tesla. So I did end up scalping out the rest of this Tesla here at 49s. I'm proud with this. Pretty small winner, but sometimes you just have to take the trades that you're comfortable with. And that's okay. That's what we did here. We got out, we scalped it out. Another scalp example. Shout out to Kyle Burdett, who was still in NVDA, but I scalped about, I think, 11, 12 pennies here in NVDL. I got involved in like these higher lows, and I'm proud of myself for my entry point here on this as well, because initially I was interested in 19s. Then I said, Adara, I don't know if you're going to get 19s. As long as you're below that 9 EMA, you should be okay to enter. We got involved at 14s. We got out at 3301s. Please just punch. If we get back into 3305s, because for whatever reason that was kind of a spicy level at NVDL, I'll short her again. But right now, I'm just going to leave her for distance. After, a lot of failed meet cutes and waving across the hall, NVIDIA or NVDL and I finally had like a successful date there. So nice look. We'll have to see how the next scene of this rom-com goes. But right now, pleased with my 10 pennies. Shaking on it. Still down on the day, but I mean, definitely not down in terms of my spirits. You know what I mean? When these markets try to get you down, you just have to keep going. Yeah,
Big Kyle's starting beef in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Take it easy there, Big Kyle. He's like, who is this Big Bob Dub? And does he want to wrestle for the big title that can only be one? Shout out to you, Kyle. You make me laugh, bro. Shout out to Big funny. Kyle Burdett. Metal artist, artisan extraordinaire. I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, shout out to Kyle. And a hell of a fisherman, too. Posted a bunch of pics there on his gram of these big boy fish. I saw the new pics there, Kyle. You don't think I saw them? I saw them. Ram, you have a camera over there, Ram. You could use that camera. It was taken away. Where you go in the podcast room? Of course it did. There, shout out to Mark, the most talented man in this firm by far. Programming and woodwork? What?
I didn't even realize he did woodwork too. And doesn't Randy also, why does everyone here do woodwork?
I don't know. I told him,
amazing.
I went in there to the podcast room. I'm like, Mark, you have a very unique set of talents. I don't know too many people who write code and woodwork. I personally don't. There may be others out there that know. I don't know too many.
That's like so cool. He could like he could build a bunker and then also code out of the bunker.
Yeah, he literally, I love it.
Like, I don't know. He could be Mark Zuckerberg. Maybe he's going to give Mark Zuckerberg a run for his money in terms of Marks who can code.
I love
really
it.
Cool.
All right, we're long TSLA here. We're gonna have to focus on this because now it is coming into that the previous area of support. So I'm gonna have to watch this. I'll send it to you, Adair.
Yeah, I mean maybe I was a little too impatient with my Tesla, but I'm happy I took my profit because you don't want to wrestle with Tesla too long or Wrestler. So but yeah, so this why. I like the short for the same reason Sharif liked the long. So I'm going to echo, but like obviously with opposite entries. So I was getting involved trying to take it to this beautiful little flat top break of a couple hours ago. And now Sharif wants to get long off of that because support and resistance can flip. And if we bounce here, I honestly can't say I wouldn't join Sharif in this long, but I want to wait a little bit because for me, I want to make sure I have a good stop, and I don't have a great stop on this. Do you know what I mean? Which is why I don't want to jump on this. The closest stop I would have would be about 43s, get in at 46s. You know what, Adara, let's see how these Qs are doing before you get involved, because I like cross-referencing with the Qs. If I ever don't know what to do in one of these mega cap techs, I just ask a Q to the Qs. Now, we have a quick Q&A with the Q. So these Qs are kind of having a little bit of a roundy top there. Sorry, these wicks are making it hard to see. Honestly, I might short the TQQs here, so I don't know if I'm going to go long Tesla, although I have to say that Tesla is holding up really nicely.
No, I don't know if it is.
You don't know? Okay, I'm looking at my Tesla, so it's a bit different, but I think I missed my opportunity to short the Q. Shout out to Sean, though, who is short the TQQs. Yeah, though, if we get back into 53s and reject, I do like that 53.10 area. That's an area that I had some trades on earlier in both directions. So 53.10, reject, someone's going short, I am that someone. So we're gonna have to wait and see on that, though. Yeah, this NVDL, I definitely gave up the ghost on that too early. But again, that's just how I trade, right? So I was comfortable with it. I like the flat bottom break. I played it into the flat bottom break, and then we did, in fact, break from the flat bottom. So shout out to anybody involved in these NVDL trades this short, or the NVDA short as well, because I think that's certainly a nice look indeed. Yeah, I don't have a read on much here. This has not been Range Nation. I'm going to take a look at some of these earning plays from earlier. Let's see how GM is doing. Yeah, this is GM. Hello. Sorry, I got excited. This is kind of a little rangy. Got a base of about 45, top of about 45.40. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Don't like that we're resting on this 9 EMA. But if we break below the 9 EMA, I am getting short, and I'll take it to 45. So you know what? Move aside, Affirm. I had some fun trades with you earlier, but right now, GM is going on the esteemed side chart. Sharif and I always talk about this, but you know a stock's not our good books if it goes on our side chart. Because if it's on our side chart, that means it's on our minds. So there we go. GM, if you break below this 9 EMA, this could get really interesting. Also, we do have that 2-year auction.
Yes, coming
2-year
up
note
very
in
soon.
3 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, good call out on that. I was just about to say it, but we'll obviously watch that. Usually it takes a few minutes for us to get the reaction there from the market. Bhavan Patel saying Apple News, they cut Vision Pro shipments. So I'm looking for that actually. I had actually heard that prior So today, let's see, VISIN, Apple Analyst. Okay, here it is. So there's that Ming Chi guy that was talking about it last time. This comes to today. It comes to us vis-a-vis not Twitter. It's called X now. Apple Analyst Ming Chi Kuo posts on X. Apple cuts 2024 and 2025 Vision Pro shipments forecast unfavorable to MR headset, pancake, and micro OLED trends. Okay, interesting look there for AAPL. I mean, it really hasn't reacted to that news. It's still up on the day. Man, I missed my Meta trade by like a penny. It dipped into I have my order at 492.66, I think. This came into 72, so I didn't get filled. That would have been a nice winner. That would have been almost $1.50 winner right there, just right off the bat. But alas, it did not fill. Meta is a little spready, so you're going to have to be a bit more aggressive, I think, with your dip trades. And don't try to be as frugal as me because you won't get paid, it looks like here. So we miss our dip trade yet again on Meta as it continues to range the better part of the day. It's been ranging since 10:45. 10:45?
That's nice.
I think before that, actually. Hold on, let me make sure I'm right. Yeah, 10:45. The better part of the morning has been a bit of a tight range with 495 to the high side, and now it seems like it's 492.50 or 493 to the low side. Prior to that, it was 492 and change. So a bit disappointed in myself for having missed that trade, but alas, that's the way it is. Now, we did dip down aggressively below 17.6. We broke the 20 period as well, dipped into about 15.7. 15.575, but a bit of a hammer candle is being put in here. So could we claim 17.6 here? We've been rejecting off pivot level 2, or sorry, resistance level 2 off pivots at 17.615 for the entire morning. So we'll watch that, see if we can get anything on that. Wow, Meta right back into 494 in a third. Jeez Louise, I'm going to have to move up that order, but I thought that order was good, man. I mean, like, we were dipping into here, and so I put it in a skosh above, about 20 pennies above, and that still wasn't good enough. So, Meta, you suck. Chef Joe, don't we have a 2-year note at 1? Yeah, we talked about it. We just said it right now. We were waiting for the results there. It typically takes a few minutes, right, to really see the market reaction, but we're awfully close to 17.6, so if it's digested well with the market, we could get a big move up 17.6. But there has been bamboozlement before where we see a downtrend followed by an uptrend. Normal. These algos are not that good yet, so they don't read English all that well. I'm kidding. No, seriously, though, I want to mention something here quickly. Where was it? Yes, the 2-year. So that's the note auction we're getting. It's the 2-year. Currently, the 2-year is trading at 4.913. That is the futures contract. The 2-year futures, it's down 0.2% on the day. So we'll see exactly what the move is there after we get from the auction, Adara.
Yeah, I cannot believe, because I normally don't do this. I did get involved into a trade heading to the auction, but Ford, hopefully it can afford this move. We're going to have to wait and see. I do like this, though, and the reason I like this is I know I mentioned GM, but I was like, I know these two are kind of moving in tandem, and look at how bearish this is. Look at how rangy this is. To me, of the two of these, Ford is going to be my bestie way far and beyond here, whatever GM is going to do, right? I like this. I like as well, we got involved at just below VWAP. I'm interested in adding if we get into 95s. Probably not a huge add there. Then if we break above 97s, cutting that trade short, risking about 5 pennies, trying to make minimum, like 6 here, so kind of odd risk to reward, but not risk outweighing reward, so I'm comfortable with it. Also, I am not seeing this number here, so we're waiting for that. I don't like this little baby pop-up we got, so this might be more than we can afford to lose here, but we're gonna be careful, we're gonna be cautious, we're gonna wait, and we're gonna see what that number is. If anyone sees it, let us know. Dandelion saying, I think you should write a book about how to pun. I wouldn't really, honestly, I think my puns are mostly like dad joke kind of stuff, so I don't know. No. But I think, it's just, sometimes it just kind of like comes to me, like you hear stuff and you have stuff in your head, you have references in your head, and then they just kind of come together. Like very rarely will they be planned in advance, or the most advanced will be a Sharif will say something and then I'll think about it and then it throws to me and I'll say it, right? So, but I do appreciate that. I do love punning. Actual, thank you so much, Day Trader Cut. Actual coming in, 2-year note high yield, 48.98%. Previous 44.595, so higher than expected, or higher than the previous. U.S. 2-note bid to cover, also higher than the previous. 2.66 versus the previous of 2.62, so slightly higher than expected here. Not a big move happening in Ford here, so I think we can afford to stay in the F-150 for the time being. I want to take this one down the hill, but right now it bounced a little bit off VWAP, so not a huge fan of that. How are you doing?
I'm good. I haven't really, I don't like anything at the moment. I'm waiting to see what Tesla does here. I'm still not giving up this idea on Tesla holding up at these levels. I'm waiting to see what this last 5-minute candle closes as. I'm also waiting for the results of the auction to have some sort of effect on the market. We're below 17.6, no question about that. We're below VWAP on NVIDIA, and the reason that's important to me is because, you know, NVIDIA has kind of been leading the way lately. Maybe not so much today, but we're below VWAP on that. So shout out to Big Cal Burdett. I hope he's still holding his short on NVIDIA at these levels. Oh, you know what we haven't done is looked at some of these small cap gappers for a while. So I'm going to have to look at that. Let's pull in the side charts here. I just don't want to take my eyes too far off Tesla, because if it comes into that level, I'm all about that life. So. All right, NIVF. This is the one that's really been in play. CZOO's bit is back in play as well, and it's doing things, guys. CZOO is really challenging NIVF for top dog here, to be quite honest with you. And the reason is, look at this move, bro. $5 open today, 10.19 HOD. Okay, you go, Sizu. Great move into the volume weighted average price multiple times. The dip trades into the 8 all defended. So it looks as if this one really was defending the whole dollar level rather than in a technical indicator like VWAP. But if you are looking to weasel your way into this, the deeper retracements, as we've been saying over and over, come into the 20, and the more shallow retracements all into the 10 EMA. So that is another way you could weasel your way. Maybe a possible defend of 9 here. That, yeah, I mean, we just printed new highs of day, 10.19, but I got to tell you, it's a little spready. So keep your eye on that, because, you know, that may cut you up a little bit. NIVF also still trading above the volume weighted average price. Dip trades off 2 1/3 have been profitable, but I would be negligent if I didn't point out the fact of these lower highs coming in here. So we could, you know, have some sort of manifestation of a flat bottom break through VWAP here or something like that. NIVF, it's retracing off the highs, 295 HOD, trading at 2.5 at the moment. Space has been kind of a little bit above VWAP, a little bit below VWAP for whatever reason. 88 pennies got defended, but we have a bit of a top here, so this could be an interesting range trade with VWAP in the middle of the range, 93 pennies to the high side, and then about 88 or 87 pennies to the low side. Anybody interested in that? Have at it. What else do we have? MTCC, this one kind of also doing its thing here with support and resistance. It looks as if it's holding the top end of the range here at 210 for now, but this one keeps like changing its ranges. A little bit below, a little bit above, a little bit below. Not my style of small capper. MTC. Yeah, I got to tell you, CZOO and NIVF looking awfully good, but so is Space. Space from a range trade perspective, 93 pennies seems to be interesting here. All right, it is, looks like we are holding these levels on the future, or it seems like that way. I'm going along. Let's see. We got a dip trade here. Let's go. If we can get filled. I'm trying to be too frugal, man. Ram. Trying to get filled at 80s here on Tesla. We'll continue to watch here as now the future above 17.6 again. Looks like this market is liking what it heard or saw or whatever from the auction there.
Yeah, so I did get out of those, the TQ short. I tried it. I'm happy I tried it, is the thing. Didn't work out. That's okay. I like this level here. We risked about 10 pennies. We got involved around, I think, 53.08. We got out around 53.18. And I liked that level, not just because it was 10 pennies, but it was also above that previous area that we danced around. So I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? You gotta recognize that taking L's is part of the game, and that's the biggest thing I've learned today. I am down on the day, but you just got to keep those spirits to the upside. Bullish positive energy. That's what we are here on Trader TV Live. And we are bearish negativity, and I am ready to keep going. I stayed in Ford. I did stay in Ford. I said I'd give it to 97s. We got to 96. I'm still in Ford. So let's see if we can afford to go to the downside a little bit more. One thing I don't love is the potential of a VWAP bounce, but I don't have a reason to leave yet. So we're going to stay in this. I am going to set a beak wetter at 89s before I start the lesson of the day one last time. But yeah, that's the deal right now. Out of TQ, this has been a really wild day for trading. I feel like it's like these ranges are a little bit bamboozling, the areas are a bit bamboozling, and all you can do is just recognize this is what the market's doing today, and I have to figure out a way to trade that. And yeah, that's well said. It's been a huge lesson, honestly, today. And I think sometimes you learn more when you're losing than you do when you're doing positively. So thank you for my lesson, Market. I paid my tuition today at Market University.
Yeah.
Not too much. We didn't pay too much tuition.
Good.
We paid like a Starbucks sandwich and a drink. Maybe not, honestly, given how expensive Starbucks is right now, probably not even that much. So you know what? I'm honestly okay with that. I have to say, and it's the.
I want to complain a little bit.
Please do.
You know those chickens that Costco has? Those roasted chickens. I've never bought those. The rotisserie ones.
Yeah, I used to buy at Sobeys, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So they're $7.99 in Canada.
Okay.
Right? So $8.
Yeah, it's not.
Why is it $4 in the States? It's $3.99.
Pardon moi?
It's infuriating.
I was going to say $8's not
more
bad.
money too, not just buying power money. Like the actual digits are larger. Have you ever heard of this expression about Canada? San Francisco real estate prices, West Virginia wages.
No. Oh.
Yeah, a bit of a tougher look. Yeah, so you just reminded me about the Starbucks thing because I saw that yesterday. My sister was at Costco and she's like, "Oh, they're $4." I'm like, "Oh, that's nice. They're $8 here." I know, Ram, but I'm complaining. That's why she puts on her suitcase and runs away. Shout out to Ram. I didn't mean to interrupt your lesson.
Well, no, the thing is, too, is I also have heard of people, and I read this, I think this was on 6 Buzz or whatever a while ago, but my friend was telling me there is a woman in Ontario who would go to Trader Joe's on the weekends in the U.S. and like drive up and then come back because her groceries were cheaper.
Yeah. I've heard about that. Yeah.
Oh,
she did a TikTok on it.
Yeah. Oh,
and she would compare the receipts, right? She would like drive. I think she would live in like Fort Erie or something like that.
Yeah, like she lived close enough that it wasn't insane. Yeah, and the gas, I guess, was worth it. But yeah, so thank you. I guess both of you guys have heard of it, so I thought that was pretty good. But yeah, right now also pretty good is the pullback entry. Buying on a discount or buying your chicken. We buy chicken at a discount. We also want to get into these markets at a discount, right? So how do you get involved on these bull flag setups? I almost said cheddar. I do not, I guess, food on the brain here. But let's do a quick refresher course on what a bull flag is. So imagine you've got a bull, it's in the ring, and it takes a little breather. Takes its time before charging to the upside in the case of the market or into the red flag if you're a bull. But the bull flag pattern will basically reflect this pause, this stagnation, and then move forward on the chart. And it happens after a price increase followed by a period of consolidation with a defined range resembling a flag. The consolidation can present an opportunity for a pullback entry. So here's one example. This is more of a pennant, but I still think it's a nice example. You have your pull, then you kind of open up here, then we fall back and we rest here around this area. Then we bounce back up, and that shows, hey, we had a little bit of a breakup, but you might get more bang for your buck if you wait and get involved in that pullback. So that's an example. Also, Sean just reloaded TQQ, hashtag real trading. So shout out to Sean there on that. Shout out to real trading. But why do you wait for a pullback entry? Well, for one, it gives you a better price. The pullback will give you an entry point or a potential entry point lower than the eventual breakout. So that way, you're not buying too high and you're actually maximizing your profit potential. Confirmation also really important to note here too. So a minor pullback within the flag can confirm that there's underlying bullish sentiment and give you the opportunity to get involved. So you also, here's one example too that I like. So this is, you have your bull flag, then you have, and they've labeled here potential stop losses, entries, and target profit prices, but of course, do what you need to do here as well. But you have always not advice, this is just one person's chart, right? So you have your flag, then we kind of break up, then we rest here and we bounce off that previous area. And then that's when you know where to get involved. So it gives you a little bit more of an opportunity rather than if you're gonna get involved in the breakout and maybe get stopped out, then you actually have clear, discernible areas with which to get involved and then a target price that you can calculate based on measuring the bull flag. So that's a good question here from Ellen Trades. How do you know when it will stop dipping? I mean, the thing is you don't, right? But it gives you potential areas to look out for. So in this case, we knew that this area was going to be a little bit of potential support and resistance because that was the top of this flag earlier, right? We had some resistance, so that might be a level you're looking at. And it's really going to depend on the chart. And again, this isn't advice. This is just ways that you can look at ways that you can look at the chart and ways that you can kind of look for areas of interest. Also, I'm really sad I left my TQQ short when I did, darn. But shout out to Sean there because he stated that my entry wasn't very good. Oh, reloaded. I should have done that. Yeah. So Sean, shout out to Sean with that TQ short. Oh, you got 20s again. Okay, so Sean got 20s again there on the TQQs. So we're going to give him a round of applause because that's an awesome trade there. But also, you can also be awesome if you find a pullback entry point. And this also has to go with Alan Trade's question. So how can you identify these, right? I just mentioned support and resistance, but there's some other levels as well. So the first one, though, is going to be support and resistant. Look for horizontal lines on the chart where the price has previously bounced back up because these can act potentially as floors during the pullback and offer a buying opportunity. Fibonacci retracements, also worth noting. The technical tools can identify potential retracement levels, so 38.2%, 50%, etc., after a price increase, and these levels can act as magnets and can attract buyers during pullbacks. Price action, though, also really important to note. So look at how the price reacts at the bottom of the flag's range, and you can do that on the chart, on the book, what have you. Does it find buyers and bounce back up? Because if it does so, if it has that little bounce, if it has that inability to go any lower for the time being, that can indicate a potential pullback entry point. And there's one example here. So you have that clear resistance area. Then we have a bull flag around this area as well, right? Then we dip a little bit below. Then we end up finding support. And so now when we kind of break above this resistance area, which then kind of formed a little bit of support, that's when you have your movement up, and it gives you a couple of different opportunities to buy within. So lots of labels here happening on this chart, but basically it does show that this blue line formed as resistance, then it became an opportunity as support, and that could have been an interesting entry should you choose it. Beyond the basics, also really worth noting here as well, right? So other things to keep in mind. Prices. False breakouts are worth noting because prices can test support and then break through, so you want to be cautious and have confirmation signals like increased volume before entering. Patience is key, and this is a thing I've certainly learned today since going live, let me tell you. You don't want to force the entry. You want to make sure that you're waiting for the appropriate price action and confirmation signals before pulling the trigger. And you know Sean with the sticky notes, he'll have certain levels he likes, right? Oh, yeah. And it's really important to keep in mind areas that you're interested in, that you're looking at before you get involved. Last but not least here, and we always talk about this, risk management. You want to use stop loss orders to limit potential losses if the price continues to fall below support or above support if you're doing this in a bear flag, right? And you might want to combine pullback entries with other technical indicators like bullish candlestick patterns or volume spikes, that type of thing. And also keep in mind risk. This is something if you like, you want to spend more time studying it. This is just the basics. And also, nothing is ever set in stone. These are things you could look for, but be prepared for the market to give you a quick little, 1-2 punch of a surprise there. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that, Adara. Shout out to you. We're trying to take a dip here off VWAP on Apple. We'll see what we get here. I mean, I know the market is curling back down, so I'm going to have to keep a very close eye on this. I don't think this is the trade I want to be in. I'm only like 2 pennies out of the money right now, but yeah, the market is making a decided curl down. 17,575 or thereabouts is where we based out, but quite frankly, it looks like we may be headed maybe into 17.5 if we really make a big move down. Reason being, that's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out on the NQ June contract. There are some nice dip trades to be had right now on some of these Mag 7 names on the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about you, Softy. Nice looking hammer candle there off VWAP, and Softy has shown its inclination on the day to actually very much respect VWAP, and the respect has been real by Softy with VWAP today. Look at that dip trade there, 11.05. Holds to the T. When we got close to it again at 12 o'clock, we held it. And then right now, we're putting a bit of a doge candle right there at 406.15, bouncing up into that 406.5. Let's see if we're able to hold number one VWAP on Softy and some of those and Apple as well, because we're involved in this trade. Okay, we just wet our beak on some profits now on AAPL. So for the moment, at least, and I underline for the moment, VWAP holding. But I got to tell you, I see weakness a little bit here on the future, and so who knows how long we'll hold this trade for further. Big Kyle, ES and NQ still both over 1% up right now. Plenty of room for retracement with a good positive day posted. Couldn't agree more, dude. Couldn't agree more. Thinking a positive or a healthy retracement, at least intraday, on the NQ would be a 17.5 retracement. We'll see what we get there from the market. The market doesn't really, care what you and I want, Big Kyle. So we'll have to keep watching there and to see what's up. By the way, I'm yelling cheese, not cheese, G's, right? It's something that we just all do around here. It's one of the noises that we enjoy making on the trading floor.
Did someone think you were yelling cheese?
Kyle thought I was yelling cheese.
Oh, I like that. Cheese.
All right. Can you believe this raid share on Meta is still happening here? I was really disappointed in myself for not getting in at around right here. And I had other opportunities. This was just more psychological block than a technical block here. So this is all on me and nobody else. We'll see exactly if we can get the dip trade that we're hanging out here. So now I got to move up my level on Meta to 493.10. So right now I have it set to 493. That ain't going to cut it. We're going to have to put it for 493.10 if we want to play this range on Meta there.
Yeah, this is interesting. And that if anyone knows a Meta ETF, let me know.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a metal? Is there a METS? Because I really wanted to trade that range, but it's not something I'm comfortable taking as I'm live. Also, I am short NVDL. I just want to put that out there because I realize it's not on the position board. I'm short NVDL 33. And I think we're going to have to get out, though, if we get back to 90s, because we're struggling with this a little bit more. So I like this area. I mentioned earlier I'd be interested in taking 3305s, but we have a little bit of these lower lows, right? But now we're trying to curl up a little bit at this 90 MA in a way I don't love. We got to 90s, which was that earlier little trough, and then we bounced back up in a way that I did not enjoy. And also I checked and I was like, oh no, Adara, on the NVDA, on NVIDIA's bigger, more intense sister, she's looking to bounce off VWAP. So if we have that VWAP bounce, I'm getting out of NVDL post-haste. But if we break below, I'm willing to stay in. Right now, we're about 3 pennies in the money, and I do not want to lose those pennies. So we're going to be cautious here. We're going to continue to trade with the scalping that I like. The main profit area for here, this though, is going to be this beautiful 3280 area. I want to see what we do with 3280s. If we bounce, I get out at 3280. If we break below, I will be staying in for a very short period of time, seeing what we do. But like I said, I generally feel like I am more in my bag. And when I say in my bag, like I'm more focused, I'm more, the trading's better when I'm scalping. So that's always going to be the goal if we can. I think I'm going to get out this at 92s though, because I don't like the way we're curling back up here. That is not my type of trade. And I don't feel comfortable with just with the buying power as I go live to kind of add into this. So I just want to cut it short there. I don't know what face I just made there at 3290s, if at all possible. So yeah, happy with that. Also Ford, I wish I had something to report right now. Ford right now just trucking along, pun intended. I want to see that break below VWAP here. That would be beauteous. Trying to get out part of this at this 1289, then saving pieces for dreams on our way back to the downside. I'm really proud of this though, because I said I want to see what we do at 97s. We didn't get to 97s, so I didn't have any reason to leave. It is a little bit more of a slow moving trade, but again, it's not giving me any impetus to get out of this. So right now we are going to stay in. I think NVIDIA might be curling back up and I might have missed my opportunity to get out of this, but it's all good. It's all good. We're going to stay chill, pardon. Oh, it's all good, baby. It was all a dream.
There you go.
I used to read Word Up magazine. I'm not going to rap that whole verse.
Did you ever read up Word Up magazine?
No, I didn't.
Neither did I. Yeah, I have never. I used to read, what's it called? What was that one owned by Benzino?
The Source.
The Source, thank you. I remember he got into a whole thing with Eminem, right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember? Anyway, Apple doing well right now, holding the VWAP. I say, holding at this, we're at 166.40 or thereabouts. Right back into 17.6 we go on the future, but it's turning into a range trade right now on the future. Got to be honest. I mean, I'm just so programmed to want to look for a momentum trade on the future. If we come into a key area of support or resistance, 100-point area, a close, whatever, something that I like, I expect something to happen there. Break above, break below. But sometimes you can range, and that's the lesson I really learned prior to leaving on my vacation. There was a big day there that I had a big red day before I went, and it was based upon that thinking that when we are at that critical area of support or resistance, something has to manifest in terms of like a momentum trade, and that doesn't have to be the case. So we're at 17.6 right now, but yeah, I don't really expect anything too crazy to happen here. Now, I did move up my meta dip trade into a level that I like a little bit better, and so I put it at 493.25. We're currently trading at 494.5 with this predefined range 495, 495.5 to the top side and 493 or 492.5 to the downside. That has been the effective range on META, basically.
Fair for you to call it a punk.
Right? A right back up because we were trying to get cut up. We kept getting cut up on this 146 support that we thought we were dang geniuses, thinking that we had, called the bottom there on Tesla, and yeah, the punch in the face came swiftly there because we got punched out of that a couple of times. But there you go, it curls right back up, looking to go through 146. Let's see if this one can make it back into that 147.25 territory. That is currently HOD. Yeah, we are definitely undecided at the moment. A few points below 17.6, a few points above 17.6. The market doesn't have its mind made up today. Shocker, they didn't have Word Up magazine in Winnipeg. Isn't that the West Virginia? Be nice, Kyle. You don't have to make fun of Winnipeg. Winnipeg's a great city. What's that red, what's called the Red River?
The Red River. Yeah, you know about the Red River?
Hey.
You know about
because
the Red
it like
River?
overflows and there's beef there every year,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yeah, there's also, that's like the of Canada.
But on a per capita basis, I'm assuming, not on a numerical basis, because Toronto takes the cake there on a number basis. The Katina man is saying Winnipeg is the murder capital of Canada, but is it per capita? I'm assuming. Right?
I think so.
It can't be more murders in Toronto. I won't believe that.
I believe it could be per capita, but it's
mostly.
It's a definitely an interesting place, and yeah, the Forks is one of our big hangouts, which is at Red River actually.
Is it?
Yeah, it's where the rivers fork. It's like kind of the only pseudo tourist attraction we have.
I have a question.
Yes.
In Ottawa, they swim on in the Rudo and that other river.
Okay.
I think is it called I forgot the name of it. Do you go in the Red River? No, eh?
No.
It's bad?
Oh, I would not go in
Really,
there.
Yeah.
I know they have boating events in there,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
nobody that I know is going to be swimming in there because you don't know what's in there. I'm going to be really honest.
I mean, in Ontario, in Toronto, I do water pollution checks before the beaches I go to. So
That's
if you go to
smart.
Woodbine, go to Humber, check the water pollution levels. They check it every day and they post it on their website. What's that? Bro, I'm not even repeating that. Ram. Bro, we're doing a live show here, Ram. Like, come on. Ram's a menace to society. Shout out. Really? Have you seen the issues going on in Thunder Bay right now? Uh-huh. 12 for every 100,000. That's Thunder Bay? Then it's 6 for every 100,000. 1.8. I knew it. I mean, like, there's just no way that Toronto is, So shout out to the Katina man. What Jennifer did?
Oh, that was Ontario. That is a very, that's Ontario.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's a real case that was a whole intense thing. But yeah, what Jennifer did is a Netflix show about an actual girl who did a thing in Pickering.
Pickering.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, right.
But yeah, so anyway, so that's what that's in reference to. That's not Manitoba though. But yeah, right now, I'm short the Qs. I have to say, this NVDL short, we got a little bit chopped out of, but that's okay. We broke above, and I loved this area here as a stop loss. I have to say, I was proud of where I set this. That was a huge base earlier, that 33.80, support, resistance, right? So I was like, if we break above that, I'm out. We broke above that, I was out. But now we're kind of coming back down. However, I don't want to re-enter the short, and I say that because I don't like this little top and turn we're having here at 32.90s. We're below the 90 MA, but not in a way that gives me a lot of confidence. You know what? I'm going to go short this, and I'm just going to scalp it. That's going to have to be what we do. But that being said, I am in my TQs, so I want to get out of the TQs before I do that, just because with two sort of volatile names there, or not sort of, TQs and NVIDIA, yeah, you want to be careful, right? So I am short the TQs. Don't love this entry point. I was gunning for 15s. We didn't get 15s. We got 53.08. I'm okay with that. The goal for this is I want to minimum get 52.88s. And saving pieces for dreams and kind of seeing what happens here. I am aware that we are seeing higher lows to some extent, but we're really not seeing higher highs. And it's not even giving me flat top break vibes either, because there isn't really a flat top. It's kind of a wavy top and slightly higher highs. So either way, you mentioned the range that's in this NASDAQ a little bit. I see it, and so I wanted to get involved. Like I said, not the best price entry that one could have, but not a bad one either. If we break above here into 20s, because that 20s area is where things get a little bit spicy, I'm going to have to get out decisively, and honestly, we might get chopped out of this. But the goal is, if you see something you like, just keep trying. That's the huge thing I've learned. As long as you're taking appropriate risk management, as long as you're being cognizant. Like I said, so today the trading wasn't as good, but it's like I don't want to stop trading if I see things I like just because I feel a little bit discouraged. You know what I mean? So you can't be like that. You just got to keep going.
I respect that.
And so there we go. That's my little take of the day.
Phony Baloney, what's up with Carvana? Great question, Phony Baloney. Great day for the Vana today, 6.5%, and it's off its highs. It printed 76.50 HOD on the day. Let me find out what is afoot here with our friend Vana. I'm seeing options alerts come in there from our friends at Benzinga, alerting us to some unusual options activity. With respect to an actual catalyst, though, like a news catalyst, I'm not seeing anything on the day. Let me look from yesterday. The 22nd, nothing from the 22nd. The 19th, we had a couple of maintains by Baird, as well, a price target increase from 60 to 65, but that takes us back into Friday. Nothing that I'm seeing, brother, but yeah, as you can see here, it's been a very interesting move up here for Vana. The closing print yesterday took us to 71.50. Today, 76.50. That is a respectable move. On the way up there were opportunities to weasel your way into this trade. I'm talking about these two here, VWAP dips. That you got here on Vana. The first one at 74.20 at around 11 o'clock. You got a second shot at it here at 11:45 coming in to that VWAP area again. But since that time, it has not looked back at VWAP. In fact, all the retracements have been more shallow, hanging off that 10-period EMA. When they have gotten a little bit deeper, they've dipped into the 20, not on a closing basis. The green is the 10 EMA, the yellow is the 20 EMA. So good look for Vana, but it's about 50 pennies off the high there. Let's see what it does. Again, sadly, I don't have a headline, so I can't account for the move here on the daily look here for Vana. So let's keep watching that. Yeah, we've been nicely in the money here. We're 20 pennies in the money here on this Apple long, but now we're knocking on the door of the 50 penny area, and I think that door is being shut, at least for the moment. But what's keeping me in this trade is the fact that we're still hovering at 17.6. We haven't broken down aggressively below it and made newer lows, nor have we gone to the high side. So I don't want to say I'm bewildered, but I'm unsure as to how to approach this market going forward, at least into the afternoon. What I do see on NVIDIA is a VWAP hold of sorts, okay, and curling a little bit here. So I'm not going to trade NVDA. I will trade NVDL. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. So NVDL's price right 33. So here's what we're looking at. So the VWAP is not the same on both, but obviously NVDL marches to the beat of NVDA's drum, not its own. So anyway, we're putting in higher lows here at a critical area where, a lot of people are probably looking. The volume weighted average price, now we're curling back possibly into that 820 area. It's not an aggressive curl back in, typical NVIDIA style. It's, knocking here, a 20 penny move up here, 50 penny move up there. So looks like possibly 820 could get taken here on NVDA. I'll be trading NVDL if that is the case. Watching out also for Meta. I'm very interested in taking the long here. I've already upped my entry, or my dip trade entry. It's a little bit above VWAP to wet my beak there. I could also take the shorts. The short, I'd like a pop into around 495 and a third, in and around there. I'd rather not take it where it's currently trading right now in case it does move back up and test the highs again. So we'll keep watching here. We're involved in Apple, 10 pennies in the money. and we'll see exactly what we get there. Interested in a possible NVIDIA trade. Now, let's look at some of these small cap gappers. We've been kind of laying off them for a while. Okay, here we go. NIVF has given you multiple opportunities at the volume weighted average price. First earlier, and now here again. So VWAP hanging out at 2 1/3. Price action right now, 239, 238. Last time around, it did hold VWAP. Does it hold it this time? I really want to point out the fact that we have been making lower highs the entire time. Since that 11:15 HOD that we printed at 295, each successive crest has been lower than the previous one. This could be a recipe for a flat bottom break through that 2 1/3, 2 1/4. Be careful with this one. The bottom can drop off at any time. It's around for a good time. It is not typically around for a long time. I'm talking about the small cap gappers in general. CZOO, CZU, this one continues to print. And the deeper retracements, like I've been talking about, have been going into the 20. So if you're inclined to get a dip trade into this, perhaps move it up with the 20. Now, if your software allows you, mine does. So I can say buy order, and I can place it at the volume weighted average price. I can drag it into the 10 period. I can drag it into the 20 period. So as the indicators move, you can drag your price up and down there, but you've got to have that on your software. Otherwise, you got to adjust it by hand, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in 2 shorts, both of which I am flat on, so nothing to report there. But I did want to look here at MSCI for UCAN Homes. So this is a pretty rough look here for MSCI. Volume about 1.6 million shares. The company is called MSCI, reported quarterly earnings. EPS beat, but a sales miss here. So not a great look. Missed their sales by about $5 million. Kind of below that 9 EMA area. This isn't a small company either. We're talking about a stock that is trading lower here and is at 440. So that's certainly a big move down. Let's look at the daily chart and see what this is telling us, this MSCI. Yeah, to me, honestly, this is kind of a hard look. We had a bit of a downtrend starting in February, continuing a little bit to the downside, breaking below here. And it looks like, honestly, we broke below, where was our October low? Was this our October low? We broke below the October low. So to me, this is, unfortunately, this chart does look really bearish. One area, another interesting area that we broke below the October low of 472, right? Then we also broke below this range we had for a while of support here at 460, and that spanned April 24th, 2023, all the way to late June 2023. So this was a 2-month area of support. The fact that we broke below both of those, to me, honestly, a pretty hard look. I'm going to be really honest with you. And right now, I think, like, you know, we've been on that downtrend since February. It's kind of hard to say. I think it'd be nice to see what it kind of does after earnings, but I think it could run into some resistance with this 470 area, this 460, 470 area, because both of those are previous supports, and we did fall below them both. So that would be my biggest area to keep an eye out for this stock, because this is not a cheap stock. This is not a penny stock. So this fell like $80. So yeah, 72.18 so far in the day. So yeah, that's my take on this one. I have to say, unfortunately, it's a really hard look on the daily, just given that it fell through so many levels of support. And that earnings miss, we'll have to see what it does, but that's a pretty rough fall. Right now, though, I will kind of quickly talk about this Ford. We're a penny in the money, so we're going to do a little dance, because with Ford, that required a little bit of patience. Still happy with my entry. It wasn't perfect, but happy with where we got in. Happy I didn't get out when we had that baby pop up, because I had no reason to unless we broke above 97s. Staying in that, chilling like a villain, ready to get the first part of my position out here should we get to 90s or 89s, I think, and then saving pieces for dreams. TQs. Again, pretty flat, slightly out of the money on this, but still pretty flat here. Yeah, the fact that we broke above this 15s isn't super promising to me, but like I said, what I'll really be watching for is 20s, because I kept making the mistake of getting out of this too early, and then it falls with a viciousness. So for me, 20s is going to be that area. We're risking about 12 pennies. I wanted to make, I was looking for like 88, so I was trying to make at least 20 pennies there. So not a bad risk to reward ratio, all things considered. Right now, though, the main trade is Ford. Really just trying to see what these TQs do. Happy, and this is another example. This NVIDIA short earlier. Adara, be scalpier. That's just my lesson of the day. I could have scalped 10 pennies out of this had I been more on the ball. And we're not going to belabor that Affirm 40 pennies short scalp I could have done, because there's no point belaboring that anymore. But also, Affirm is also kind of an interesting short again here. Look at that previous area of support, We can see it again as support. Now it's resistance. That could be an interesting short there, 32.90 into 32.75, which is, again, that was another support resistance flip area here too, right? So my levels that I identified on Affirm coming into play, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on this.
All right, I just got a message from Alfred. Yep.
Oh my God.
It reads as follows. MSCI is tanking. I have been interested in starting a position in SPGI, MCO, and or MSCI for a while now. They always seem expensive, just like Visa and MasterCard. Here's the look on MSCI. MSCI, guys, is down 14.16% on the day. I'll show the chart in a second. Here's the look. Q1 revenue miss, estimates due to subscription cancellations. We're not going to read this whole thing, obviously, but there is a catalyst there, and it is an earnings miss catalyst. You can see here, we just closed out yesterday at $5.15. We are printing $442. This thing tanked $73 in one day. I can just feel Albert salivating through the phone and rushing to his computer there so that he can get on and print some and put some orders in. Anyway, MSCI, big move down. Let's have a look at the daily chart on this monster to see what it's been up to. Did it break key areas of support? Yeah, it did. There was a hell of a support area there at 450 and 460. That came and went without trouble. Look at that. You had support there in November. You had that entire April 26th to essentially June, in July, middle of July. That 450, 460 got defended, and in one fell swoop, we absolutely tanked off that level. So let's see where the next area of support is. It looks like it's going to be likely that $100 level at 400. That's $40 away from where we're currently trading at. So MSCI, big move down for anybody who's interested in that kind of name. Just got the call there from our friend Alfred, and he's an interesting guy. Yeah, you know he works for the TTC, right?
I did not.
So yeah, he works for the TTC. He's an accountant by profession, so he does like some accounting on the side, but he works at the HR department of TTC. He's always given me some inside information into the operation of, let's call it a company.
Okay.
It's really not a company, but.
Oh my gosh, actually?
Right? Yeah. He's like, I'll tell you off camera, but that is an interestingly run institution.
I need
Let's
to
just
hear
put
more
it
later.
like that.
Okay, that's spicy.
Yeah. All right, we are on the way up here on AAPL. So we took that VWAP dip and it did hold. Now we're into that 50 penny area here. So let's see if we can come into that 75 penny area, or the 2/3 area, excuse me. That's the top that we found last time here on AAPL. If we can break that 50 penny area, I'll be looking for that 2/3 to wet my beef.
Yeah, I'm staying right now in this TQs. I want to see what we did at 20s. We rejected off 20s. I'm comfortable staying in this for now. If we bounce off the 9 EMA, I'll just get out there. But I honestly have no reason to leave. Stan was saying in the chat, like, does it look like a flat top break? And I mean, it's kind of had that type of vibe for a while, but we haven't done any breaking. And we had this trend of lower highs, actually, and lower lows, a brief trend starting at around 1245 on the Qs, right? So I think we could break above it. I am certainly being cognizant of that as someone who's in this trade. But I think generally there is this kind of tendency to reject. And the TQQs, it's going to be about 53.20. On the Qs, it's going to be about this 425 20s, right? So to those areas, for whatever reason, TQ is giving up the ghost. Now, that being said, if we break above it, of course, we're going to do so with a viciousness, given how much we've had this chop and churn. But we're going to have to wait and see on this. I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to leave, but this is hard. Trading's hard. Trading's hard. That's certainly a lesson that has been learned today by me. But I'm going to stay in this for now. We didn't have that viciousness I was looking for. You know what I mean? Okay, actually, we broke up here. Yeah, we're just going to get out so I can look at other things and not worry about this. So there we go. We're out. Good times. If we have that rejection again, I'll go short again at a better price entry point. FDA approval for Dawn, says Tisha Perkins. I'm not seeing anything.
I don't see it either. I didn't see it. So shout out to Tisha Perkins. Thank you. Because I asked her, I'm like, what's the catalyst? I don't see it. Dawn is making big moves, though. Here's the look on DAWN. That's the daily chart. Let's flip to the 5 because it just popped off there. Was hanging out, chilling, relaxing, all cool at $15.11. Then the news came in and viciousness came in there, moving all the way up to 1630. Big move up here intraday on DAWN. Tisha says that they got FDA approval. I don't see it quite yet. But Day One Biopharmaceuticals is a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company focused on developing and commercializing targeted therapies for people of all ages with life-threatening diseases. You want to hear that, and I cheer for them so long as their motives are good. 1.42 billion in market cap, 70 million share float. It's hanging out right now at 16 and a quarter. It's not doing much at the moment, Tisha. Let me actually take out and put it here. There we go, DAWN. Yeah, it's okay. It just printed a high a day, 1648. This one is going, but I can just tell you, looking at how it's trading, it's a 10 penny spread on a $16 name. So that's a little spready, and you're gonna have to be very careful how you get in and get out, because just getting in can cost you 10 pennies a share. All right, getting in and getting out can cost you that much. Be careful with this one, but it does look good here. Moving up big intraday, well above Bollinger's. The volume is there to support the move. What's the daily show us in terms of areas of support and resistance? So, local support over here, or local resistance, pardon me, at that $17 area. That takes us back to April 1st, last time we were up here. And it does have a tendency to reject off the upper Bollinger Band on the daily. Okay, it does break through it at times, but the general rule with this name is that when it comes into the upper band on the daily chart, it does seem to retrace somewhat. You can see that here echoed multiple times. So keep your eye on DAWN. Great look, and thank you to Tisha Perkins for pointing that out. AAPL now through the $0.50. I'm looking for that 2/3 of a dollar, Adara. If it can come into that area, we'll wet our beak.
Wet that beak, and I love that you've had like great trades on both directions in this.
Thank you.
Shout out to you on Apple, eating that apple, Tim cooking on that. Also, yeah, Ford popped up a little bit here with the rest of the market. I'm like slightly out of the money, a couple pennies out of the money on this, but I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm still waiting, looking for like, let's see 96s, higher highs, we're out. So there we go, we're just chilling in Ford. It is a little bit of a boring trade, but that's okay. TQs, though, I have to say, I am very proud I got out of this where I did. Sometimes you're proud of things. You can be proud of losing trades if you learn something from them. And I'm proud because I think there were a couple trades like this yesterday, too, where I was like, I didn't like where something was going, so I just said, Adara, I think you need to leave. And I was able to move to leave before we had the pop up. English. So that's what happened here. I'm really proud. We did lose on this, but we definitely didn't lose as much as we could have had I left a little bit later. So happy with this on this TQQs. Yeah, so there we go. If we bounce here off that 20 area, I might get involved. I don't know. This has been a hard market for me to find things that are really speaking to me. You know what I mean? I'm not seeing a lot.
I expect that.
It's just not a lot of ranges except for stocks that I'm not going to trade a meta because I'm live, right? So it's a little bit harder for me to stomach, at least at this point in my life. This NVDL.
Can I ask you something, though?
Please
and if you don't feel comfortable answering, make that very clear.
Okay.
Just because we're live doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Right? When you were in sim and you were trading meta, were you trading it successfully with the same parameters? I'm talking about your shutdown and I'm talking about your buying power.
Well, I mean, I would find I traded meta less to begin with, but I would say in general, I want to preface that I'm okay. I'm cool answering the question. I just want to preface it with something.
Yeah.
My rule with meta, within the last couple months of me being in the sim, and I was always very clear about it, is I would only take it if I was obsessed with the setup.
Got it.
And so if it was a setup I felt pretty good about, I wouldn't take it.
Fair.
But that being said, if it was a setup I really liked and I took it with proper risk, I usually did well on it. Yeah.
Nice.
But it was only if it was a setup I was like,
I like you have that rule. I like
Yeah.
how you have that,
Well,
I have to love the setup for me to get involved.
Yeah.
And you put your foot down, you don't bend on that rule.
Yeah,
Good.
And I think with Meta too, and I want to clarify, in general, of course, I want to like the setup, right? With Meta, I had to be like hook, line, and sinker in love with it. And that's because the spread is not worth it unless you're obsessed with it for me,
Fair.
for Meta.
Fair.
And so that's why, like, as Meta today, I would have said, you know what, Meta, give me all your heart and soul. I want to get involved in this. To me, this is a gorgeous range. This is the type of trade, A, it's the type of trade that I like, right? And B, it's the type of trade that I think has been manifesting all day. So this is something I would have probably been in and out of. So with that in mind, to answer your question, if it was like this type of meta, this is what I would be getting involved in. So usually they did go okay-ish. I don't know. Yeah, that's my take on that.
It's like that's Inception, right? I'm putting it in your head.
Oh yeah, that was cool. That was fun.
Apple is on the way up, guys. Nice curl off. Apple right there, knocking the door of 60, breaking up. Also, Meta. Speaking of Meta, speaking of the devil, the range is back in play, Ram. And this is the range we've been talking about all morning. We've been talking about that 495 and a third, 495 and a half at the extremes there on Meta. But something is telling me that the winds of change are coming. We're breaking well above 17.6 now. And so I feel like, this range on Meta may not be long before we break it. I mean, we could definitely get a big push up. We got a big push up on Meta at 10:30. We popped all the way into 498.76. We haven't been anywhere near that since that time. So it's in Meta, obviously, to retrace into these levels. I would have felt a lot better about this trade had we been consolidating still on the future. But the fact of the matter is now looks like we're trending. 17,265 HOD. We're right back at that level again. It looks like it might break to the high side here. And if that does happen, then you're going to probably see a break to the upside in some of these Mag 7 names. You're already seeing it in some of them. What's its name? NVIDIA curling nicely off that 815 dip. Now we're breaking through 822. Even the Amazonian is near day's highs again. 178.96, the high of the day, is 179.05. So we're 7 pennies right now off high a day on Amazon as we recover off that V-shaped retracement. There's 2/3 on Apple. Big move up there on AAPL. You also had a fantastic VWAP dip trade today on Softy, man. This one gave you 3 shots at the area. It wasn't like a big mover. It was more like $1 or $1.50 worth of range, but predictable $1.50 worth of range nonetheless. It's really Tesla here that's dead money right now. And that's funny because Tesla was strong to start the day, was up over 3% at the highs, and now it is kind of breaking down, trying to dance with the 50 period, which is the red solid line on my chart. Tesla below 145.5 right now, trying to hold above 145, but these bottoming tail candles here showing that there is buying at 145 here on TSLA. Higher lows, though. So you see the incrementally higher lows on Tesla. This could be interesting. What else we got? So Meta is maintaining its range. It didn't break above that range, so good look there on Meta, but not breaking down as aggressively here as we print a newer high on the future. 17,630 now, the high of the day on the future. So it looks as if NVIDIA, Apple, and the Amazonian are going to curl back up here and help boost this market. We'll see what we get with the big kahunas who come on in about 10 minutes, guys. Make sure you're hanging around for when they come back.
Yeah, that Meta is just beautiful. Like, look at this range. Like, oh.
Yeah,
that's what I feel when I see these chocolate.
I could have traded this a lot better.
It's a nice trade.
Yeah, I had a good trade on it earlier, but I could have traded it a lot better. I had multiple opportunities to get in and out of this, but it's all good. I'm still getting my range trade feel.
Yeah, well, I want to range trade vicariously through you. So, I mean, like, definitely, I am very down for you to range trade these Mag 7s, of course, if there's setups you like on those. But yeah, that Meta is gorgeous. Also, I missed the range of the day that I could have traded, which is this Adara. Why'd you miss this? I was really proud of this IBIT short I had earlier, mind you, but this 38 right at VWAP here to 38.10 this is nice. This is nice. And now we're bouncing at this 90 MA. Kind of making higher lows. You know what? I actually want to get involved in this. We're getting involved in this. We're risking, if we break below VWAP, I'm out. But I like that we're kind of getting involved here at this 38.05, trying to take this. We'll see where it goes. Right now, we're still in Ford. Ford is just kind of Ford's, I was going to say Ford's doing things, but Ford's really doing a whole lot of nothing. We're not making higher highs, though, so I still have no reason to leave this trade. Kind of hanging out here. I also got involved in Ford initially because GM earnings, and I'm happy you didn't get involved in GM because that GM short, like I said, I wanted to see, I like that earlier kind of range. I wanted to see if we broke below 45.40s. That would not have been the trade, so I'm happy I went with Ford instead because Ford moved in a way that I was a little bit more comfortable with for my purposes. Did I get involved in IBIT? No, I did not. So we're gonna have to wait a bit for IBIT. I don't trust any direction today, says Killer Cam. Yeah, I mean, this market's been certainly an interesting one. We know Apple was a big bamboozler in all directions earlier today as well, so we're gonna have to wait and see here. Oh, Bryce saying we talked about SoFi and it broke high of day. Let's take a look at SoFi now here. Oh, okay, nice look on SoFi. Talk about a VWAP bounce to the upside. Let's see, though. We're kind of chopping and turning a little bit, consolidating at this previous high. I want to see what we do at 74.50 because right now 754. Way to jumble up all the numbers there, Dara. Let's see what we do at 754 because this we already rejected twice. So I want to see what we do here. There's two ways you could interpret it. One, you could say, oh, it's a double or triple top. It's a rejection. The other is we're kind of seeing higher lows and a flat top. So I'd be curious to see what SoFi does. I do think it could go either way. We're going to have to wait and see. You know, we can't participate. We can't anticipate. We can only participate in what we have to see. Got to play before the market closes, says Yadiel Pacheco. Honestly, I think it's going to really depend. The market can move around in a lot of different ways ahead of close. And of course, the biggest culprit of this today, I would say, is going to be Tesla. Because Tesla has earnings after close. Who knows, you know, and I think it's going to be a must-see earnings tonight. That's for sure. I think whether you're long or short, this is one, we're going to have to see if this keeps cyber trucking and in what direction it decides to move. And yeah, we have 7 minutes left. I had to hit you guys with all the puns.
I don't know. I just got dazed by all the puns. I was getting hit in the face with one pun after another. You killed it, Adair. Shout out to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Bryce, we just talked about SoFi, and it just broke the high.
I looked at SoFi.
You did?
Yeah,
okay,
sure. I just
sounds
want to
good.
clarify.
Yeah, I was just in the bathroom, guys, so I didn't see
no
what Adair was dropping hot lines about. But let me tell you what is dropping hot lines, baby. It is the Mag 7, or let's call it Mag 5 right now, because Google and Tesla are not really participating in this last little bounce up here, even though Google is a lot nearer to higher days than Tesla is. Tesla's holding 145, and for whatever reason, it's bouncing off the 50 on the 5 awfully well. So for now, it's holding that range, but it's not popping up like we are seeing on NVIDIA, 825 incoming on NVDA, 166 3/4 incoming on AAPL, and we could see another 167 touch. We're not that far away from it. 166.98 HOD. We're about 25 pennies off that at the moment. Amazon printed yet another high a day, 179 1/4 there as it breaks through resistance level 1 on the pivots. Nice V-shaped recovery today for the Amazonian, only up 1% though, underperforming the market on the day. But this meta trade, which has been a range trade all morning, is now turning into like a rounded bottom. Incrementally higher highs and higher lows, not with any vigor, and you know, just enough to kind of stay under people's radar to see the trend, but the trend is there. The bottom looks like it's in right now, and now it's just like a bit like a bowl, curling to the high side like a smiley face, or so the NOS boss describes these type of patterns. Look for a break above 496. That's what I would look for in terms of confirmation there, and I'd keep my eye on the volume. 496 break, I want to make sure that there's no other buyers on the other side of that. They're going to bamboozle me. So look for the continued volume on META, but that 17,650 could come in real soon here. New high day, 639 on the future. So I'll continue to watch, see what we get here. Let's flip some of these small cappers. I know that Tisha Perkins was yelling about Dawn. How's that doing? Okay, not a bad move, up 10% still. Hasn't given up the majority of the move. The move goes all the way into 17 1/3. We're at just a little bit below 17, just below 17 right now in the high 1680s. Let's flip to the 1 minute to see if we can see the manifestations of a bull flag. Yes, and we're already starting to see a bull pennant of sorts. Now, it may not end up that way, but that's what we're looking for. These higher lows and lower highs, a bit of a compression pattern. Look for this one to possibly continue. If not, try to get it off key areas of support. I'm talking about VWAP. I'm talking about the whole dollars. Look to see what it's respecting, what it's jiving with on the day. DAWN. Apparently, it got something from the FDA. I still don't see it on my blotter, but shout out to...
it was talks. Tisha Perkins clarified it was just talks about FDA approval.
Talks. Okay.
So it was just people on Twitter whispering.
Got it.
I think,
Got it. Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, that's what I worry about a little bit, right? Because this could be a pump and dump, right? People say that they heard something from the FDA. A bunch of people punch into it. Everybody takes the architects of this take the profit at the top, and then we're left holding the bag at 17, and they got in at 15 and they got out at 17 a third. So I hate that, but I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that we need to be cognizant of the possibility that that's the thing. Anyway, that's my look there. Meta coming to 496. Everything's curling up here.
Yeah, curling up is right. We're like a penny away from an IBIT dip buy. That would be my last trade of the day. I'm still in Ford. It looks like we're just going to leave Ford when this midday is done. Don't worry, we didn't trade more than we could afford to lose on that. We're about a penny out of the money, so Ford is basically flat for me. IBIT, though, like I said, I was looking for a dip buy, but just in time is actually just in time with this request, asking if we can revisit Mara as it goes to high of day. Mara knocking on the door of 20s. Right now it's at 1972, so let's see if it can make its way into the 2000s and party like it's 1999 over here. But right now we're about 17 pennies shy of that goal. This is a nice little V1 bounce. This is a reversal too, because this lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low. And then we kind of broke up here with a nice swiftness. In retrospect, Sharif,
yes,
would you say this is kind of like a bull flag a little bit?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yes. Yes, with the downward channels, lower highs, lower lows, and you had that breakout. Do you think we actually get the entire move of the pole?
I mean, that would be, let's see, 1730 tonight. That is a $2 move.
There.
Oh, you take it to here?
Yeah, because that's where the breakout area is,
right?
Right.
Okay. So that's still $1.80. It's still an excessively large flag pull, but let's see what we do here and if it is able to make that move, because I think either way, Mara actually being the best in the wild example there. So thank you just in time for that.
Have you heard of PM Dawn? Well, yeah, usually you punch outside your weight class, so I thought I'd ask you there. Comp SRX. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I love that. Yes, Neil. Neil, you got to sing that.
How does the song go?
I can't sing, so I don't want to butcher the song.
If it's a song, I might know it. I just
But Neil knows the name of it. Comp SRX1 reminding me of PM Dawn in the chat. Shout out to you, dude. That's going to be on repeat on the way home. Thank you for that, Adair. We have 1 minute left on the show.
I can't believe only 1 minute. Yeah, I'm just going to cancel the I bid on IBIT because we're not going to get involved there. Yeah, Ford was a little disappointing, but you know what? It's okay. We had to try to make trades, and like I said, this is probably the roughest day I've had in the sim, but we still lost about maybe a Starbucks drink and sandwich. So nothing too rough. Definitely just gives me more opportunities to try to learn, try to grow, and I'm so excited to keep going with this week because we're gonna have to wait and see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel with more bull flags. Right now, though, Brendan's at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. A couple hours left on a pretty busy afternoon here as we get into the heart of big tech earnings coming. I mean, Tesla to start things off, Meta tomorrow, IBM tomorrow. We get Google this week, we get Microsoft this week. So going to be an absolute monster week for earnings across the board as we typically do. Let's give you a lay of the land here. At 2 o'clock, as far as the overall market is concerned, just having a look right now at some yield action. Pretty quiet today. That's the dollar downside as well. Also helping things as far as equities are concerned. Big ugly red candle on the USD. Tesla, meanwhile, 2.4% back higher this afternoon after a bit of a choppy day yesterday to start the week, but here we go. Into earnings to the upside with the overall market. I'll show you the S&P here coming up. Worth noting, retailers kind of weak. Walmart down nearly 2%, or more than 2% at the low, but 1.85 right now. There it is, standing out pretty red. Pepsi reported this morning, we were touching on it briefly, 2.25% to the downside as well. Everything else pretty much nicely positive on the day, including the big chip names, NVIDIA almost 4% at the highs. Micron 3+, AMD 3+, AVGO, QCOM. You get the picture. Microsoft, Google, Meta, all coming up this week with earnings. Nice looking NASDAQ here at 2 o'clock. If you missed it this morning, this kind of helped things out as far as the market is concerned. That PMI data we got, services side for April, for me, thank you, 50.9 versus 52. The manufacturing side of things, 49.9 versus 52 expected. So both sides of the equation on the PMI from last month. Downside ever so slightly. Let's get into, as we typically do, at 2 o'clock, a little bit of a review. We touched on a whole bunch of things as far as opportunities go in the pre-market. Make sure you're with us every single morning between 8:30 and 9:30. We get you set for the open. Here's Spotify to kick things off. We were touching on their earnings, came out very early on this morning because they report over in European time. Spotify still with an absolute monster day, up more than 15% on the back of a nice beat.
You know, what's interesting about Spotify, and look, I'm not gonna sit here and talk negatively about the report, the quarter, the price action, all that good stuff on Spotify. It's up 15%, which is absolutely spectacular. But I'm just gonna throw this out there because, you know, we like to talk about trends. I think the trend is going to be your friend most of the time. And when you look for catalysts or you look for key moments in a chart, there's absolutely no question about it. Right about the beginning of the year, if you look at things, you know, right back at the end of the year in December and January, see this little move in here where things started to accelerate in Spotify? Interesting coincidence that the Markets podcast started around that time.
Oh, is that when it started? Yeah.
And Spotify is up. I mean, I'm going to do some loose
shares.
math here. 60%. That's like 190 to 313. So let's call that 60%. I don't know. 60-something percent. 63.5%. I'm going to make that up. It's between 60 and 65%. That said, if you bought it yesterday, you still made 15%. It was great. The big thing I think was all about that higher tier, right? So they're able to get that premium tier number driving things. I didn't trade it. We don't necessarily always want to get into these earnings plays because liquidity at the open. But if you went for the dip buy into previous support, sorry about those wicks there, but like this is the open. It dips right into $300. Sometimes you can't make it up. It wicks the 300 level, and then you get that run into 320. So fresh highs. It did make a 52-week high and then pulled back. So it got to 320, pulling right back in. I would look at this 310 level. Like your highest close before that was around 310, 311. So that would be the interesting level for a dip. Oddly enough, that happens to be VWAP as well. So congratulations to Spotify. And good to see that you guys are here doing our little bit of a help. It's an interesting coincidence because you look at the chart, there is a pretty clear spot at which it ramps up on the daily. It just happens to be the same time.
Yeah, so we have a IBM looking at HashiCorp right now, so apparently getting ready to buy these guys out. So we do have a halt right here, HCP, HashiCorp, only a $5.6 billion company, but looks like IBM has some interest in HashiCorp. So IBM dropping down about $1 and change. Obviously, if they get the deal done, you have to pay them in cash or in shares. So we do see that. And apparently Datadog doesn't like this or is thinking about doing a dance. So the report came out that IBM is interested in some kind of a software company. Datadog goes down to 124, up to 131. Now kind of just lasting in here. So I don't know if there's a connection here, but Datadog, HCP, and IBM all running right now, with HCP being the potential acquired, and then IBM is what I'm hearing in my ear right now, possibly being the acquirer.
They report after market.
IBM does?
Right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
April 24th.
Yeah, today's 23rd, yeah.
24th. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow after market.
Oh, tomorrow after market, yeah.
Yeah, because today's Tuesday. Yeah, today's Tuesday.
Today's 23, yeah. All right, yeah, so we'll look at that. I mean, IBM should be a good one. I really like IBM. That's a name that I started buying a heck of a long time ago. It didn't do much for a minute, but now it is starting to go. So we'll watch IBM tomorrow, similar to how Spotify went today. Don't sleep on those names, man. When we talked about Spotify earlier, I shouted out Danielle Shea, and we talked about its implied move only being 9.3%, I think it was. And at that time, it was about 11.8 or 12%. And we said, look out for a continued move up. But now it's fading out. That move at 320 is really I mean, that's cooking up there. That was a great short if you were, and maybe this is what we need to do. You know, even though you might not trade the earnings play, you still want to be able to look for key levels. And that 320, I mean, there might not be, as we'll run down this whole board, there might not be an easier triple, quadruple top anywhere out there. So that's a nice one at 320 on Spotify. Fade it if you dare next time it gets up there, but you're $8 away.
I'll just read more about this. 4.9 billion is the current market cap. So they're saying at a premium to its current market cap of 4.9 billion from the Wall Street Journal for HCP. So we'll keep an eye out for more details on that if it comes through. Let's touch on Apple here. We were talking about iPhone deliveries once again over in China. Ends up doing really not much so far today, only 0.5% to the upside. I mean, this is an old story. We've touched on it before, so to be expected.
I kind of feel like this is baked in already. China weakness, we already knew that ahead. But today, one of the analysts that keeps a tab on Apple suppliers in China, Ming Chi Kuo, basically posted on X that Apple will look to cut their 2024 and 2025 Vision Pro shipments forecast. That's in addition to the weakness there on the iPhone. So that catalyst came in midday as well. The other one that came in midday, May 7th, Apple looking at having an event to launch the new iPad. Not really market moving for me because I think iPad's kind of done as a category or kind of exhausted. But nice to have an event there to get some eyes.
I was noticing yesterday as well, Google I.O. in 2 weeks. I think it's May 14th or May 15th, something like that. So I was actually watching at lunchtime a couple of reviews of the Pixel 9 that are already apparently floating around in the ether, but completely revamped.
Interesting.
Pixel 9. So we get, the Apple event. We get Google I.O. Coming up here in a little bit as well. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Alfonso's Adaptive AI. It predicts the best times to buy and sell stocks, helping you increase your odds on generating alpha. Join now and get 50% off the Pro monthly subscription using code TRADER50. Scan the QR code and download the app. Shout out to Alfonso AI, guys.
So we'll talk about Apple quickly because I had it here as my #1 trade today. I really liked going short here on Apple. We talked about a break near 164 to the downside. That didn't happen. Then 166. We really liked that. But unfortunately, we just stacked up there. We went long. You guys remember this? If you were with me at 10:30 today, we were like, we're going long Apple. And people were like, uh-oh, he's revenge trading. So we went short. It came back in. We got that news that Brendan just mentioned a little bit there about they bumped up. They didn't bump it up. I think it's another they're having another call May 7th, some sort of a conference coming through where they're going to talk about chips. So that started to create all of this mess in here. Once it came back into the 200 period, we went long. And that's the long right there. Look at this, 165.70, right? 166.80. So right there, that's a dollar club right there on Apple. So bottoms to top, we have the low there, we have the low there. Apple, well served. Just wish it would have kept going down because then it would have been amazing. But we got stopped out there on that break of 60. That was our stop right into there. Fortunately, we were able to go long on the pullback, and now it doesn't seem so bad after taking $1 on the last bit. So yeah, so far so good. I like Apple here today to the short side, and it's been definitely a winning trade. Short early, long late. IBM, by the way,
just bounced off.
IBM ain't catching a break here. So not that they deserve a break. They are, it looks like, somewhat confirmed now. HashiCorp stock up and halted on potential buyout here with IBM. So I don't think we have anything. It's the Wall Street Journal. So we'll wait to see what happens here. But IBM getting to the downside if you're wondering what's going on with international business machines.
Yeah, and it's a $5 billion potential deal. IBM's market cap's 165. So I mean, it's not a huge, $5 billion is not a gigantic company by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a couple of points on there. It's a couple of points on IBM's valuation. So it's under pressure right now. It's not really catching much of a bid, trying to hold that 180 level. Apple, I mean, it's not dissimilar. I only went short because the plan of action was short on Apple. It was starting to work in the money, and I just gotten VWAP when the news dropped. I got out when it made a local high after the news came out and just stayed away from it because everything had changed. And now you're getting a loose trend. But you know what? It has not broken the 167 quarter high. So with it a little bit stronger now, I'm looking for a press that holds yesterday's tops. There, now you can see a little bit better with my head there. So 167 and a quarter. If we get back up to 67, I'd look for the shorts out and above. But I can't imagine on this that IBM's going to fall forever. Oh, now it's catching a bid. You might have missed the chance to get this back through 180. You're not going to fall forever on them doing a $5 billion deal. But IBM trying to recover now, it looks like.
All right, let's talk Amazon groceries. We were very excited about this morning. Ends up being a pretty good day here. They faded the gap initially. It comes right back into yesterday's aftermarket levels and then straight to the upside with the overall market here. Unlimited key grocery delivery coming to, what was it, 3,500?
Yeah, 3,500 cities.
U.S. cities, yeah, U.S. to start.
And you're not going to need to spend that much.
No.
$35 is all you got to spend. That's like 2 items in Canada, so I don't know how much it is down south. And you get free delivery, about 30-minute pickups, depending on what you want to do. Also, if you're part of the electronic benefits transfer program, you're going to have a different account for that. You're going to pay only $4.99 a month for the Prime membership, and you'll have access to that as well instead of the regular $10 a month.
I'll say it right now. As soon as this comes here, I'm trying it.
100%.
Day one, I'm trying it.
All right, here we go. By the way, Amazon right here, trade idea number 2, and you're not going to find a better one than that. Let's go on that one. Let's go props up for that. Amazon long 176. Who would have wrote that down pre-market? There's no way someone would be able to tell that that went all the way down to 176, and I wish that someone was me. But there's that bottom tick. We have 2 of them. One at 176 there, one at 176.50, one at 176.10, and there's the move all the way to the upside. The problem is we started the trade too early, and then we didn't hold all the way up. So we nailed it. I cannot be more happy with this other than just we got in too early. But that's what I'm trying to do. Shout out to Dan McIsaac. I'm trying to give you and give myself the highest probability. That's why I only have 4 names traded. Highest probabilities, best trades, most amount of risk. That's the new style for me. Amazon, awesome opportunity. Unfortunately, we were wrong early. The problem is there we go. Now we're just talking about not having a wick. The problem, that's Amazon. Amazon had a wick. The problem on the market today, this is what I meant to do, was you see the market was going this way, while Amazon off the open was going this way. So I fought the law, and eventually the law won because it just kept on going to the downside until eventually it fell right into our lap. So we like that one, and this is what Dan was talking about. We also have, thank you so much, the coffee and the water. Tesla earnings today. We'll see what's going to go on with Tesla. Tesla's up 2% right now, Randy. Thank you so much for the water and all of that and the coffee. It's reloaded. But look at Palantir. Again, look at this. We talked about that. Shout out to Big Patty Ice behind me. I mean, this was a monster trade. This is going to be, it's not even close. PL1 today. Palantir, boom. It gets to that 22 level. And as we discussed it in the pre-market, if we ever get up here, let's make it PL1. So that's exactly what we did. And I mean, remember, guys, we're talking about this. We talked about that Roblox break. We talked about all this stuff. Best ideas for me, most amount of shares. That's what's really been working out this month. And it's amazing, guys. It's amazing when you get something and it starts to work. So, you know, stick with your plan. And we always say stay in your grind. And you'll be able to grind out some profits here. There's only couple positive traders on the floor, so today's not the easiest day. So watch out now as big tech is here. It's 161 on the NASDAQ, man. I mean, that's like even the ES. The ES hasn't had a 2% move in forever. And I mean, you're not going to get it today. It's just that's how aggressive the move is today. And we'll go over all the sectors and stuff. Join me and Adara tonight on the recap show where we'll have Tesla and we'll have the one and only Brian Shannon coming through as well. So we got all the hitters lined up tonight. HCP, is it back open? So it's not that HCP is a monster. I see what you're saying in the chat.
No, it's open.
This is the buyout.
It's open.
So there's rumors. I'm not going to say it's confirmed yet because I don't know.
It's flying.
But it's open and it's flying. So when you're going to get a software name that's going to get bought out, it looks like it was IBM was the name that's interested. IBM, obviously, nicely done to the downside there. People like the deal. Look what's happening to IBM now. But HCP, HashiCorp, I know nothing about it, but it is starting to go to the upside. And I think
it's 6.5% short as well.
that's the other thing. So Datadog was moving around. So the thing is, sometimes when you get plays like this, like if US Steel gets bought out, Nucor will get bumped up, like different things like that. So we actually talked about Take-Two earlier and why it didn't move much based on ATVI, and of course Take-Two today. Look, we talked about it. Where's my guy Fabian? We talked about this in the pre-market. Take-Two now straight up from there. So yeah, HashiCorp and all that. All right, well, that was Amazon. So
one thing, I didn't trade Amazon today, but I'll point out because a couple of people rightfully noted this. Sometimes you look at the sympathy play, and that can be something. Instacart's down 6% on that. And it was weak at the open. It made a bit of a rally, but couldn't even get back to the opening range tops. It's trying to hang on to VWAP. If the market rolls over, I mean, Instacart through VWAP, look, if Amazon comes at you, I love Instacart. We actually, candidly speaking, since the pandemic, I think it's been a pretty good service. We talked a little bit about that in the morning. But if this can't hold VWAP when you've already got some bad news coming in, the stock just lost a 50-period moving average. I didn't even realize it made this good of a run off the bottoms, those IPO lows. Like, how great was this? Look at the consolidation, 24, 25, and the breakout, but now it's losing the 50 period. That's a momentum break here on news for Instacart. I'm short 3 names. Rivian's flat, but Micron and Intel are working nicely to the downside. We'll talk chips at the end of the rundown, but let's see what's going on in, I won't say EV land, but in General Motors, because we also have Ford coming up next, right? So the legacy names leading the way for the automotive sector all of a sudden.
Yeah, some of these charts are a little deceiving. Most of these moves happening in pre-market time. We had a huge move on GM this morning. It has never revisited the high. Hasn't really done much. It's been kind of choppy, to be honest. But Q1 beat. They also raised their full 2024 outlook.
This was a beat from anywhere you look at it. Beat on the top and bottom line. Guidance well above expectations. Let's talk about it from the earnings perspective. 26% year-over-year increase on earnings, up to $2.95 billion. Revenue was up as well, solid $7.6 billion, up to $40 billion a year. Now they're looking at revenue. The guidance here, $12.5 to $14.5 billion in revenue for the coming quarter, but it was really all driven by North American pickup truck sales. That's what really kept the boat afloat, Brendo. And they did comment about their EV production. They still plan on producing about 200,000 to 300,000 vehicle EVs this year. I
had one of those experiences the other day when I was walking down the street and you hear that like hum of the electric motor coming behind you. And in my mind, it was like, oh, here comes a Tesla.
Is it a Hummer?
No, it was the Volt or the little hatchback.
Yeah,
but I was surprised. I thought it was for sure a Model 3 or something.
Yeah, I feel like the thing I love about them is how quiet they are. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, and I know that sound.
No, I know the hum you're talking about.
Yeah, when they back up, there's a sound there. Shout out to everybody that owns. Are we talking Tesla or GM?
No, it's GM.
It's funny that we don't have Tesla. I mean, Tesla's going to report. We'll talk about that.
Yeah,
later.
well, definitely. At the end, we got to talk about chips. It's weird that the rundown Tesla aftermarket reports and the chips have been flying all over the place, but we'll talk about that as well. I just didn't like GM at this 46 level because of overhead resistance. This is the only, I said I'm probably not going to trade it, but if you pull back the daily chart, you had this high at about 47 right in here that was resistance, and then you're making a nice little roundy face, so it was breaking out at top, but right into old school overhead resistance on General Motors. So what happened when it tried to go at the open? It immediately failed that top, and it hasn't, unless for some reason you like to dip by at a very random price in GM, it would have been a really tricky trade today. It didn't quite fall far enough for you to go long off of like a previous resistance. I'll zoom out, so it didn't really get far enough for that. Nothing to do. Maybe you could have played with VWAP in the afternoon for a small scalp trade, so we stayed away from it. I think rightfully so, only because it's remotely adjacent. I don't know. It's how else are we going to segue to? I haven't traded Tesla today, but I had Rivian off the $9 level. It then failed. We took the hit on that, and then it put in a double top. So we shorted the double top, got some back into VWAP, reloaded it, and now we're back into Rivian. So the second time through has been a little bit better with this level, giving it to the 9.25 and shorting it at 9.19, 9.20. But yeah, no GM for me. That said, we do like that look, that day 2, day 3, come back at the end of the week. If General Motors can hold 45 here, take out the 47 level, I think that's a little bit more exciting. Today it couldn't get through that 46, but if it can hold up here and break out 47, it's a much more significant break.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was just going to look. GM hasn't done much today, so not overly exciting, and neither has Ford. So unfortunately, there hasn't been much. We had that early dip down into sort of yesterday's close. I feel that, again, another sort of sympathy play here with good GM report. We'll see what Ford can put up tonight. So tonight or tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning. So we'll see Ford coming through. I really like them for the longer term. But again, like, you know, we've already talked about EV weakness. We know Ford and GM are more hybrid-based. So I don't know. I just don't. I mean, the rates are high. And consumers, I don't know if they're swapping into new cars. So right now, Ford and GM obviously having to deal with that problem, having to deal with, you know, the Tesla sort of headwinds, I guess, in the EV space. And that, like, if they're not able to, if they're seeing lower demand, then, you know, how in the heck is someone going to be driving around in one of those Volts if they're not going to take a Model 3 or something? So, again, I'm a little worried. The over-under yesterday, we had 142 at the open. That's still to be determined. So 9.5% move. We're going to see what happens. I thought Tesla had a reason to go up today just because it was beat down so much heading into earnings. And that bid down there at 141 was pretty remarkable really early. We're lucky enough, like I said, to get Amazon and Apple and all that back upside, but that was a great one at 141. There's no doubt about that. 146.50, again, a good top. I will not trade this name. So I've already sort of told you about the kind of focus that I have right now, and you're going to believe me, but when next is Roblox, again, another sticky note name. I haven't looked up or traded, obviously if I haven't looked it up, any chip names whatsoever, and I was just looking. AMD is a monster, and so is NVIDIA for me this month. So again, I was doing that research during the midday there, and I'm surprised. I haven't looked at either one of those. But we're going to keep watching Tesla here into the close. Could be some exciting movements, but I think that they're going to report almost instantly. So join me, Adara, and Brian Shannon for the closing show, and we'll have the earnings right there for you as we're expecting lower demand.
Yeah. We're just saying. I still say down for Tesla tomorrow. We'll see. Roblox, nice move out of the gate this morning. Gaps higher, holds the gap, and runs on this. JP Morgan with a really, really positive note this morning on RBLX, going to 48 bucks.
Yeah, nice pop up there from 41 and maintaining that overweight rating. Here's what they said. The crux of our bull thesis is that we believe Roblox has a significant monetization opportunity and management focus on margin leverage, which we expect to result in free cash flows compounding 40% plus year over year. So, I mean, that's a whole lot of jargon, but JP Morgan analyst likes it, and he's looking at some upside.
Any trades today, guys, for Roblox?
Sure. I mean, Roblox, before we opened up, gets an upgrade from just reading the tweet. This morning, gets an upgrade from JPM. If it can clear 37.10, there's room for more. Could dip first at open, but alert set for that level for the break. So Roblox, here's the reason why. This is the local high at 37 from last week. It was actually 37.10 essentially. There's the dip at the open, and then it was a rip. The last trade, I'll go to a 3-minute chart so you get an idea of what happened here because it was back into a VWAP bounce. That's what I'm sitting in. So the breakout trade gave you to 37.5. Tried to reload at 37. That was mixed. Essentially a flat trade because I got some out and then took the hit on the rest. So it was basically, you know, 1-for-1 both ways. And then it bounced off VWAP here. Saw the bounce off VWAP, came back in, and long off VWAP essentially with a stop underneath this 36.65 level. So currently in a different trade, but the breakout trade was pretty clean, 37 to 37.5. It's about 1 point on a move. And the other thing about Roblox is the potential continuation play because it's really testing the 200-period moving average. It has a chance to close above the 200-period after just spending a week underneath. So that would be a nice little recovery, and then you'd have a little bit of room for more. So JP Morgan with the upgrade and Roblox with the good setup.
Oh shit, Randy brought this coffee. We got stopped out of our TQs there, so we will actually wind up being red because we just took that last hit right there, but that's on that last trade.
IBM's all the way back.
All the way back, yeah.
I mean, effectively.
The market's breaking, and I think we just need to get some longs. Oh yeah, Roblox. So again, Roblox is going to be, again, like I was saying, another positive name here. We took that break. We wrote it down as it was written on here, 37.15. That's exactly the price that we took. And like I said, I traded a little bit differently with just more shares and scalped it out. At the end of the day, it was a great trade. It broke back down through 37. That's the end of that one. I really like Roblox here. I think it's a long-term story. But again, they're not announcing daily active users anymore and some stuff like that, or some kind of metrics that they used to announce, or monthly active users, I believe it was. So not great. You're just gonna have to wait for the report and or upgrades. But if JP Morgan likes it, I like it. You know, I don't do the research into that kind of stuff. I just know that, hey, they have a lot of cool games. There's, you know, new technologies happening. I still think that the Apple, you know, I might just go long Apple now, even up here. Well, that was such a good out up there. That the Apple Vision Pro still has something to say with Roblox. So I still think there's a lot to do here in the market. Did we just get wicked out on that top? All right, so a little bit of volume happening there. I'm going to start to get, oops, sorry about that. Let me show you that wrong stock. I just back in the TQs here at 50. The reason I said that, I just was looking right here on the NASDAQ. Like, what's up with that? I'm fine with that happening and getting taken out there. That's 17,650. We actually talked about trying to be long if we broke above 17.5. And I mean, it did that right here and didn't really, I mean, there we broke, came back. That was nasty. That's 30 handles. That's an L. But once we've held, probably this pullback there and then whoop to the upside was pretty nice. But that 17,650, again, we can pull this out. I should maybe talk less and trade more here because I'm only in a small position. So no matter what happens, I really feel like now you got to go to 17,750. So there's really not that much here. What is this level? Now I feel like I'm cherry picking and I do not want to do this. So I don't want to like just go out and find levels just for the sake of trying to be short. Okay, so this is something that we're going to have to flip over mentally and get away from the short. So that little wick high there in the NASDAQ, we're lucky to get out. I mean, we were fine. But there's the wick higher right there into 60. So I'm thinking a break over 60 is something that we're going to just say that's enough. You know, you want to retest that wick high, cool by me. We're not in a lot of shares, but I want to just see it break it. So we're getting close right now, a break of 60, and we are Branzino on that one, Gonzino on that, and we'll see what happens now. But that's it. Just reloading one more time into the high side here for the NASDAQ. Breaks it, it breaks it. Fine, no more fighting the Fed on this one.
Yeah, and well, I mean, the Fed...
Yeah, Fed has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, we're in earnings season, man, and if the market is liking to somehow buy into tech earnings, whether I think that's the right move or not, actually, I sold some Eli Lilly today. I'll get into that in a second, but as the market's breaking highs, ARM is almost back to that high, the 98 level from earlier. So it's holding VWAP. It was... Sometimes it's the right call to get out in front of the low, but ARM got up to 98, it curled, tried to make a breakout, put in a lower high. If we get back up and they double tap that high, I do like that short trade. And then the other thing is, like, I mean, Intel's down, NVIDIA's up 4%, Micron's up 3%. I'm in Micron, I'll get to that in a quick second. But look at this top, Intel can't break as the market's going higher. And it's flat on the day. They're the ones that actually report this week in the sector. And it is looking, excuse me, sorry I couldn't. I haven't sneezed all day today. I actually didn't sneeze yesterday. The trick for me has been more local honey, so I was told is a good thing for allergies. Anyways, whether or not that's true.
You're told that by someone that produces
Fabian.
Honey. Oh, Fabian.
Fabian was the one that you should
more
have
local
honey. Though I guess the idea would be like
what's the reasoning behind that?
So like, you know, they pollinate like the local stuff, and it's a local like.
No, but if you're sneezing a lot, you're supposed to eat honey.
Yeah, it's allergies. It's allergies. So pollen allergies. So if you're eating the honey.
Okay, so if you have a lot of allergies, you're supposed to have honey.
The local honey specifically, like from around where you live. Yeah, if you have seasonal allergies, I don't know, whatever. I tried it. And
lucky
apparently
that
it's
way.
still, I'll try anything. It's honey, so it's not a big deal. Put it in my tea. But Intel can't break the highs. And one thing I was saying earlier and why I was in ARM, if something is failing to break the tops when the market is trending higher, then that's a good resistance level. So 34.60 is the high. Micron came into a pretty key level. That's not going to, yeah, there we go. Actually shows okay on the 3-minute chart. So if you go all the way back to last week where you had the big dump offs at the end of the week, Micron 113 was where this thing settled down. And then it got up here, tagged the 113. I shorted underneath that, thinking we're getting a VWAP retracement. Let me get back on the offer in front of 113 again. And only reload things that are, as the market's pressing highs, you got to be giving me lower highs, and then I like it. Randy, what's up? Hold on a second. Did you have that cut this morning?
Got it yesterday.
Okay.
You say what's up to my guy over there? Isn't that where you went? Oh, yeah. Halim. Halim's been on, he's been on YouTube before. All right. So yeah, no, right here, Randy. Look, I mean, this is Tesla right here. They dropped the price $5,000 or something like that on full self-drive. So here on the daily, it's not super exciting, but we do have a nice bump up there from 141. But this is what she's looking like right now. This is the daily. We broke through that 150 level. So, you know, next.
We talked about this.
Yeah.
I think it's going to become a commodity.
Grab the mic.
I think FSD will be like air conditioning in the 80s. You know, it'll come back as eventually as a default on a lot of cars.
Okay.
So they amortize the cost of FSD into the platform. Everybody's going to have it at some point.
Right.
You know, AI is coming. AI is here now, and we have FSD built into everything we buy. Okay. So at some point they build it into the price of the car, of any car, of the platform itself. And you amortize that cost over the lease or over the purchase. I know I'm moving around here.
That's okay.
I think he's going in the right direction. Honestly, I really do. I think it's going to be part of the platform. It's just a piece of software. It's all it is.
Yeah, no, I actually like the subscription model where they were charging $200 change a month for that because then they get the recurring revenue. But
You can't do that forever.
with the current, that's the thing. But why can't you?
Because at some point, even the base model, people want, as I said, air conditioning, power
Right,
locks,
so
windows.
one day it's gonna be free,
I'm old, but let's roll back to the 80s when everybody had the crank down windows, and you know, at some point you want the toys. So, and at some point it becomes cost effective enough to produce it that everybody gets it. So I think it's coming. I think he's going in the right direction.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I still like the robo-taxi idea. We'll see what that goes through. I think the market got hit on no Model 2 news there.
You just have to be patient with it, that's all.
Yeah, you do. All right, so we got back. Yeah, I mean, if you're not patient with Tesla, then
No, at this point, like,
at this point, then you should have been out a long time ago. I
That's
mean,
insane.
I still like the story. I like everything that he's doing. So, all right, let's just
$1,200 price
I mean,
target.
not everything.
did you hear there was
Oh, that's 40.
it was one of Kathy Wood's minions. It wasn't Kathy Wood herself. It was someone else giving an interview, and they were still like $1,200
they're still
price
loving
target.
that?
Yeah, they were. It was still overly aggressive, but at least it was you got to wait a couple
like
of
it was
years
more
because
reasonable.
right now, you know, demand issues. But I like that notion. Look, at the end of the day, if the way that it works is it's just in every single vehicle eventually, if they're the first to get it right, then they're the ones that win on robotaxi. I have to watch my neighbor have it like automatically back in, like the nice little slow back in when it pulls it, when it backs into his garage, and I'm like, I'm too lazy to actually do it manually myself. Well, you get a little bit jealous when you don't have that feature. So I can see everyone's gonna want it, there's no question about it. The weed names are making some power moves this afternoon, so I just wanted to, acknowledge it. Oh, Tilray just in time. I know people like Tilray, I get it. But it's never Tilray, it's always CGC and ACB. And it's not to crap on Tilray, it's just price action, and price action is truth. CGC looking like it's making another run at $9 here today. So a little bit of a breakout. I think VWAP looks good. If it can break the top and consolidate over 9, I think you got a little something here. So super strong move for CGC, ACB. You got 14 CGC, you got ACB at 17%. And because we were asked about it, well, I just saw it in the chat as well, Tilray up 8%. So this is actually the best day Tilray's had in a while, but as usual, it's a fraction of what you're seeing on the other main names there. And the daily chart, I mean, the good news would be that it's early in the move, I suppose, for Tilray. like this is actually a bit of a bounce off the bottom. That's not a bad sign. It's just not nearly as strong as you see in CGC and ACB.
All right, let's. So I'm still short the market here, but we need to look for some more ideas. What's up to my lovely wife? I think she's watching. She just shouted me. She just shouted Randy out in our chat. So she's like, Randy.
What's up, Randy?
She knows Randy. All right. You know what's really Randy is when you're taking Ubers around. I think Uber. I was just looking at that stock up here. There's always a certain amount of names that I'm trying to go back to every day. I mean, Uber's up 2.5% here. I mean, a great high and a great VWAP dip buy opportunity again. I mean, Uber here, just since we've been looking at it, look at this. There's VWAP here at 11. Here's VWAP again at 12. Here's VWAP again at 130. I think Uber's a buy if we can get down into VWAP again. So that's $70.50 or so. I kind of like that look there for Uber. It's not a missed trade of the day. It's just, oh my God, did we nail this one? The Amazon long at 176. Let's just keep doing what we're doing, man. We're looking for catalysts. We're looking for reasons. And that Amazon trade down there, look, we talked about it. Whole Foods, grocery delivery, subscription model. You know, I think Amazon is firing off on all cylinders right now. Amazon Web Services.
I love Amazon.
You know,
I think they're one of the
Prime Video.
They win in so many ways.
What are we watching on Amazon Prime? Where there's something there.
Oh, there's a couple of, well,
There's Reacher.
well, if you're, like, I don't know if you watch The Boys.
Well, that's the one that I've seen a little
So
bit of it, but
there's a spin-off for The Boys called it's like Gen Z or something like that. So basically it's like, it's the same storyline, but it involves like college kids. So it's like
So they're just older. What, The Boys was high school? Or?
No, The Boys are like, they're adult superheroes.
Oh, okay.
And then it's the same storyline essentially.
Oh, Fallout.
But you like that, and then Fallout's the most recent thing I watched. But The Boys is on fire. I like The Boys way more than Fallout, and I love Reacher as well. Amazon's got some good stuff out there. It's solid. I mean, if I look at it, if it's not for, if you didn't have Star Wars and you didn't I didn't have kids, then I'd have Amazon, Apple, and Netflix ahead of Disney.
Right.
But the hours watched because of those two factors alone, like Star Wars and my daughter, means that Disney's up there for us.
Yeah.
But I probably watched more Amazon than Netflix in the last few months. But that's
More
mostly
Amazon than Netflix.
But that's because I was watching Fallout and Reacher. They're great shows.
Well, Fallout's pretty new. I think.
Well,
couple, maybe a week.
I watched it because Brendan mentioned it on the pod. Was it Brendan or you that mentioned on the podcast?
I think we were both talking about it because.
It was one of you guys. It was, I don't know.
Oh, there's a new Ryan Reynolds thing called Fall Guy. There's a new. Huh? Gosling, not Reynolds. I can't ever tell the difference.
Oh, they're both Canadian, right?
Which one's Knuff?
They're both Canadian.
Which one's the Ken guy?
No, it's Gosling.
That's Gosling. I like him the best.
Hold on, what's it called?
Fall Guy.
Fall Guy.
It's with Ryan Gosling and
Emily Blunt.
Emily Blunt, the girl from Oppenheimer.
Oh, it's got the guy from I know this other guy too. Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Isn't that what it is?
well.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't Emily Blunt? Wasn't she in a sitcom?
No, she was.
Like a
Emily
weekly
Blunt's in the.
show?
Was she not?
Was she never on TV?
Was she?
I don't know.
I know her from the Tom
Wears
Cruise
Prada.
movie. She
Hey, Ramin, keep telling me movies in my ear so I look
she
smarter.
kicked butt in
So she's from
Day After
that-
Tomorrow. That's the
yeah,
movie
we
repeats every day.
We have it up over there.
But the other thing is Lee Majors is in it, the Bionic Man.
Ooh.
Which is, anyways, if you're
on,
old,
Palantir.
you know the Bionic Man. However, everybody stay popping off because it is 2:40. We are locked and loaded. We've got a guest of the day, locked and loaded at the desk with Brendan.
One, typically.
Okay.
One a day. Yeah.
It'd be exhausting.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Zafiro Methane with us this afternoon. Talal Debs is founder and CEO of the company. Brand new listing today on Cboe Canada. Congratulations. Exciting
Thank
day.
you very much. We couldn't be happier.
Yeah, and a positive day for the stock as well. You and I were just mentioning ZEFI, if you want to go check it out, guys, on the Cboe Canada here in Toronto. This is a fascinating space, and I want to talk a little bit about the company to start things off. Tell us about Zafiro Methane, because there's not a lot like this and your approach here is a little bit different. But give us an overview here of the company.
Well, thanks very much. We are an environmental services business focused on abating methane from leaking orphaned oil and gas wells. So there's a lot there, because when we started doing this 2 years ago, most people didn't know what methane was.
Right.
But it's the chemical constituent that we know of as natural gas.
Right.
And what's happened that a lot of people don't know is that there are literally millions of older oil and gas wells spotted across the US and Canada that were never really put to bed properly.
Okay.
And they're leaking methane gas into their communities at a rate that is, it's truly astounding. And it's something that is it's an environmental cleanup job that is big in scale, big in impact, and we want to lead the charge to deal with it.
So there's some people or some viewers might understand the term carbon capture in businesses that register or run in that carbon credit space. How is this different in the sense of how you're operating this?
Well, look, we definitely touch on the carbon credit space.
Right.
But our business, and by the way, I mean, I've been around the carbon markets, and our team has been around the carbon markets since at least 07, 08. So, we know what works, what doesn't.
Yeah.
But no, fundamentally what we do is we provide an environmental benefit through our operations. And our operations involve going into a leaking well site, removing the wellhead from the ground. So, it's not just on the surface. We dig it out.
Yeah.
And before we did that, we sealed downhole 2 different seals to make sure that nothing can get back up out of that old hole and seep into the atmosphere, into the soil, into the water. And that environmental benefit is something we can monetize in a few different ways. There's a traditional corporate way of doing it. So these would be oil companies will pay us to come in and do the environmental improvement on their property. Mm-hmm. Now the government is getting into the act, especially over the last couple years. The U.S. federal government released $4.7 billion just to dealing with old orphan oil and gas wells,
right,
cleaning them up. So in that sense, the governments are paying for us to come in and do that, provide that environmental benefit for the community benefit.
Yeah.
And then what we're finding now is that the environmental markets, and that's the broader word for the carbon markets, are actually really happy to pay us for the carbon equivalent emission reduction that happens on a lot of these wells, especially the ones where they're big leakers. And we think that's another third revenue stream for us, and
right,
it's allowing us to grow at a very quick pace.
Just to back up quickly, for anyone who's wondering, the term orphaned well, if they're hearing that for the first time, what does that mean? It
is something that almost, also when we started this, we would talk about methane and people would say, what's that? And then we'd say orphan well, and a lot of people don't know that either. So an orphan well, as the name would suggest, is a well that no longer has a parent. And what that means is that when an oil and gas operator signs up to exploit a resource, mm-hmm, they promise in writing to all the parties involved, the royalty owner, the land, the government, that they're going to come back at the end of everything and clean it up when they're done. And what's happened over the course of time, due to various reasons, is that a lot of these wells, through bankruptcies a lot of times, get separated from that responsibility to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
So when the state wants to send a bill to some company to go clean up the well, that company is now bankrupt.
Yeah.
So that's resulted in the United States, the Environmental Defense Fund estimated, I think last I saw, 3.7 million orphan wells in the US.
Wow.
That's a stunning number. That's almost 4 times the amount of operating wells that we have going in the country. And so why is that remarkable? It's probably costs $100,000 US to plug a well and to clean it up properly. Give or take on average. Some are a lot more, some are less. And that's $370 billion needed to clean that up. And that's a huge market that we're going for.
And that's just the US.
Yeah.
Numbers on Canada or no?
So the numbers on Canada are also vast. And I don't have the technical detail down, but we've definitely been told by a lot of Canadians that this is a problem that's pretty rife here as well.
And opportunity as well.
Yeah.
In that. Talk a little bit about the integration here. How did the company become fully integrated?
Sure. We like to say we have a fully integrated service, and really what that is for the carbon credit part of what I described before, so selling to the carbon markets. One of the things that we have to promise them is super high quality, which means when we go in and clean up a site and we claim that we've reduced the methane emission by some amount,
yep.
They need to know that that's, first of all, a correct number, and mostly that the well was plugged properly. And a lot of times people will cut corners, have been known to cut corners in this space, and we thought the best way to make sure that we can deliver wells that don't ever leak again is to own all of the services and have them all under our roof. So we have a highly focused retirement services division with rigs, crews, trucks, licenses, explosive licenses when necessary, but that's all exactly in service of reducing methane and cleaning up these sites. And in a way, we provide a service that might look a little bit similar to what an oilfield service company might provide for some of their business.
Gotcha.
But we're highly specialized in delivering that service. It's a little bit like comparing Federal Express to an airline. An airline might deliver a few packages, but they're mostly about passenger travel.
Gotcha.
FedEx is all about delivering packages. And so that means we can deliver like FedEx. We're the FedEx in the example. We deliver, the environmental benefit associated with cleaning a well quickly, efficiently, and so it will never leak again.
Let's talk about the management team here, as far as the company is concerned. A very notable past, going back to JP Morgan in 2007, they started the carbon trading desk.
Sure.
Talk about that.
So yeah, that was 07, 08 timeframe. And I was there. Tina Rain, who's at Zafiro, our head of our CCO, Chief Commercial Officer, but she's also our expert in carbon trading, was there. And Catherine Flax, who's on our board at Zafiro, was overseeing a lot of that. And what we did at JP Morgan is we acquired and bolted on a carbon trading capability for the first time it was really the first US bank of scale to do that. And one of the things I was tasked with at the time was, can we even trade these things? I mean, what are they? What is this carbon credit contract? Is it a thing, or is just a contract, right? And I developed a point of view from that to have institutional quality, a carbon credit needs to be highly repeatable. There need to be a lot of cleanup opportunities that could generate the same exact type of credit so that someone who buys it can know what they're getting. And it needs to be very clear that activity wouldn't have happened anyway. And that's what the carbon market calls additionality. And what we found with this methane reduction focus that we have at Zafiro kind of like lines up ticks all the boxes that no carbon credit that I've seen before can deliver on. And we can deliver, this carbon credit type can deliver literally hundreds of millions of tons on a very uniform basis, repeatably over a number of years. And right now we're in the leading position to be the first to monetize.
Yeah.
And we've got a wonderful operating team under us of over 125 people who are actually not just pushing paper around and moving market instruments around, but we're plugging hundreds of wells a year and doing the work on the ground. And so to me, it's a really exciting opportunity.
Yeah, it's, as I said to start things off, it's a fascinating space. Brand new listing, guys, if you missed the beginning, ZEFI on the CBOE Canada market as of today. What do you leave investors with here? If you wanted to give them a message going forward, maybe for the remainder of the year or the next little while here.
Look, how long you got? No, we could. Look, what I want to leave investors with is that look, we've come to market unusually so with having very material revenues. We're already profitable, And we're tapping the market so that we can scale into what we think is a huge opportunity to build a self-reinforcing machine to get this all done. So every time we monetize carbon credits, we plow it right back into the business and do more methane reductions. And we've got so much headroom in going to tackle this problem that we've got a long way to grow. And so that's what I want investors to understand, is that we're really just getting started, and we're facing two multi-billion-dollar opportunities where we have a chance to lead in terms of market share and profitability. So we hope that you'll come along on the ride with us.
There you go. Early days and an exciting market to be in. Talal Dubs is founder and CEO of Zafiro Energy. ZEFI again, SIBO Canada, or Zafiro Methane, I should say. Go check it out, guys. Talal Dubs. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
More important guest, honestly.
That was cool.
I have the chat, first of all. Sorry, I think I was on mute there. I don't think we've had a more important guest. The chat right now is loving it. I think that's an awesome opportunity. That, like, honestly,
that was a staggering number.
Yeah, like, that was ridiculous. 380 billion to clean all that up when these jokers should be cleaning this up in the first place. So yeah, I say thumbs up to all of that, man. I'm done with this exploitation. All of this.
Orphan mines, like I've never
just
heard
ridiculous
it before,
that this actually
5x
exists.
the number of working wells were orphaned. It doesn't even add up. But you know what? And on top of that, if you're just speaking like the investor language, already profitable and addressable market, which we love to hear. You want to know what the addressable market is. If you don't understand it, just tell me where you're going and how big that is, which was demonstrated. So super cool. Wish them best of luck. It's always good when you have something which is doing good and making money.
Well, yeah, it's that
We say this all the time, like
some sort of a social responsibility in all of this. So shout out to Talal and everything. Thanks for coming through.
Great job.
Definitely go check those guys out. Hey, it's always exciting. IPO day, they're coming through. We really appreciate that. So best of luck over there, Zafiro. So go check those guys out. All right. Meanwhile, the market is getting to the downside. So we'll start to hit the siren. Oops, subscribe. We'll hit the siren up a little bit, and we'll go red zone right now. Not the NFL red zone, which I really like, NFL red zone. But right now, there it goes. Bye-bye, NASDAQ. We'll see you around. Apparently, Tesla,
so there's some
6,800. Is it more jobs?
So all that I'm seeing on Tesla is they're making announcements as to the specifics of where the layoffs are. So you're getting, it's like 2,200 people at the Freeport. And then there's, what else we got here? I don't know, they're giving it 600 at another and then 64. So we already knew that they were making the job cuts and all that's happening. I had it up and now I can't scroll. There we go. Yeah, the Fremont plant 2267 have gotten official notice, but these are not new as far as I'm realizing, and it's not moving Tesla. Tesla's not going anywhere off of these headlines that are being dropped here, but they're giving some specifics as to where some of those job cuts and layoffs are going on Tesla. But the market is starting to give it, or continuing to give it back up off these highs.
But
I want to show the NASDAQ for a second.
Yeah, it's still so high.
No, but that said, like this is on a 15-minute chart, like how many pullbacks have we had since the open? They've been few and far between, and this is the first one this one barely even moved, and that's pretty much right at when we came back on air at 2 o'clock, and then this is the first one significantly. So if it gets back to 17.6, I think that's a profit-taking spot. I just took some on Intel. I never got the reload. We're still in the Micron short. Might have to work with a lower high here. I somehow think we're getting 113s. That's not going to happen. I think you got a short back maybe in the 112.5 level. So we'll see what happens. The market is slightly pulling back. If you're looking for some if you're looking for some stronger stocks, this just happened on CGC, just took out the high. So, oddly enough, it wasn't really doing much. It just broke the high a couple seconds ago, got the alert as it broke the $9 level. So I want to see if this can hold above $9. I like the dip buy into 9, giving it to 8.90. As the cannabis names, they've been strong. So as the market's pulling back, these are taking out highs. Sometimes in the afternoon, if things are falling back in, you look for the small caps or the non-market following names that have the opportunity to go. So CGC, we mentioned ACB and Tilray both moving as well. just like this $9 area a little bit better. But both of these are absolutely flying. I mean, in the long term, it doesn't look great. Okay, this looks good because of the reverse split. But if you zoom out far enough, it was been pretty nasty. And then you get a reverse split for ACB. The daily chart's probably a little bit more representative with CGC because we don't split adjust on our chart. CGC, same thing. Split, and then now it's getting the split ramp. When you get that lower float, sometimes the breakouts are a little better. And that's the difference between CGC and ACB. So that's what's up with those. I do like it back into 9 even. IBM, by the way, and I know we mentioned IBM with this HCP. IBM came all the way back up to 183.80 and is pulling back in. So it's still, I haven't seen an official number or deal terms, but the speculation is that they will be buying them. It's like a $6 billion-ish company after HCP spiked. It was like 5-point-something billion before the news came out. But you're seeing a bit of a pullback. And sometimes this can be a good retrace. I don't know why I wasn't thinking short. Usually when this happens on a news-based move, if I'm not short in here, I'm looking for the breakdown price, which was 83.80. And then when it wicks there, I'd be looking to short off that. That would have worked. I guess it's because I think of IBM as a value name, and I'm thinking long in my head. But that normal setup worked absolutely fine for IBM. That's what's up. Dan McIsaac, you're in ACB. Good luck there. I think you're in the right spot looking for longs. But you guys let us know what you're trading. I got this. I mean, I'm still in Roblox. I know I've really only addressed the 3 shorts, and I haven't really talked about Roblox. I've been waiting for this to break out of this range and give me the highs on Roblox. It's turned from a 5% up stock and an upgrade to a 20-cent range, bottom to top, for the last couple hours on Roblox. But like I said, it's holding VWAP for now. I don't see a reason to get out of it till it makes the next move. Cali Fortune, IBM ain't what it used to be. IBM. But is that fair? A lot of stocks haven't been what they used to be, but that doesn't mean they're not good. I would argue Oracle wasn't what it used to be for a long time, and then that was a fantastic when they got the cloud growth. That was a great buy then. If you sleep on quality companies, you miss some opportunities out there. And I don't know the synergies for this deal. I really don't know HCP. I have no idea, good, bad, indifferent, because this is the first I've heard of HCP. I don't really know the company at all. So I can't tell you whether this is a good acquisition for them. It was like, it's easy when, Microsoft and Activision, I'm like, ooh, that's gonna be good for them. But I have no idea for this HCP. I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, neither do I. I was just gonna say, whenever I hear a comment like IBM isn't what they used to be, or was it different, I think that's good. Like, we want companies to continuously
hopefully
adapt and continue to grow, right? I mean, I think that when you're gonna look back and say like, wow, I can't believe, and I remember sitting right here not on this desk because it was 20 years ago, but Zuckerberg bought Instagram for $1 billion. And I remember talking heads and everybody being like, what is this joker doing? Like, $1 billion. Instagram's now worth like, what's Facebook's, what's Meta's? I mean, half of Meta probably, if not more than that. So he buys it for $1 billion. It's probably worth $1.3 trillion or something right now, Instagram, right? Like, you guys are.
You think it's half or it's like a third?
It's more than half. More than half. It's not even close, in my opinion.
Well, I guess if you look at the future of growth.
WhatsApp, they make no money. WhatsApp is losing money, right? Facebook, I mean, nobody has Facebook accounts.
No, the ad revenue of Facebook, it's been well, speaking of which, I mean, we get that this week, right? Those ad numbers. Remember what happens. Meta comes first, and then you get this big reaction in Snapchat, Pinterest, Google, and everybody else. And if Meta blows it out of the water, they set this bar that is really difficult for, like, especially Pinterest. Mm-hmm. Like, if they set a high bar, I almost look for like some fading opportunities on Pinterest earnings.
But I think you want them to fade. I think you want a high bar because that will send Pinterest to the moon, no?
Yeah, and then it gives you a short opportunity on Pinterest earnings.
Pinterest might be performing well.
No, I'm not harping on Pinterest.
Yeah.
My wife still loves
that
Pinterest.
could be a trade.
I'm just saying it could be a trade.
Yep.
But here's the perfect example. You don't want companies to be what they used to be. BlackBerry. Like, that was, BlackBerry had an opportunity to pivot to what everybody, they had what everybody wanted. And
Right.
when there was a subtle shift in what people wanted out of a smartphone, BlackBerry stayed right in their comfort zone, which is easier to do, and obviously it's more comfortable to do, and it was a colossal error on their part. And it's a sad story because as a Canadian, You know, like that could have been like what they could have been had they made a subtle shift to sort of address what the smartphone market was telling them. And, you know, you never want everything to be the same. Intel's trying to make the change now. Better late than never, right? Like, I love the fact that they're trying to get a piece of the pie from Samsung and mostly TSM. And they're behind the 8 ball with it, but at least they're making a change. If they didn't make a change, they would just slowly die. Speaking of things that are behind the 8 ball, market's starting to come back into the downside. That's what we're talking about. You got the super chat there from JC.
What's up, JC?
Not JC Parrott, who's a friend of the show, but JC, which I like because it kind of sounds like Jay-Z.
Look at the TQQs. I will address said comment in 1 minute because I haven't looked yet, but there we go. Let's go. Let's start bringing the pain here. Hit the siren one more time. We still want a lot lower. But we'll take out some more. I mean, there it is. Boom. Let's go. 100 period. Look, this is like, so even though today is the 23rd, go back and look at the 22nd. The 21st would be not that day because that would be Saturday or Sunday. Go back and look all last week. Pretty much I'm net short into the close every single day. So today's another day that ends in Y. So we are going to be short again here into the close. I do have a bid at 23. That's exactly where the 200 period is. So again, and if you're just wondering, like, you know, this guy is just talking like this, but there's no way, you know, that he's putting these trades out before he actually takes them. Well, we are. Here's the TQs. I put this out, well, this says an hour ago on here. I don't know, might even say the exact time. 1:04, 2 hours ago. Just sitting here thinking of some podcast ideas. We're going to be dropping some more podcasts. We're going to be dropping a lot of podcasts soon, hopefully. Shorting the stock market. 1 o'clock with a little cute bear emoji there. All right, well, that necessarily hasn't been right since 1 o'clock, but that was the idea and that was the attitude that we had here into the close. So we'll stay on there. If it does, again, look at that, drops right in basically to the 200 again. We don't, what we're kind of doing now is, first of all, no, I'll talk to you later, my guy. But what we're trying to do right now is just try to stack up a little bit. And what I mean by that is just trying to like top it out, even though it's 3 o'clock, there's still lots more movements to come. We do have Tesla earnings, of course, that we've talked about that over and over again. And the one that I think means a lot more than Tesla, I think Visa is pretty important. And it's because we had a huge move with AXP. American Express has been firing on all cylinders. We determined that's because Sharif's black card and because he took over the payments for the Netflix account there.
That's key.
Yeah, his mom was like, you're finally going to have to pay for it. So Sharif's doing that on the black card. And then the other thing about that is that Visa. So let's see the health of the consumer. All right, we already know it's strong. Let's see if Visa warns about delinquencies or anything like that. I'm interested to see what Visa has to say because if something hits there and we start to trickle down into 255, 260 area, that could be something as well. So let's wait to see if Visa can come back in. I'm excited for that one.
Well, speaking of 260.
Yeah, and then there's Texas Instruments. I was just going to go over one last big name. We will have the earnings board over, but Texas Instruments is the other one. So Texas, which is very important. Isn't TXN one of them, Adara? Pardon? Texas Instruments? Yeah, you looked at me like I was more crazy than I am. So, okay, yeah. Texas Instruments. So now Adara's joining me, by the way. You guys all wanted to know what the new vibe was going to be, and there it goes. This is not diamond hands, but I'm pretty happy with this right now. As here comes back in, we look at that fill we just got. Are you kidding me? We talked about putting a bid there, right? I even told you the price. I mean, we said we're sitting at 23s. All right, so, yeah, Texas Instruments is the other one.
No, the only thing I was going to say, you said 260, and can't mention that number without talking about Pan W at 260. Because as you might notice today, if you're looking at Pan W, it did dip right back into the same the post-earnings 260 level. It held a higher low. You actually are back at the 50-period moving average, which has been resistance. But the last time it gave you 20%. This time it's going to give you 10% off of this level. I love what's going on here. The fact that it's breaking out, I mean, you cannot get cybersecurity out of the news. Just ask UNH about that. Right? Like, this is not going away. I know the valuations aren't always great, but when you look at a level like that, It's the market telling you where the institutional buyers are coming in, and it just happened again on I almost said Palantir, on PanW, and we like it. I didn't add to it, but I'm looking back and it's like, my intention was to dollar cost average and wait. I wanted to buy it every quarter, so to me, the buy off of the last earnings, I was gonna wait another quarter, and I feel like now I might have missed that opportunity, because I'm gonna probably wait until their next report. Rivian's starting to pull back in there. I only have one long, which is Roblox. So if we get to VWAP on Rivian, then I'll stop bidding until we get to 9 even. But Roblox, with the market pulling back in, it probably retests this bottom, which is like 36.70s. So if it gets another 10 cents down, I'll buy it off of support here. And Roblox, T-Daddy, I know UNH, I mean, there was, like, it's a ridiculous number of Americans. If it was like 150 million, yeah, it was like 150 million users or accounts, or however they like to frame it, affected by that, because UNH is a juggernaut. So that's the implication, right? And you know, whether you like PanW, whether you like CrowdStrike, whether you like Zscaler, anybody and everybody is going to be affected by this. I mean, I was just telling you guys about my wife doing a course that was sponsored by MasterCard, because she's in data with an insurance company, and she's having to brush up on cybersecurity to further her career, because everybody is wanting to protect that data. It's important for an insurance company because they have everybody's data. It's important for healthcare. So that money's out there. The addressable market is huge. I love that term. So market, get to the downside. Wait a minute. I'm on the wrong one. I was going to say, let's do a little bit of this this afternoon. I'm not incredibly bullish. Someone asked in the chat opinions on ARM. When the market was going higher, I thought 98, the same double top. I just wanted this high up here. It's now underneath VWAP. I still think ARM is trying to calm down after what was that gigantic flush off of 120. So it's in a little bit of a recovery mode. If it cannot take the 100 level, I want to be short in front of 100. And I would not be surprised if this got back to the 80 level before these guys report themselves.
Yeah, okay. I like that talk about PanW there. I mean, UNH has taken Palo Alto and chosen them, so UNH is a good one there. You've already talked about that, so thank you for that talk, and you know that I couldn't agree more. And that's what we've done the best here for me, was really just adapt, to be honest with you. Adapt with what we had there. Okay, I was just looking at something. All right, DJT, thank you. I'm just hearing in my ear. I'll
it's just that it's moving.
Yeah, DJT is starting to move lower right now.
I thought there was news. It just made a fresh low, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, when this was $60 or $70, I said I'll see you at 10. So now it's at 31. I'll still see you at 10. I don't know what to think about this stock. It was DWAC. It had the $10 base there. We've we switched over symbols, became DJT. Was at 60, 70 on all that hype, and that's great. Then it fell down into 25 where it was trying to go home, and then we just got a little bump up, and it's going to go back home as well. So this name doesn't have anything going for it, in my opinion. And again, you know, I've made some bad investments. Maybe this is going to be a good one, but I don't want to put any money here into DJT. Not at these levels.
There's a difference when you don't make money, and the company doesn't make money.
Frank Jones.
There's hype on the way up, which is, generally speaking, not the end of the world. Momentum is momentum. But buying on the way down when you don't make money. Like, look at Virgin Galactic.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was great on the way up. Lemonade. I was in Lemonade on the way up.
That's a tasty treat.
I was in Silvergate on the way up. I was in Virgin Galactic on the way up. I mean, basically everything worked in 2020. And one of those I held 10% of. That to the end, and that was Virgin Galactic. But all of those made money for me, and the difference is, and all of them I got out way too early. I'll be dead honest about that. I think like Lemonade went another 50% after I got out, and but it's not the end of the world, because you know the company's not there. But when the momentum's there, it's fine. But yeah, I don't know how to value them at this particular point. But remember, there is always a squeeze aspect of it. Like the other day, I did take a long trade on DJT because it was a pretty clear breakout setup, and you'd had some momentum. Like it was just one of these. Like it made a wipeout bottom. It was actually this trade in here. It was this break of 28. Just a momentum long. But like you take those types of trades when they set up, it's feeling like a bit of a flat bottom break here. but we don't have free locates. I was just going to check to see what the cost was. It's a little bit late in the day because you probably only get one shot at it, and you can't get it off of resistance. You have to take a break down at the. I hate shorting the low of the day after 3 o'clock, and you're having to pay for locates. They need to be free to put it on. But I think tomorrow, if we're around this 30 level, if it's it's a few cents a share, then you pay for them and you're good to go. And the good thing about real trading, I understand. Yes, you've heard it probably a million times. DJT is like the most expensive stock to get locates on. That's for people that are shorting this thing and holding it for days and weeks. That's very different from day trading, where our costs, I just checked, it's 6 cents per share. And then once you have that, you can then, whatever amount you pay for, you can go short that amount 20 times. Just obviously you can use it once, and then you get in, get out, you can do it again. It's not per trade, like you get those throughout the day, which is an advantage here with real trading.
That's so funny. Someone just said they trade at 4,000 times. Sales or earnings? Revenues.
Is that true?
Yeah.
4,000?
They don't have.
And I thought ARM was crazy.
They had they had 5 million in revenues.
Yeah, I knew it was extreme. I didn't actually know
market
I didn't know the actual number. I didn't.
Yeah, maybe you weren't. Yeah, maybe you weren't here.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't here when it came.
Yeah, I don't remember it was 4,000 times, but it was 5 million $5 million in revenue here. Let's just double check that just so everybody knows. DJT. Here it is right here. Well, yeah, so they have earnings per share minus 5 cents, but right there, it's just about the market cap when you're using. Yeah, so that would make sense. 5 billion. Yeah, it's more like, sorry, 5 million in revenues with a market cap of 4 billion. So I'm not smart enough for that math, but that you sound about right. I think is it 10,000 times or 5 million, 5 billion? Okay, there we go. So right now, Palantir, we just took another piece out. Look, this has been a banger for me. This is my #1 stock today. Is it? Yeah, P&L wise. And again, it really has nothing to do with the sticky note at all. It has to do with just being able to look at names that you like. And we've talked about Palantir numerous times on the show. And earlier today in the morning, it came up as a sell imbalance, or a buy imbalance, sorry. And I said, just to everybody, and I want to thank, I think it was Hamster, I said this earlier, I want to thank someone in the chat because you were like, hey, Palantir's coming up to 22. Normally, I would sit there with an offer. I didn't. I flipped it over, and I just said, shout out to the Philadelphia 76ers, they still in it? Trust the process. So I'm kind of like Joel Embiid, so we'll trust the process. I'm always hurt.
Jokic.
I'll take Jokic. I'll take Jokic.
I'm just simply saying, I have nothing against Joel Embiid, but we keep saying trust the process when Philly's down 2-0.
Oh, no, but I'm just saying, like, #1 pick and all that kind of stuff.
No, I know what you mean. And again, the sentiment is exactly right, but I mean, Denver's got a Canadian on their team.
Oh, I hate Philly.
Why can't we? Yeah, big ups.
Toronto does not like Philadelphia in any way.
100%.
I mean, Kawhi hit that shot. I was there when I was at one of the games that Embiid ended us in the playoffs. I ain't down with that team, but they're a great.
They took us out when we had Vince on the team as well.
They're a great franchise. Right? The Phillies, the Flyers.
Well, I like the Phillies. I will always like the Phillies because the Jays and the Phillies share like the same spring training basically location. They're like 5-10 minutes away. And on top of that, when we beat them in the World Series, that was a team of those dudes were gamers, man. Like every single dude on that team was a grinder. Like the whole team was like Kroc and Dalton and Lenny Dykstra, Jim Eisenreich. They were all grinders. They didn't have anybody. Mitch Williams. I don't think they had a single dude that was like, yo, here's a normal #1 like draft pick, like Griffey type. Yeah. It wasn't that kind of a team.
Shout out to sports podcasts. Trying to say we'll go on those podcasts. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, shout out to OG Anunoby. Like what he's done for the Knicks. I think it's been fantastic. Has
he been playing well? I mean, I know they're in first place.
Dude, he is locking dudes up on defense.
Yeah,
he is a great defensive player, and I actually I almost want the Knicks to do it this year, just for the old the ex-Raptor.
Yeah, no chance.
But no, Boston's too good.
Yeah,
Boston's too good. It's going to be, let's call it Denver over Boston in 6.
I also like.
That feels right.
When Ty Domi pulled that Philadelphia fan into the penalty box, that was the best.
You know what I used to remember? Back at the old office location.
Down with the Eagles.
Ty Domi every once in a while would be like strutting around that area. I think he must have lived up in Rosedale or something.
Must have been.
Because I feel there's a couple of times I've walked away from the office and be like, ooh, that's his, there's his convertible there. But the market is headed to the downside. You can tell we love some sports.
If you come around where we're located, you may see Trader TV Sean out in the wild.
In the wild. We use that term a lot, but it is out in the wild. The market's out in the wild. There was a question in the chat, which I answered, but I know you'd already talked about it. It was like, why is Sean short the TQs?
I am?
Well, I mean, obviously, I jokingly said because the market's at the highs, but there's a good chance you meant why not go long the SQs? Because it's most traders, and I'm not to speak for you, we've said this before, for most traders, it's just easier to be short when you're looking to make bets only to the downside. If you have an account that doesn't allow you to go short, obviously going long in the reverse ETF is perfectly reasonable as well. Like real trading, we can just go short pretty much anything except for really small cap stuff that we might have to pay locates for. So just shorting something to bet that it's going down is a much easier way to go about it there.
Yeah,
Jokic.
Yeah, I know. Shout out.
I love that stat, the whole 25, 10, and 10 thing. I was just surprised Wilt hadn't done it more because he's Wilt, and it was such a different league.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love Wilt, but come on.
No, but back then, dudes were
9 feet. He's facing.
Dudes are grabbing 30 rebounds in a single game.
Yeah, he's facing 6'4" white guys, or the tallest guys. Wilt Chamberlain is like.
You've seen the old clips.
Yes, that's why I'm referencing these clips. Jokic is dealing with the most athletic people in the world every day, and he's just worried about training horses. Shout out to everybody that's a Rangers fan, man. I went to that Rangers Leaf game where it was Rempe Reeves, and it was amazing. Honestly, the fact that my kids are like so into hockey has been amazing. It's such a great sport to watch and to have your kids in and everything. Hockey has been really amazing. So shout out to everybody who does that. The NHL playoffs are on right now, and I'd watch that a million times over basketball. It's not even close. Okay, so right now let's go over something else here.
NHL playoffs over. I agree.
It's not.
Quick thing there. Kyle McGill, pay for locates.
The NBA is a joke.
Pay for locates simply means, there's a question, what do pay for locates mean? We say it a lot. If you want to go short, you have to borrow the shares first. Oftentimes, the lingo is you're paying for shares to be located so that you can borrow them, because there has to be physical shares that you borrow, and then once you can prove that, you've made a legal short. When people talk about like naked short selling, it's because they don't locate the shares to borrow before entering into the short position. And so obviously, like, we don't do that here. If there's limited availability, then the broker charges you to get those borrows. And then sometimes you call it paying for short, pay for locates. It's essentially the same thing.
It's long ass read.
There. So Rivian back at VWAP. I said if it got to VWAP again, I'd take more out. I just got that fill. If it breaks VWAP, I want to hold into $9. That's what's going to be next. Micron, I don't think we're going to get, I don't know if we get 113s again, but it cannot seem to break 112. I want to get a chance for it to break that. Intel, we're just sort of hanging on for dear life as that wants the low of the day on Intel. The smartest move I made all day on Intel was in and out flat here. I got in too early, I got out flat, paid fees, and then waited for it to run the top. And then when it was running the high of the day, that's when I was getting it. Oftentimes you get FOMO when you're like, oh, this stock is weak, but I got in and out of this one flat, paid the fees to get in and out at the same price, and then waited for it to get into the highs. Why was it those highs? Because this is market's breaking higher. This cannot seem to get through 34. I said 60, but really it's like 57, just close enough. Oftentimes, I know that's imprecise, but technically the high there is, it's like 56 and 57. But I'll usually say the round number, or my stop is at the round number, just to keep it simple for you guys. But yeah, the market is coming back in. Roblox is the only long that I have. And even now, like, it's starting, now it's giving the bounce off 36.70. So I said I would take the shot. It just came back into support. I'm going to hop on the bid. But if it can't hold this local bottom, which is right under here, the 65, I'm just jumping out of Roblox. It's been a decent long, but the market's starting to roll over.
All right, let's take care of some business. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies in the economy? Well, then Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned? That's a good question, Neil. How many cars will Tesla ship this quarter? Another good question. Or what a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Perhaps not a great question. Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/tradertv to sign up today and grab $20 bonus after depositing just $50 for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. The best part is it's easy to get started. Choose an event like whether Boeing will have a new CEO. 76% chance. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and Boeing will announce a new CEO by year end, and you will cash out a smooth 100 on that $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 plus users and dive into diverse markets. Make your moves and potentially profit from global events. That's kalshi.com/tradertv.
Did you see the top one there?
What was that?
You can bet Kanye releases a new album on Spotify.
Oh, right here.
May 5th. That's the top one.
I cannot wait for Vultures too, but
The
thing is that I think he delayed the last, so he's already released all the days.
Right.
But I think the last one came out a couple of days after, so that's interesting.
I figured you probably know more than I would on that one, but yeah. I mean,
Best LLM at the end of the year? How do you figure out what the best one is? That's interesting.
But
or
how
maybe
do
the
they
most
define that?
users?
It's got to be the most users.
I'm actually going to open up an account.
I mean, if you
and do
click
this.
on it, probably gives you a blurb on it if you click on it.
Congress?
Deadpool, go back. Deadpool versus Wolverine.
Whoa.
Rotten Tomatoes score.
Where do you see that?
Above
Right here.
90? Oh, come on, son. Of course it's going to be over 90. Are you kidding me?
Neil, log in immediately.
I didn't. Wow.
Neil, bet this immediately.
Are you? Come on, son. The new Deadpool
Look at this.
movie is
There's
going to be
charts,
over
you can see-
90%. What are we even talking about here?
I'm
What are
saying
we even-
under. They're stingy. I'm with Adara. I have no idea about this, but I'm just with whatever Adara says. I think
If it's not, then that is manipulated and that is BS. I'm telling you that right now. How long have they waited to make this movie, to get it right, to get Hugh Jackman
is it a
on there?
Disney movie?
Oh, but okay. So here's the thing.
I'm just asking. I'm not.
What
I'm
have
not
they? What have the only
I'm
things
trying to
that
cancel,
the
remember?
things that they've gotten right is Deadpool.
Yeah,
They have nailed Deadpool. They know
And that's
what's
Ryan
up there.
Reynolds. Or
That's
no-
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. So then yes,
He's
Canadian involved.
hilarious. I'm just saying.
I wonder if you hire a Canadian actor, do you just pay them in Canadian dollars? Because
Yeah, you can take it. Okay, he's getting paid.
yeah, that's not. I'm just
Be
joking.
real
About
for a
that
sec. The USD is kicking some butt, right? Anyways, too.
one. USG rocks.
Yeah, well, it's no. On a serious note, like the ECB's, like they're gonna still
Sign
cut.
up for Kalshi.
That's going the same way. I mean, but like I got a little crazy about that. I understand that Rotten Tomatoes, the critics tend to be harsh when it comes to comedies,
Yeah.
and they don't know funny. So maybe I'm overstating that a bit. But I just think they're.
Well, you're with the trend. I mean, it was 37 cents, so
Yeah.
that's. I mean, there's more people.
No, I love Deadpool. I was gut laughing in the theater for both of those.
I
which
think
doesn't-
I've actually.
That and Tropic Thunder. It's the only time I was gut laughing in the theater.
You know what? I'm just joking
Oh,
about that
of course.
Canadian thing. I know they're paid in US dollars. I was just joking about that.
No, I knew. Blake Lively, his wife.
That's right.
What's crazy? So Ram just asked.
Hey, I knew that. I was just letting Neil say it.
Well, how many times, if it's pop culture, am I actually gonna? Most times I'm not gonna know. But Ryan Reynolds, whatever. Oh, Canada.
I really like Ryan
I probably
Gosling.
can't tell you that much about Blake Lively, but I can tell you that she's in a few things I probably watched.
I'm down with Gosling.
Yeah, Gossip Girl.
I
don't know.
Gosling's wife she's Spanish. She is Eva Mendes. Bang!
I see.
Ain't no one in my ear.
I didn't know that.
Ain't no one in my
It's like
ear.
that, eh? I didn't know that.
Come on, man. Any more?
I didn't know that.
Any more? You want to know Taylor Swift's last 5 boyfriends?
Hold on
I
a sec.
try to tune that out.
Who's
because,
Emily
like,
Blunt? Because we're talking about Emily Blunt. Who's she married to?
Yeah, the guy from The Office.
Jim Halpert.
Jim Halpert, yeah.
What's his actual name? Well, what do you want? His
Jim Halpert is his name. It's Michael Scott. It's not Steve Carell.
Whatever. Mike. What's his name again?
All right.
Mike Krzyzewski?
Yeah, Mike Krzyzewski. Yeah, he's a Duke coach as well on half.
No, but in all seriousness,
On all seriousness, I think we lost that a while ago. Okay, let's just keep on going here.
John Krzyzewski.
No, yes.
Now
John
only-
Krasinski.
Oh, for the love.
Come on, Neil, smarten up. Focus here.
Krasinski.
You've lost your way. Okay, so TQs, we're still on that. Let's find some more trades right now. Yeah, Krasinski, yeah. He was in on another thing on Amazon.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Joe Rogan. All right.
No, that's actually, if you haven't seen it, it's really good. It's got
Yeah,
Bunk,
no, I know that one.
Bunk from The
there's
Wire,
numerous
which you need to
seasons.
watch.
I think that was a big one there.
Go straight up if you've never seen The Wire.
Be quiet. Oh. I thought Armina was telling me to go to my quiet place there, and she was like,
Quiet Place was good.
yeah, okay. Texas Instruments, I don't know enough about that, but I'll definitely be. There's a lot of things I want to watch. I do want to rewatch Tropic Thunder because I'm with you on that one. That one's a jam for sure.
I think that's the funniest movie in the last 2 decades.
Yeah, I know you're all about that.
I'm being dead serious, and I'll tell you.
That's why I want to rewatch it. At the end, when you realize everything, I think it is really funny.
I'll tell you this right now, and whether this is controversial or not, I don't care. Robert Downey Jr. gave the funniest damn performance I've seen in forever.
That's why I want to rewatch it.
Like my pops, when my pops saw the first Chappelle Show thing when he did the Clayton Bigsby, like my pops was like, "That's offensive." He wasn't into that. When he saw Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, he was dying, and he didn't like Chappelle Show, but he thought that was the funniest ish ever. And I'm 100% right. At the end of the day, funny is funny, and that's the whole point. You got to try to push some boundaries every now and then.
You got to be,
Yeah, like let's be real, man. Like most of the best comedy is not safe. It's getting out there. Like how many true great comedians never push boundaries? Steve Martin, and who else? Maybe Robin Williams. Everybody else has got to be out there a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not testing me. Just a couple of things of note. VWAP is turning into a thing. When the market goes a little bit, like pulls back, you're going to see things pull back into VWAP. I've got Roblox here at support level, but it's struggling at VWAP. So I'm going to get out if it gives me even 90s. And then Rivian is bouncing off VWAP here. So we said we get some out in front of VWAP. I took more out in front of VWAP as that pulls back in. Intel and Micron. Like, look what's happening here. Micron's just holding the line. Like, we're not moving. We're not breaking down into VWAP. We're not busting back up. I think I trail this to 55 there, just to be safe. Yeah, I love this in the chat. Richard Pryor. I mean, for those who don't know, like stand-up comedy, like that's like the original. I'm gonna test some limits. I grew up on that because my pops was all into Richard Pryor. Although oddly enough, the best stand-up that I ever saw live, and this is gonna be weird to say because obviously his life has not worked out how you would have expected. I saw Bill Cosby live. It was funny as hell. Obviously, things didn't work out for him. For obvious reasons. But he was still funny in his stand-up.
Yeah. I saw Damian Wayans in Vegas. That was a lot of fun when I was too young to see it, probably. Okay, so TQQs, Roblox, Amazon. Let's check in on Amazon because Amazon was a name that we talked about it right here. We actually wrote it down, 176 long. We have that long today, but we dropped it, so we're not in it anymore. But we also have the 180 break. Now, despite the market being where it is, I mean, I really like this 180 break. So if the market comes back with a vengeance, which I'm still short the market, we're still short Palantir, but the Palantir position has less than 10% left. We sort of cleaned that out once we got into here. So many outs down into here that there isn't much left for that. So Palantir is kind of like a wait. I'm not super excited to do anything with that. Not super excited to do anything with that one. But this one I actually like because we had indicated Amazon that we liked this level. We liked 180. We also liked 176. I mean, if you're looking for trade ideas in the afternoon, we're here. But if you're also looking for trade ideas in the morning, the sticky note today has Apple short at 166, which was great. But we talked about that. That flipped the script on that one, so not a good trade after all. And then Amazon long 176. You know which name? I said let's watch out for Tesla, but that's obvious because they report. We didn't want to trade that today. The other name that we didn't look at, I put down Boeing 168 and change. So we're actually, come on, as if. The 168.50s worked a couple times, but not to great avail up here to 169 again. They're going to come reporting tomorrow morning. I just thought that this was worth it because if you're going to look at the daily, you do have a bottom here of 167.50. So I was sort of thinking, come on, futures. And not future, like Metro Boomin and all that stuff. Okay, here we go. We want the real futures to come down in here. Here come the TQs, but I kind of like that Boeing level. So something to consider for me, Boeing down there at 168 if we get there, or the Amazon break on a run here in the futures. But I'm going to get something out again here on the futures. We'll punch a little bit. Yeah, I guess we got a half print there. Oops, sorry, that's not the futures. This is the futures. So we'll take some out right there at the 200 period. Again, as we're kind of having a hard time bouncing off, or I guess going lower right now. I'm still for the short though. I still like this short. So we'll wait for the future to see if that can happen. But so far so good here with trading.
Yeah, absolutely. Guess what's at a quadruple top right now? We haven't talked much about NVIDIA, but I will say this is the first time. Remember that setup I was talking about at NVIDIA? This is the first time in a couple of weeks that it didn't work. I've lost twice on this particular setup. False break of the low, goes into the previous high, and then it breaks out the previous high. It did everything like normal, but then didn't work. Like it immediately failed to break. Usually this breakout setup is going that $5, $10. Like yesterday we got $8 on it. It was the same setup yesterday. Tried to break the bottom, took out that top, was a nice $8 quick in and out. Same setup, didn't work. When it happened the second time is when it did. So you are on a bit of a rally here for NVIDIA, up 4%. It does turn at 825, and the 50 period is going to sit here at 850. I think we watch out for 850 tomorrow. That seems obvious as a level. But what, DJT's going up now? So what's weird is Benzinga's actually telling me price movement, not even on news, but DJT makes a fresh low. I'm so glad I didn't pay for those locates. Because this, it's tricky when a name is down 11 or 12%, and there's really not specific news on it that's a big catalyst, and you're trying to go short as it's breaking the low. It's SSR, and then it makes this move. It's just a lot easier to buy dips in a trend late in the afternoon or sell rips, as opposed to taking tops and bottoms. It's a very tricky way to go about trading. You don't want to overtrade in the afternoon, but you want to stay away from hitting those bottoms. The reason why it doesn't usually work is because if you're shorting down here, well, where's the resistance on the stock? It's at 32.5 and 33 even, somewhere in that range. Well, if you're short 31.25, like where does it need to go to? Like, was it going to flush through $30 in 30 minutes? You're asking a heck of a lot. It's a little easier when things are squeezing higher and you've got a high-flying name that doesn't have a ceiling on it than when you're trying a breakdown like this. DJT will have a look at that one tomorrow. I'll pay for locates tomorrow if it's going to break 30 for sure. I did, again, every single time a bid pops up here and it cannot break VWAP on Rivian, I just keep taking a little bit more out. I want to stick with that. Roblox, still doing absolutely nothing. So it's the shorts that are, I mean, basically just continue to give out. So not really going too much further down. But Roblox cannot seem to break away. Like it's in the money, like 5 cents, but come on, like the range has been 30 to 40. You'd like to be able to capture that, as it's now 3:30. So in 15 minutes, we're going to get the imbalances. We'll see what happens then. But I think you got to be patient with the trades. Like the shorts to put on, to me, were Rivian at that high, Micron and Intel. You have opportunities on. The futures gave you a bit of a pullback. Don't short NVIDIA, apparently, because that just continues to press higher. And ARM never gave me the chance. I wanted ARM at 98, didn't give me the opportunity. But you got to be patient. Like we said, you don't want to overtrade in that afternoon. I'd rather, like yesterday, I only put 2 trades in the afternoon, they both worked. I'd rather do that than put on 7 and then like 3 or 4 of them work, which I've done before. Everybody's done that before. I just find the afternoon force trade is, it's not the same as the morning. Like if you push the pedal to the metal in the morning, when you hit, you can hold it all day for a winner. As a day trader, you don't even have that luxury at the end of the day. It's just you have less opportunity for it to go, so you got to be more particular. Oh.
I just chugged like a huge thing of water. I just refilled my water.
You got
yeah, I got 2 now because I'm ready to go, man. We got that after show. We're ready to bring the heat tonight because look what's coming through, man. We've got Tesla. We've got everybody's favorite Barbie. Mattel is coming through tonight as well. Those of you looking for that one, we've got Seagate Technologies coming through. Hey, you want to put some solar panels on your roof? Check out my friends at Enphase coming through tonight as well. I know nobody at Enphase, but right there. And then after that, Texas Instruments. I was going to make a joke about Chubb Security, but they're on there as well, so go grab that.
What's the joke?
No, so it was not. I forgot what it was.
Oh, never mind.
Or did I? And then tomorrow we've got tomorrow comes through huge in the morning as well.
Rest in peace, Chubbs, man.
Oh, with Chubbs. Oh, yeah, okay. That would be more cleaner joke, right?
We're just disrespecting Apollo Creed every day, man.
No, that's
Carl Weathers.
I mean, honestly, there's talk of doing that. Happy Gilmore 2, which I think is in the works. So that sucks. That I hope they have some old footage, like something in there would be cool.
With AI,
like a story. That's another thing.
Sorry?
Steve Martin? He's in that? Happy Gilmore 2?
No, I'm just thinking. I remember you guys talking about
Yeah, we love Steve Martin.
love Steve
Yeah, for sure. And Martin Short and all those
Martin
guys.
Short.
Those guys, the Three Amigos with Chevy Chase. If you've never seen Three Amigos, I'm sure it doesn't. Does it? Okay, I was gonna say I'm sure it doesn't hold up, but I watched that movie like
Want to bet? Oh, it holds
that
up.
I have to watch it because
It holds up.
that was hilarious. And my family, weren't they doing dun 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 dun, and they did all that stuff?
They
Yeah,
do the thrust as well at the end.
that was okay. Fine.
That was legit.
What service is that on? Probably something that I don't have, right?
I guarantee you it's not free anywhere.
God damn it.
The reason because I'm pretty sure I looked for it free and I have every streaming service.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I'm pretty sure I couldn't find it. I don't know, maybe, is it on, it wasn't even on Tubi, I don't think.
The Three
you guys
Amigos.
let-
It's probably on Paramount or Hulu or something.
Well, Carl Weathers was a legend. If they do Happy Gilmore too, as long as they do him right somehow, just get it right with Chubb, because you can't really do that without something about Chubbs. You can't just pretend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there'll be some flashback scenes that you can probably pull off, which will be cool. What was that on GM? Never mind. I'm just hearing some stuff in my ear. GM, by the way, was a heck of a nothing burger. For such a strong stock into earnings with a gap up that much, like, what could you have done with this thing? And sometimes when an earnings play gives the traders nothing, and then you don't look at it, then you don't look at it tomorrow, and maybe you forget about it the day after that, and next thing you know, it's breaking out the highs and running. So you want to pay attention to this, I think, especially as long as Ford doesn't do something the other direction. Like, let's let Ford come out in a couple of days.
Yeah.
They're before the bell.
I thought they were before the bell tomorrow, but
Today's Tuesday. So
didn't see
it'll be
them on the-
morning of Thursday, I think. It's Thursday morning, I want to say.
by the way, DJT is going higher right now. So whatever
that's
I said
weird.
was, yeah, post-market the 20. Oh, so they're post-market. So GM was pre. I thought Ford was pre as well, but there it is, post-market on the 24th.
Okay.
For
It's still before the 25th trade. So I'd like to see Ford also do well, then a GM breakout through 47. Right, so if we get some confirmation that things are going good with Legacy, then we get that next move. As we are now at 340, still,
like
just
Tesla's
slowly
earnings per
grinding.
share expected at 49 cents. Their last report was only, I'm just reading some notes that we have here for the after show, was only was 71 cents.
Yeah,
so they missed on 71. Now it's down to 49. So expectations not necessarily high there. Revenues only expected to be 22.7 billion, while last quarter was 25
Margins
billion,
dropping again.
and it was a miss. So they missed on revenues. They've missed, actually last quarter they missed on EPS and on revenues. So not great. Meanwhile, we have the double beat with Visa coming through last time, and hopefully this time.
But it is free on Prime.
That's what people are saying, yeah.
All right, well, I'm putting on my list.
Oh, the Three Amigos will be getting watched.
No, I'm putting on.
But it Prime can't. You looked on our Prime?
No, but that's the thing. We're in Canada.
It won't be free on ours.
Yeah, it's
Almost
we
not.
get punked.
They said that it was, well, it might be.
No, it's not.
See, it's
I
not.
need
It's going to the stars. I think I get that. I get a whole bunch.
free trial of Hollywood Suite, whatever.
No,
that
I
is.
don't have that. I think it's more likely, and I'm not going to go there in case it's not, but I think it's probably, someone said it's free on YouTube. So, I mean, obviously, if YouTube.
30-day free trial of Hollywood Sweep. I don't know what else is on there.
I mean,
guys-
for 30 days, I mean, you can grab the free trial.
I know,
and
that's the
then just
thing. But
cancel.
what if I can get it somewhere else? That's all.
Yeah, well, yeah. Anyways, I want to see that one for sure. Okay, did we get out of some more TQQs there? No, we did not. We got out of one, but we talked about that. Palantir still doing nothing,
Yeah,
although that's a nice, okay, actually, that's a nice pull down. I just said, I don't have very many shares of Palantir, so it's not like affecting my net per se in the way that some of these other trades would. So I'm a little bit clued out with this, but down here at the 200 period, we should get some more out on Palantir. So we'll do that. We're gonna watch Tesla. We're gonna watch Tesla into the close here. Texas Instruments, Visa, Tesla, big ones. Chubb CB in there as well. Couple more names here that are coming through.
Enphase is still, I mean, you put it on a weekly chart, like that's wild. By the way, though, like all three shorts working, but Roblox, the reload's gonna come out and that'll be an L. And notice that it's gonna be on the long. Like Roblox is up 5%, but it's about to take out support there. So you'll see, there you go, it comes out. And my hands are off the keyboard. That's an automatic stop order. We like stop orders because, you know the other thing about a stop order? It's not just that it gives you the automatic execution. When you set a stop, instead of having to punch out manually, you don't get to decide not to take it. If you put a stop order out, it's automatically going to fire. And I find sometimes it's just better to do that. But all I was going to point out for end phase is this has not gotten out of the doldrums just yet. Like, I know it's made a bottom and it's up like 30% from that low or whatever that works out. But on the weekly chart, there is no trend break in the solar names, right? It's like alternative energy. I mean, it's not just the EVs that have been getting punked. It's these guys. Like, I can't remember, like, there's a bunch of solar, there's a few solar panels in my neighborhood, but nobody's put anything up in at least a couple of years. I think it was the last. And you hear that a lot. Like, at this particular point, it's just the cost isn't there. So they're probably still in the doldrums. It's worth an idea to at least look for some volatility on phase. I didn't catch the intended or the expected move in particular there.
On which stock was it?
On end phase. I don't know if you.
Oh, end phase. Yeah, I think it's 9 or 10%.
Yeah. So like, not many things are going to give you double-digit moves. That's usually in the pocket where you can see that. But noticing Micron's moving back up here. We're still in the money, 35 cents on it, but it's really not moving. I'm just going to get on the bid at the quarters and take it out. When this is happening, see the wicks down on the rejection underneath 25, then I'm just going to get out here. We're able to get it off the top, but it's just not moving enough. When the market comes in, it's showing strength, and we have to respect that.
Yeah, so I have a little something here for everybody. Thanks to Adara, she just sent me this and found this because we were just talking about Tesla deliveries. And right there, I mean, here we go. Let's see, you know, all is well until it ain't. So let's just see what happens right now. Back into the downsides here. So here it is, Tesla's from Carbon Finance. First ever Q1 delivery drop. So let's just see what happens right now. Deliveries have already declined 8.5% year over year. So we're going to find out now what's good with Tesla. So it's not like you're ever scared of a stock or anything like that, because that's ridiculous. But this is going to be nervous hands for many traders here today, as Tesla's already dropped off. And, you know, I think it's going to be better than expected. I almost feel like it was a little bit of a kitchen sink somehow. So I'm going to hold out my opinion on, well, my opinion is is higher, but hard. It's really crazy to kind of make a prediction. We're just having fun with that. We had it was 50-50 almost. He said it was 44-40 on what people thought to happen.
44
Yeah,
down, 40 up.
Right, to what was going to happen here today. So, yeah, would not be a surprise to me at all if Tesla pulls some sort of a rabbit out of a hat here. Let's see. I mean, are the channel checks that wrong, that they are actually selling more than we think? I'm not sure that's going to be the case. I feel like their sales are probably going to be down, but I just look for the guide and potential talks about whatever the heck that robo-taxi is going to mean or be like, maybe talks from India, maybe getting away from China a little bit on some of their production. You know, I mean, Elon will be there, and whether or not he'll save the day or not is going to be seen. So we'll see. And it's always nice to have.
He wasn't enthusiastic
CEO.
last time.
That's the thing. It's always nice when you can hear their attitude and sort of see if you can pick something up on that. So
Not that it should matter as much as it does, but at the end of the day, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. If a certain part of the value of Tesla is in the trust of Elon Musk and his genius and his exuberance, then if he comes on the call and he's not excited, it is what it is. Like, I'll tell you right now, like, if you were trading Tesla when he actually came out and said, I think Tesla stock is overvalued. This was a few years ago. He said it's overvalued. I remember being in a short, just being like, okay, that's a happy accident. Like, he just tanked the stock by a comment. He's going to move the market. His mood's going to move the market there. We'll see what's up there. But I think that reflects that no one's sure what's going to happen when we had that poll being at 50-50, because it could go absolutely either way. We have 5 minutes till the imbalances come out. Roblox came out.
God.
I already mentioned that. I'm already on the bid to get out of Micron. There was someone saying it's difficult to read the right side of the chart here. I will tell you, I know, I would love to be able to increase the font on the numbers in the slide. We actually can't do that. Like, the platform was built for trading and wasn't necessarily built for us to be showing it off on a show, on a program. But I'll let you guys know the price. That's why I said I'm bidding in front of 112.25 on Micron. On Rivian here, just to give you an idea, VWAP's at 908. So the last fill I got was at $9.08. And we're short up there at 921. Let's go to Adara.
Nice move up for Unity Group here. UNIT is the ticker, up over 7% amidst some rumors, again, not confirmation, but circulation, that Unity Group might have a business combination with Windstream worth $15 billion. So $15 billion combination possibilities, bringing UNIT to the upside with volume, guys.
All right, and of course that's not Unity software, so.
Okay, I heard it wrong.
That's what I was trying to tell you. It's not Unity. So yeah, that's symbol UNIT, as in G unit.
The big unit? Okay, well.
G unit.
G unit.
Right. So there it is right there. So you want to invest in G unit or Unity. Make sure you're investing in the right names. But right now.
That's happened before.
Yeah, here we go. All right, let's go. Let's get down. Let's get down to business. Shout out to Tiesto. If we get a downside move here, that'll be nice. So I don't have any more bids until 11s for some strange reason. So we're going to sit into here, right into this area. That's probably why. And then after that, let's see about a take of 53. And let's see if this market really wants to get down. Because here we go. We've been doing this, like we said, every single close. I feel like for the last little while, we've been doing this. So let's go. Let's hold on to this and see if we can make this trade sing a little bit here into the close. So that's what we're doing. We're going to see about a nice push down here for the triple Qs and the NASDAQ as a whole as we do brace for basically the start of big tech earnings. I mean, sure, we had TSM and we had Netflix, but again, the market caps really aren't there, rolling out over this week. We're going to be having, Meta, Google. Next week, we talked about Apple coming through. Amazon. So it's going to be definitely a big week. We've already had, so this week is about 40% of S&P market cap reporting this week. So 40% of the S&P's market cap reports this week. So it's a big week, needless to say.
Yeah, and most of it's in the three names that you said, right?
Yeah, and then you don't even have NVIDIA for a minute, so that doesn't even count. So,
that's a while.
Yeah, we'll wait to see.
NVIDIA's end of the month. No, never mind.
No, it's
22nd.
Yeah, end of May. You're
1 month.
away.
It's 1 month away.
Yeah, you got to still see the disaster that's going to be AMD, and then you're going to have to deal with our friend NVIDIA.
Oh, no. The worst quarter.
You know what? I haven't even looked yet.
The worst quarter is going to be Intel's quarter. They basically told you it's not going to be good.
Yeah, Intel could be a disaster too, but I think AMD will be bad. But look at this, 824, like all the way back. I haven't even looked at this today, which has been wrong. NVIDIA up huge today. AMD probably up as well. This is the first time I've looked at these all day, and it's 350. When honestly, my number one, I think I looked, my number one stock, AMD, this month. We should have done that. There it is right there, 153.50. Who's going to the airport?
Huh? Ram.
Where's she going? Oh, okay.
No, she got
to clear that with me, Ramin.
She was dressed fancy today because she had to show up.
She always dresses nice, though. I feel
no,
like.
I think she extra nice. Today.
Oh, okay, extra nice. Okay, well, safe trip then.
Yeah.
All right, 153.50 right now. I was just glad she's like not. He's gonna be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, Ramin? Vacation or tomorrow you're back? She's here. She's always here in spirit, regardless. So see you, ciao. All right, Ramin. All right, good. So there it is, 153.50. Now I feel real bad because that's all me every day. We should be short AMD, and that's a trade that you guys know I take 10 times out of 10. So missed opportunity right there. My bad. We should be short AMD. I mean, here I am. I should have looked. It wasn't me being stubborn. I just sort of forgot about all these names because we're just addicted to this TQs now in Palantir. But that, wow. Normally we're short there, and we should have been, and we had many opportunities to get that. Missed trade opportunity. Maybe I'll talk about that or maybe not on the market recap. So join me in just about 10 minutes, and we will have all the earnings for you live. You don't have to wait for other channels to figure it out. We're going to have it live as soon as it drops. Live level 2, live charts, and the word live as well.
Yes. Oh, well, how many times?
Oh, by the way, it's going to be live.
Is it live?
Today, let me think. Yes, today it's live.
I just wanted to double check that. What is AMD? CompuCare team, Niels, I don't understand the question. Maybe, Niels, what is AMD will be on earnings? Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you could clarify that one. I was just checking to see exactly
what. You think they're going to be good earnings or bad earnings?
So it was AMD that reports at the end of the month. I mixed that up with NVIDIA. It's AMD's on the 30th, so I was just mixing the two of them up there. Do I think good or bad on AMD? I think the market reaction, good for them that they've already pulled back a little bit. So my take is if Intel's really, really bad, then that gives the opportunity for whatever comes out for AMD. Sorry, I had the imbalances up because they're about to come out. Whatever happens on AMD to be perceived well. They're already down 35% from the highs. Intel's probably going to be bad, so I think they have a better chance of going up because in comparison they'll look good. But I don't think, margins aren't good haven't been going up for any of them, and the demand's been going down recently. So I don't know that they'll be fantastic numbers, but I think they'll just be better in comparison to Intel and have a better chance of going up based on that. But I don't think Intel's going to have a good quarter on Thursday. Imbalances are mostly Ford, 2.5 million to the sell on Ford. And then BAC's a buy of 840. Snapchat's a 770,000 buy. Lucid, 750,000 sell on Lucid. The stock's only $2.50.
Right.
That's a nothing burger. Upstart. None of the big names in here that I see. Cliff reported they're 500,000 to the buy side. None of the big cap NASDAQ names appear to be here unless they've taken a hot minute to hit. No, I go back up and I see Microsoft 600,000 to sell.
Okay.
The overall numbers only 400 million to sell, with Ford, I guess, being the big one, but it's a $13 stock, so 2.5 million is not a big notional value at all. So not much there when it comes to these earnings. I'm just still in the two names. Intel kind of rolling over a bit. The low is, I don't think we'll necessarily see the low because that's 34.18. We'll probably have to stick a bid in front of 25. And then Rivian I'm bidding in front of 9 even. So I want this 9 even level. Rivian had a good day today. End up going 1 for 2 on Rivian. And essentially, actually it's not true. We end up going 1 for 3 on Rivian because that's like 2 separate trades in there. But because we adhered to stop, we'll end up being green on it, but not by much, because I am 1 for 3 on the stock. If it holds $9, this actually might be turning into a bit of a long. And this is a big if Tesla doesn't crap the bed. I will not be going long Rivian if Tesla is losing 140 tomorrow. Mark my words. I don't want any of that smoke. If I'm going long in Rivian over 9, then Tesla better at least be coming to the party the right way.
Yeah, you better get to that party ASAP because Rivian needs a big party immediately. That stock it needs to find its base, or else, if they report and disaster strikes, I don't know how far that stock will go. Maybe Fisker, it can go.
Not that bad.
Okay.
Well, Fisker's, it's a penny. Fisker's already the OTC.
Right. I'm saying where it could go.
No, they could die.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they could join each other.
I think every single EV name that doesn't have a legacy business or isn't Tesla is at risk.
Yep.
In the long run, all of them.
They're making cars. First of all, Rivian can't even make enough cars on time, and then every car they do make, they lose like 80 grand on.
Lucid.
If I was them, I'd close the damn door.
Lucid's got unlimited Saudi money, so they might have a little.
That's what I'm saying.
They get maybe longer of a
leash.
Leash? That's the word I'm looking for. But everybody else has reality sets in, right?
And then reality sets in with what we're doing every single day. These are trades that we could all have, man. Shorting the market. Whatever vehicle you want, the SPY, the NASDAQ, the TQQs, whatever you want. This has been a good trade, and it's continuously going, or continuing to go down. Continuously going, I don't know. We're going to put some more bids here because, honestly, we're now just minutes away from me having to go over to the desk to do that recap show with Adara, which should be a lot of fun today. We do have earnings on deck, which should be hilarious because Tesla is what we just talked about, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So join myself, Adara, and Brian Shannon coming from Anchored VWAP fame and from Trader TV Live fame as well. Brian Shannon coming through very, very soon. So that should be a lot of fun. Let's just get out of Palantir. It's really doing a whole heck of nothing. Palantir is PL1 for me, despite what's happening right here with the TQQs. I would hope that this could come in a lot here, but at 355, we already came up with, Adair said the imbalance was 400 million to sell, NASDAQ unincluded in that number. Every number that we give you is just NYSE based, but as you can see, all the big ones left are NASDAQ. So we've got Lucid, they're all gonna flip in 2 and 1, and now it's 355. So now they're all gone as described. So now let's see what's left. Ford still a sell. No surprise there, as they're gonna report tomorrow night. GM had a decent day, but they were starting to head back up. We'll double check them before I go. Walmart. Again, remember Walmart? They had that deal with not with Affirm, but their own buy now, pay later. So Walmart down 2% today. There's Apple with the bid at the end. Whoops, there it is. There's Apple with a bid at the end of the day. So that's not helping our TQQ position by any stretch of the imagination. So let's start to get, Ooh, okay, we did get that fill down there. All right. So far, so good. We're just going to ease out of this one with only a few minutes left before we run this market into. I mean, it's been a good day. I was going to say it's running into the ground, but it's not really. You're still up 1.5%. I mean, what a good day, but really happy with this fallout here, and not the show, but the fallout in the NASDAQ. I still got to watch that show.
Still a great show. Still like it. Yeah, Fabian's a big fan. I know.
I still didn't watch the body count, though.
I've known you for a while.
I'm only on episode 1.5.
I'll say this. You probably will enjoy Fallout more than the three-body problem. Like, the three-body problem is a little.
I told you the problem with that was
fiction, but you will like Fallout more.
I feel like I had to focus too much. Like I was still there, but it's like I was watching. Like by the time I'm watching TV, it's like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Fallout's way more like Mad Max-ish.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like it's not close
and it's
enough.
Visually supposed to be pretty.
Visually
impressive.
fantastic.
Right.
The quality's so good. But I'm out of Rivian at 9:03, and again, this one made a triple top at 9:25. We shorted at 20s and 21s. It's going to end up maybe bouncing off of 9 even. Oh, and you know what? Sometimes the best trade you make is the one you get out of.
Yep.
Remember, I was like, Roblox ain't working. Let's just get out of the 76 long when it breaks 65. Well, Roblox went 50 cents down. If you don't have a stop there, that's an extra 50 pennies.
Bye-bye.
On that one. So the shorts end up paying off at the end of the day, but sometimes you have to get out. It was the only thing. What else did we long today? I'm thinking, what else did I long today? Roblox.
Probably I had Amazon.
Oh, no, I bungled the coin trade.
No,
I screwed up the coin trade.
Yeah, okay.
So here's coin, by the way, for you watching the morning show. Hi, coin went to $238, and remember the 228 breakout we were yelling about yesterday that it didn't happen? Well, it happened this morning, and I did this with it. So, sometimes it be like that. That said, coin, it did give the run. There's a difference between this is an important level or this is your entry. You still have your own personal execution strategy. So the breakout trade wasn't it. It was the dip buy that was a little bit more important.
All right, I have to go.
All good. You got to get over there, get ready for the recap show for sure. Just say that again.
Matthew Morley will be ringing the bell.
Oh, this is amazing. We got Matthew Morley going to be ringing the bell for us in about 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes now as I check my clock, which is right over here. So we got a couple of minutes to go. Shout out to Matthew. Appreciate it. It's a lot. You know what? It's a heck of a lot of fun because when we first got the bell,
nice to meet you.
Like the idea was gonna be like, hey, we'll have like traders and guests ring it every single day to get that feel, get the excitement in the morning, and we love it. But usually, like I got to ring it a couple times. Usually we're trading. I happen to be flat every now and then. It's just a lot of fun. We've had some guests do it. We've had some viewers that have traveled that have been able to do it, and we've had some traders on the floor every now and then able to ring the bell. We've had Brankles. You guys have had some fun with that there. So with 1 minute to go, I'm just going to double check a few things. I'm going to have, let me first just cancel. Hey, Neil, remember to cancel your orders and script orders that you don't want to take fills in the aftermarket. I'm just going to be watching Tesla here as we go into the close because I suspect we might have that quick turnaround to get up to the desk. Because Tesla might be reporting right away. So it is what it is. Tesla aftermarket, they're not the only ones. You can have Enphase, Texas Instruments. Tomorrow morning, you got some earnings to chew through as well. But everybody's more focused on what Tesla brings to the table because they're the only Mag 7 name that has been an absolute. I mean, a couple names, Apple hasn't been that strong, but it's Tesla that's been burning everybody's pockets to the downside. So that's the one a lot of people are going to be clued in on. But hey, you don't want to see my ugly mug. You've been seeing a heck of a lot of love. Let's get the camera on Matt. Let's go. There we go. Matt locked and loaded, ready to ring the bell. We got less than 10 seconds, looking sharp and making everyone around here look like bums. I got to dress sharp every now and then. In 3, 2, and 1. There it is, a little rhythm. Appreciate you. Get a little fist bump action in there. So, look, fun day. Shout out to Fabian on the 1s and 2s. Ramin, hopefully she has a safe drive going to the airport to pick up family. And a big shout out to Sharif and Adara on the midday, as always, kicking butt. And Adara doing double duty, triple duty, quadruple duty, as she'll be on the desk for the aftermarket recap show. Shout out to everybody and all of our great viewers. It was a fun day in the markets. Whether you win or lose, I hope you guys learned something. Like I said, like I bungled that coin trade today. That was one of my #1 ideas, and I don't end up making money on a long that went like 10 bucks. But it's going to happen to you. All you can do is get back on that horse tomorrow. But don't worry. We got Tesla earnings. You know the fire and the excitement's going to be there. You know who I am. You know where you are headed. It is to the aftermarket recap show with Adara and Mr. Katina. Go get them. Go Tesla.
All right, everybody, welcome to the market recap show. And it's going to be a big one, Adara. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay, good, because I am. We got Tesla, we got Visa, we got everything. Could you take Adara out of my ear if you have a chance right now, Fabian? Thank you so much for that one. All right, so here we go. It's time to go, man. It's going to be Tesla today. We're waiting for them immediately. I'm hearing right now Texas Instruments is out. So TXN, let's have a quick little look here. We'll go over to a 1-minute chart. Slap that over here, Adara. There it is. It is a nice move to the upside right now for Texas Instruments. I'm just going to load this up and figure out what exactly they needed here for Texas Instruments, but there it is. It's a nice beat. We do have Benzinga out right now. I see it on here.
I found it.
Go ahead. You got it? Go ahead.
Yeah, so they actually had a drop here. Revenue decreasing 16% from the same quarter a year ago. So 16% year-over-year declines there for revenue. A revenue number coming in 3.66 billion, earnings per share of 120. I'm not seeing how that compares to the estimates.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Beat across the board. They did beat across the board for both GAAP EPS and sales, although, as mentioned, they did have a year-over-year decline there for their revenue, so that's...
Okay, thanks, Adara. Yeah, here we go, 171 and change. Good, great. I mean, that's what we're going to do. That's why right now, Adara and I, we're going to be the team that all of you want because we're going to give you the information. We're going to have a good time here. We're going to talk about trading, but right now it's Texas Instruments. It is out, and it's rocking, 174. Nice move to the upside. Watch out for a 175 break right now on Texas Instruments as that continues to go. What a green day it was, man. FXI leading the way to the upside. There, we always talk about FXI, don't we? Maybe we should talk about something else. Today, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 continued their upward momentum from Friday. Is Tesla out? Did I just hear that? Tesla might be out, Adara. No, I don't think it's out yet. We will talk about that just real quick. Look at this. Today's movement. Look at the board across there, man. Microsoft, Google, Meta, the big dog NVIDIA. Who bought that bottom on NVIDIA, man? 770 yesterday? Monster move. Today, major earnings reporting after the market close, including more than 40% of the S&P's market cap as Tesla... Oh no, Tesla just touched 150 right there. Wow. Tesla's starting to go to the upside right now. Are we out? Potentially we are. Adara's going to be all over that one once we see Tesla, but here it goes. Remember, the implied move for Tesla was 9.7%. So right there, up to 150. I said greater than 142. Neil was under, Brendo was under, Sharif was over. Let's go Tesla. I said, where's that rabbit, Elon? Are you pulling that out of the hat or what? It's Tesla upside. Let me know, Adara, because I'm hearing in my ear adjusted EPS of 45 cents
not seeing it yet.
Versus 52. EPS lower apparently for Tesla, so that's sending this down. As soon as Adara gets it, we're going to get it to you. Okay, lower.
Revenue miss and EPS miss there. Revenue coming in 21 I didn't hear the whole thing, $billion, but the point is the estimate was 22 billion, so they did miss there for revenue and EPS, about 5-cent miss, but they're moving to the upside here.
Tesla is definitely doing exactly what no one thought. Tesla right now up 7%. I mean, hey, we talked about where's this surprise. Look at her go, Adara. Tesla's now Moon City right now. Let's see what's happening. Here goes Tesla, 157 and change. Look what it looks like live. I mean, who else is doing this? Revenue, 21.3 billion. Revenue up right now. 9% up move for revenue. It is out. Tesla is out. 100% it's out. I'm hearing it in my ear. It's just we don't have anything confirmed on Benzinga, and we're not going to do that, Adara, until we get something. Yeah. Whenever you have something confirmed, come with it, because right now there's Tesla.
I have some notes.
Interrupt me.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so they did mention there's a sequential decline in volumes for the quarter, which was partially caused by that factory shutdown going on in Gigafactory Berlin. Also saying that their robo-taxi product will continue to pursue a revolutionary unbox manufacturing strategy. So you know, Elon earlier saying August 8th, 2024, the date for the robotaxi. Now teasing that robotaxi a little bit here in that earnings report. They also said they want to make their supervised full self-drive more accessible. In order to do so, they reduce the price of the subscription. So reduce the subscription price. That's how they're contextualizing that drop. As you know, we had that FSD drop from 12,000 to 8,000. So contextualizing that there.
You see how it says Sean Katina? I've never looked better. You know, that's the wrong title there. Thank you to Adara for coming through again. Let's make sure, again, put those ones up in the chat, man. Adara definitely helping out, and a big change to the show that, quite frankly, I was like, yo, let's get someone else on the desk, you know, and I'm just so happy that you were down with that. All right, another one that's out. Mattel is out right now as well. EPS right now -5 cents, beating 12. So boom on that one. Sales is a miss. 810 versus 830. So just to show you guys what we're talking about, this is Mattel right here. 25 cents versus 12, miss on sales. But Mattel going to the upside right now. Apparently Enphase is out. So there goes Enphase, bang, up and down right now. Enphase touches 110, but you know what? That's nice, Enphase. What's up with Tesla? Tesla is still saying, hold my beer. Hold the beer. Did I not save that? Hold the... I did it, but I didn't save it. So there we go. We got Tesla, Texas Instruments on the board as well. Let's go back here and check out Texas Instruments really quickly. So there's the updated board. We have Trader Talk with Brian Shannon coming soon. What's up to Brian? We also have right now, hey, Adara, go get this number right now. Visa is...
I have Visa.
Visa's out.
Yep.
Come to the chart real quick, then we'll go to Adara. Right now, Visa is Rip City. This is one that we talked about on the podcast. We liked, or maybe not, we liked Visa against AXP. We saw a big number from AXP. Adara, kill them.
Yeah, I mean, they're beat across the board, and they beat last quarter as well. So Visa continuing to the upside here. Adjusted EPS beat 250 versus expected 244. Revenue beat 8.8 million versus expected 8.6 million. Net income beat 5.1 million versus 4.9 million expected. So they are not down on anything that I am seeing right now. What else happening here? They declared a quarterly dividend of 52 cents. Visa cannot lose over here. Nice increases across the board. Payment volume increasing 8% year over year. So, I mean, increases, beats, Visa, not at all a bad look.
No, a great look for Visa, and we talked about that. Let's figure out the strength of this retail because honestly, Adara, I don't know about you, but like I make a purchase, bang, slap down that Visa every single time. I get the points.
Yeah, I have a Visa as well.
You have a points card? Or like
I have a dividends card.
What is the dividends
So it's like
card
cash dividends. So like when I
like
want, I can take it out.
You?
Yeah. So it's like I get points or I get dollar amount per purchase, and then if I like see that my the amount that I have, I can withdraw it and then take it for cash. Yeah, it's like cash back.
I like that. I like that. We get the cash back as well. Tesla right now with a nice pullback right here. So we'll find out what. Hold on, we're both listening.
Yeah.
Gigafactory Shanghai production down. So that's not good. We talked about them potentially looking at India for production, but if their production is down, that's obviously going to signal, hey, they've already cut jobs. We'll wait to see demand. I'm not sure we have anything on the guide yet.
I have some more notes here from Tesla. Not the gig, but not the guide yet, but they did say their quarterly operating income has been, they're saying, impacted by the decline in vehicle deliveries, which they are still kind of addressing here to what happened with the Giga Berlin factory. Updated future vehicle line to accelerate the launch of new models. So they're saying they might release some of these new models earlier ahead of previously communicated start of production in second half of 2025. So they're saying accelerated, but they're not giving us any dates, is what we're seeing right now on TSLA. I'm still seeing stuff come in, so I will keep you guys updated as I see anything big.
All right, Adara, again, thanks for doing all of this, man. You're getting a lot of nice comments in the chat, a lot of people loving the back and forth. They're loving the energy, and that's what we're going to do here at Trader TV Live. And we're about to have a banger guest come through as well. Welcome Brian Shannon soon to he's ready? Yeah, whenever you're ready, Brian, because, yeah, Tesla's moving around right now. Let me just quickly look at the daily chart for Tesla. So we're already ticked right here up to 152. We need to get up to 160 before we go on Tesla right now. So we're going to wait for that. They are talking more and more right now all about everything. This is Benzinga Pro. You know, Mattel moving around right now. Trading falling higher right now. A Q1 gap gross margin. There it is. This is pretty interesting. 17.4% gross margin. I remember I think it was last year, they were in the high 20s. So right now, gross margin, Adara, definitely being affected. One more time, let's just quickly go right now. Visa still holding highs. Texas Instruments, a quick little look on that. Up to 175, let's go. Yeah, we're eating on that one, man. People getting fed up on Texas Instruments. If you got that long, it's a good day, man. It's not a chicken dinner winner tonight, man. Maybe you're eating lobster. You like lobster?
I do like lobster. I've waxed poetic before to Fabian and Ramin about my love of red lobster, which I realize is not great lobster, but my friend and I like to go sometimes.
I'm down with red lobster. Red lobster is really fun because you get the those buns.
The biscuits.
The biscuits.
Yeah. And you can take leftovers. I usually will just have tons of leftovers. Yeah, it's nice.
We haven't gone there in forever, but you know what? Now that I'm thinking about this, I'll take the kids because they'll just get full on the biscuits.
There you go. Yeah.
One of my kids, my son does not like shrimp, but we had, my wife made this wicked green curry shrimp dish yesterday.
That sounds good.
Like from scratch, like made
really
the curry.
good.
Shut up, Marissa. Okay, let's go, man. We're still going. We didn't even look at end phase yet, did we?
I have end phase numbers, and they're pretty disappointing here.
End phase right now, Adara down 5.7% and still going lower. End phase right now looking to take out 100. You better watch out for this $94, $95 level. We are way under. You know what, Adara? I'm going to drop an anchored VWAP off this November low right now and see where we are. So the anchor right now is right there. So right there where we were today, 113 and change. Oh man, where's Brian? He's gonna come on, and when I show him this, man, it's a good thing this guy doesn't have an ego because he nails a lot of these calls. Shout out to Brian and the anchored VWAP as we just hovered right around there. Boom to the downside goes end phase, but everybody wants more and more Tesla. So there's Tesla right now up to 154 and still going. So this is what's going, man. And remember, this was the whole thing about Tesla. This is what happens when everybody is bearish on a name. Look left, see what's happening right. Everybody's so nervous about Tesla, and then, up to 155 and change. Up goes Tesla right now. Just one of those things, Adara. Yeah. When you're thinking one way, it often is the other. Anything else coming across your board that you want to?
I have a lot of notes on Tesla here that I want to mention. Notably, we know if you say AI in an earnings call, sometimes people get excited. And guess what Tesla did here? Tesla, in artificial intelligence, software and hardware, we will continue to increase our core AI infrastructure capacity in the coming months. So we know sometimes there is that debate is Tesla is a car company or automotive company or more of a tech company, and they're certainly trying to emphasize that tech aspect here in this earnings call. They also said they're remaining committed to company-wide cost reduction, which of course we know with those layoffs, so interesting note there as well. They also said new vehicles, including the more affordable models, will utilize aspects of their next generation platform. So just some updates here. Again, not a lot of timing on a lot of these updates other than, this will be sooner or we want this in the future, but certainly nice look and certainly a change in pace from some of those more bearish calls that Elon Musk gave, specifically that Q3 2023 earnings call. Not seeing a lot of bearishness here from so far.
Okay, yeah, good little look there. Yeah, people saying rest in peace their Tesla puts. Yeah, I think for now that's probably in the pocket. But don't like what's happening now. I mean, tomorrow we'll talk about that conference call. There's more to come with Tesla. Like I'm a bull. You know, we talked about that. I said this morning, and it wasn't very popular. The under was hitting. I was like over under where we're opening today at 142. I was over. I talked about that. I'm not necessarily confident. I'm not willing to sort of pat ourselves on the back with that one, but Tesla is starting to go back up to the upside. This is a 5-minute chart. So you're seeing it's trying to hold that 156. So potentially a little bit of a level there. We have that 157, 158 on a daily. That could be looking at a decent level there for Tesla. But again, Adair, even if we put a sort of an anchor, I mean, this is not going to be great. I don't even know really where to put it. If you put it back down to those October lows, obviously we're not getting anywhere up there. So 200 and change Adair for Tesla. I think that's a little rich. We'll wait to see if that comes through. You know, what happened at the end of the day with triple Qs? Because I was short TQQ, and I think I came over here with still a position on board right there, but I think we got to fill at the end of the day right there. So a nice move back in. We were short the market the whole way, but guess what's happening right now? The TQs are starting to blast upside now again, up 5%, starting to go. We'll see if the NASDAQ wants to continue this move higher. I mean, this is forget about the TQs. This is just the normal Qs. So this is the NASDAQ. We'll see what exactly the action is here in the aftermarket. 425 up to 426. A little muted. No, I was just saying that Tesla up at that level could be something up near 200, but I don't think we're getting there. That's quite a ways away. I'm just trying to scan here. Benzinga platform and see if there was anything that potentially we've missed so far here today. Let me just go back over before we do call on Brian, who's getting ready to rock and roll. Tesla, big day, man, up to 154. I like that. But remember what the expected earnings move was? 9.3%. So we're still underneath that at 8 and change. But it does look like everybody looking right, and Tesla says, look left. Rivian on a nice move again. Neil mentioned this, the base down there at $8. We'll see what happens here for Rivian, up and down on that one, not much happening. What about the older car makers? We have Ford coming through later on this week, or tomorrow actually, before market open Adara, and nothing happening with Ford. And then GM with a big day for GM, up 4 and a bit today. But what a good day it was. Anything else on earnings? And then I'll review some sectors, and then we'll go over to Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I can really quickly go over Enphase because I know we mentioned the drop, but not the details. It's a bad look. They missed last earnings, and they missed again across the board here. EPS missed 35 cents versus 40 cents expected. Sales missed 263 million versus 282 million expected, so big miss there. And then Q2 revenue forecast 290 to 330 million versus 350 million expected. So very rough look here for Enphase, ENPH falling to the downside just as strongly as Tesla was going to the upside there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good one there. I just want to quickly, before we do get on with Brian, because I know he's waiting, and I don't make that guy wait at all. Energy today, XLE, nicely done to the upside. Really got going all day. So energy upside. Let me just check what on USO, because look at this. Good move up again for United States oil. So even if we flip it over to a daily chart, we did have a nice dump off there with oil and demand. We did have sort of and I think it's good. Oil, obviously, Adara runs on some of that Iran news. So, you know, it's nice to see a nice move down on some conflict, not resolution, but nothing really happened over the weekend, which is nice for now. So no retaliation, but oil back to the upside. I still think that story has more in it. All right, TAN, we could see that definitely moving with that end phase. So that should be something to look at tomorrow. And then the rise of the banks. You want to talk about resilience? I feel like XLF, JP Morgan was a monster. Morgan Stanley. I mean, look at this. From this bottom, I am going to drop an anchored view up. I was really hoping that we would fall back into this level for XLF, but that didn't happen at all, down to $38. Look at Morgan Stanley. Remember that one day where they had wealth management issues, that they were getting probed into that? No one ever wants to get a probe, especially if you are a financial institution. All the way down there to 85 Adara, but bounces off to 200, come out with earnings and blast right back up to the top. And then you can never keep the king down. And JP Morgan again. You know what? JP Morgan might have bounced. I feel like the anchor is going to be lower because of where we are. Yeah, because JP Morgan just ripped to the upside. But again, nice bounce there at 180. Without any further ado, gold is actually down today. That's kind of interesting. Maybe we can talk to Brian a little bit about gold. But hey, it's time for Trader Talk. It's the man, it's the myth. It's not much of a legend because he's here with us right now. He's a live, living legend.
Yeah.
This is Brian Shannon and Trader Talk. I misspoke there, Brian, because you are a legend. You're just a living legend. You know what I'm saying?
You're too kind, Sean.
Well, thank you. And this is your book, by the way. We'll promote that after. All right. How was your trading day? Anything popping up on your radar today?
Yeah, it's been a good week. You know, you're talking about oil, and one that's really of interest, Sean, is the oil service sector.
Right.
OIH. If you look at my screen, I hadn't done this. I was just getting prepared for you. And I've been looking at the weekly and the daily, the daily and the 30-minute time frame. And, you know, we're down to the 200-day moving average and the 50-day moving average. We're above the year-to-date anchor, and that 5-day moving average is starting to curl higher. But what was really interesting, which I hadn't done, we did this last week with the TAN, was I went to a monthly time frame and put an anchor on that high from 2014. And look at that, how well it is held below that level there. Just amazing how that anchor from the high in 2014, that this entire decline has been stuck under it. And now we're tapping several times underneath and pinching between the low from 2021. Looks like the oil service stocks could get going. I'm looking for a little bit of maybe pullback in the morning and then get going, and perhaps up to the monthly date anchor is where I'm looking for it to go.
Do you ever, good call there on oil. I I know, do you ever consider macro at all when you're looking at things like that? Like, would you stay away from a great setup because you're sort of thinking that maybe potentially, especially in the Middle East, that there's that conflict there? Is that enough to scare you, or are you just looking strictly at the charts and you'll always take a trade based on what the signals are given?
I'll always take the trade, but if there's some heightened sense of risk due to, some macro factor, it's position size for me to mitigate that risk. But in my career, I've let go of too many stocks or watched them go without me, thinking, well, I couldn't get into that because the market's down or whatever. Yesterday, I had some decent longs in spite of the fact that we're below the declining 5-day moving average. And that's kind of one of my things. I don't like to be aggressive. But if you've got individual stocks setting up, you've got to take the individual stock setups, each stock on its own merits. I think I say it every week, Sean.
Yeah, no, and that's 100%. That's why I asked you. We get new viewers every once in a while. Big earnings week today. Tesla on everybody's mind. I mean, what an absolute monster. I'll give you a couple seconds maybe to call that one up, because I did want to ask you. Here's a 30-minute chart for Tesla. We are breaking above the 200. It did have a nice top here in and around 157, but if I put this over to a minute chart right now, we're coming back in. So today we had a question, will Tesla basically be up or down from today's open? We had a nice move up today. If I call up a 3-minute or 5-minute chart maybe, Tesla kind of just edged its way higher, closed relatively flat on a nice level in and around this 144 and change, but now Tesla takes off up into 155. The reason why I ask you this is because it's a very mixed environment, especially with our viewers. There's some Tesla bulls out there, there's some Tesla bears out there. Obviously, with this move back up, it doesn't necessarily justify being bullish. I mean, the way we've come down, it's been hit pretty hard. Do you see potentially on your charting any signs of recovery here? Do the bulls have hope?
Unfortunately for the bulls, I really don't think so. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, we got stuck at the year-to-date anchor over here. And since then, we've seen a very clear pattern of lower highs and lower lows. Until that pattern's broken, you're going to get bounces that can be traded like this one. But we're below a declining 20-day moving average, declining 50-day moving average, declining 200-day moving average. The big money has been moving out of Tesla. Now, maybe is it going to find some buyers in this general area? We spoke about perhaps a flush below this low and then a little bit of a bounce. But again, we've got a declining 10, 20, 30, 40-week moving average. The only institution I'm aware that's buying this is the one that Noah is familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, the bulls on Tesla, Brian, have had themselves a minute. And I mean, I was hoping that you were going to say maybe we were all clear there, but I agree with you. Let's give it a little bit more room here on Tesla to make a decision. I'd love to see a close above that 160 marker right there for Tesla. So Adara, we have over 4,000 watching, and I don't know if you've met Adara before, Brian, but she's not,
but I'm familiar with her, of course.
Yeah, she's brand new on our desk, and she has a question for you.
Hi there.
Nice to meet you here. There's a question in the chat here for you from Trade and Grow saying, asking if you trade options, stocks, or both?
Both. Mainly stocks, but when I perceive a little bit more risk in the individual stock, or again, going back to Sean's earlier question, what if the macro conditions aren't as good, but I see a trade setting up? Well, with an option, I know I can 100% limit my risk. So it's for me a risk mitigation tool more so than a leverage play.
Right. Okay, good call right there. Yeah, a lot of people in our chat wanting to know about options versus stocks, and I've asked you that before. I just looked on your Alpha, so go find Brian at Alpha Trends over on X, first of all. But you tweeted this out, was this today? Yes, it was, today, this morning. I have posted this setup a dozen times on the SPY.
Dozens, yeah.
Yeah, and this time it worked again. Brian, this is what we're all about, educating traders on the show. So if you don't mind, if we ever have setups that are going to work, and especially if you're going to post it, you have over 20,000 views on this, so congratulations. Your Twitter account is one of the best on the web. Is Twitter on the web?
In the web, yeah.
No, okay, we'll go with that. One of the best accounts there to find it out. Very educational. Can we break down this spider trade that potentially you saw here?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look. What we'll do is go to first the 15-minute time frame.
Sure.
And so yesterday we got up to the declining 5-day moving average, and we closed lower. We did close right above the yesterday's anchor, though. So it was starting to potentially turn. Now, the 5-day moving average was still declining. And with the setup that I had outlined, and as you said, you can see the actual slide there on Twitter,
Yep.
is that when the market's down 3 to 7 days in a row or so, and it gets pretty oversold, I'm generally not a buyer with the market below the 5-day moving average. But when we get a gap above the 5-day moving average, to me, that sends a powerful message that it's time to look to a shorter term time frame for an entry. And one of the chapters in the book, as you know, Sean, is don't chase the gap, wait for the VWAP. You talk about it all the time.
Love that.
And this little arrow here is what I'm talking about. So this is a 1-minute time frame on the SPY.
Yep.
And we saw the gap higher this morning. We kind of went back and forth a little bit, made a lower low, and then got back above the daily volume weighted average price right here.
I love that.
That's your purchase price with a stop below the low of the day. And as I outlined, there's typically a little bit of a midday maybe shakeout below that VWAP. We didn't even get that. It was so strong. It just continued up close to the high of the day. And that is just been one of the most powerful setups for finding a turn in the market after several down days. Over the last 10 years, I've probably posted that tweet, 2-3 dozen times.
That's why you're the best, Brian. I wanted to ask you, you see how you drew that? Do you have a trailing stop? Like you said that we didn't break VWAP there. We didn't even really test it throughout the day. What if it did break right there? Is that something where you would say, let's just say you didn't have anything out, would that be a 50% retracement level or potential of your position where you would get out of maybe half of your shares if we ever broke that VWAP? Or are you waiting for a solid break and then maybe the next candle to hold underneath, something like that? Because for me, that's my biggest problem, is trying to figure out when to get out of position. And then we all make the mistake. I mean, if you've been trading for as long as we have, you're always going to get out of something and then look back and say, why did I do that? Why did I just leave half of my position on the table there? So would have that been an out, or where are the trails once you've made that in?
Great question. And back to my screen here, if we look at, why didn't that hold? Here, if we look at that 1-minute time frame, again, the initial stop was below the low of the day. As it makes a new high, then we expect a pullback and a higher low. So the stop, as it starts to move once again, let me just center this and blow it up a little bit so people can actually see it. So here is the first, basically 2 hours of the day. We have, new momentum after this little pullback. So what I'm looking at is the definition of trend all the time, higher highs and higher lows. So we make that higher high, we pull back, and then we rally, make a higher low, stop goes under there. Pull back, make a higher high, stop goes under there. Pull back, make a higher high, stop goes under there. Pull back, same thing over and over again. And then this is the higher low. So getting out right in here for the most aggressive part of it. And I actually got out of all of it thinking that we were going to undercut and then I would get back in later. So just like you said, we always look back and say, why did I sell that? What was I looking at? But to me, it's the definition of trend for the time frame you're on. I knew this was a day trade, so that's how I was looking at that there.
Yeah, great call there, and I think that's it's just funny that we just talked about that. I was like, you get out of it, and then you watch it go back up. The hardest part is really getting back in, and I feel like that's something. Have you looked at Meta? I mean, I asked yesterday, we had Chris Varley on from Trade Ideas. He thought Meta had the best chance to hold its current levels. We talked about the advertising space, and just it's been really working. They've been a definite rocket ship up here with Meta Platforms. And if you come over to my screen just on the daily, I almost feel like we're getting ready to slip up here a little bit. I was going to do this with you live on the show, so I'm doing it. I'm going to drop an anchor right before this last gapped earnings play. And Brian, looky what we find here again, my friend. We are hovering. I mean, first of all, let's give it up for Brian. I'm not going to play around anymore. We've had a lot of people, Adara, on this show that technical analysis, CMTs, and everything like that. Brian, you've knocked it out with a lot of this anchored view up. I want to thank you for all the work that you've done for this, but right now Meta is hovering right on this anchor. I'm nervous about losing this 480 because if we do, I wonder about a gap fill back in here to 400. If they come out and guide lower, talk about lower ad revenues, I'm not sure what they're going to say, but to me, Meta is a little nervous hands, and I actually trimmed a little bit in my long-term portfolio. I'm a little embarrassed to say that because I do think Meta has the potential to blow up here, but what are we looking at with Meta reporting tomorrow after market? If we lose that 480, are we in trouble?
Probably, Sean. I think that the next level you want to look at is a year-to-date anchor, which would bring you down to about 460 or so. And that's the first level I would look at. And that's kind of coincident with the lows of that gap you had previously seen there in February. So that 458, 460 level looks like the most important near-term area tomorrow. And, if it can hold in there, then, I don't see an immediate gap fill for Meta, but it definitely is a little bit reason for caution. That 50-day moving average would then start to flatten out. The 20 is declining right now. I think you're smart for being cautious here. I mean, it's had a massive run the last couple of years, and a little bit of sell the news wouldn't be a big surprise, really.
Yeah, I think you gotta take some profit off at some point. I mean, if you're going to sit there and hold everything until the cows come home, eventually they'll come home. We saw Meta lose, I think it was 70% from its highs there, Brian. All right, we're over time, but it doesn't matter, it's our show. Can you stay for a couple more minutes? Because I wanted to ask you if there was anything specifically that you wanted to look at moving forward, because so far you've just taken some of the bullets that I've fired. Is there anything maybe that you're looking at as a trade idea for potentially some of the viewers that are out there?
Sure. A couple of the ones that I've put on Twitter recently. I know that you're interested in Disney, Sean, and Disney is kind of, hovering near that the 50-day moving average. We've got the anchor from the gap right here as well. So that's kind of an interesting level that maybe it could get going here again. I've been talking about, I like Generac. I got long Generac today, finally. And this one, if, as the phrase goes, if they didn't scare you out, they've worn you out at some point in here. Generac looks like it could finally continue to move higher. Halliburton is one of those oil service stocks that might be able to make some upside from here. CCJ, thinking tomorrow, if we get a little bit of a pullback and then break these highs, that Cameco could go. So those are the few I've had an eye on. I've also got some CPNG, which I put on Twitter this morning, and LPG was a beauty here. Just a perfect setup for the purchase down at $40.50 this morning.
Brian, we still have over 3,000 watching. I mean, this is absolutely amazing. So thank you for doing all of that. One trade that I keep asking everybody about, and thanks for bringing up Disney. For me, we got some out like at 112, 117, 121 and change. So we're holding for it right now. What about UNG? So this is a name that a lot of traders like because it is the Widowmaker, as you've told us, as well as Dr. Copper and things like that. But right now, UNG is looking pretty good off the bottom, trying to take out this 50-period moving average. To me, this looks, I don't like to trade it, but there's a lot of people that, this is one of those YOLO names. If you're going against this level, it's not the end of the world to potentially take a long here and see if we can get back up into this 17 area off of a simple break here of 15.50. I think the risk to reward might be here. You have about $1.50 to the bottom, and if you get to 17, that's your $1.50, let alone taking out 18, and then that's when we make a little bit of money as we run to the 200 period. Am I a little off here with, someone said I'm high by thinking that Meta would go down to 400. Am I the same thing here, thinking UNG has a chance?
I don't see it, Sean. I mean, I don't like these stocks with a declining 50, 100, 150, 200-day moving average. If it got going, I think you would look at that 18 level, which was the December low, as well as it's the year-to-date anchored VWAP. So that would be your first important level. And really, it was kind of the highs in March as well. So 1780 to 1810 or so. But I just don't see it personally. It is. I mean, and also you look at it, it's up from 1390 to 15 and a half. So it's just rallied 10% here in the last week and a half.
Yeah,
I don't think you want to buy a stock in a downtrend after it's been up 10% in a week and a half when every other rally has been stuffed for the last, what is it, decade in this thing?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I don't even want to pull back a weekly chart. I'm going to stay away from all of that. Nice move up in gold, though. I mean, me and you talked about that as well. I think a little bit of a flight to safety as, I guess it's higher for longer, Mr. Shannon. But I have your Alpha Trends, X page. Keep calling it Twitter, but there he is. There's a handsome gentleman right there. I like the goatee, though. I like the goatee. Brian Shannon, go follow this guy. Here's a book. This is an amazing one that we've already talked about. Go grab it on Amazon. It's VWAP. It's amazing. It's Maximum Trading Gains, and we have it right here. And I'm going to keep on promoting this. If we flip over here, Fabian, we'll be able to show that I'm holding this right now, and this goes around the floor, and Adara's reading it right now as we speak as well. I think this is great for not only advanced traders, but also beginners alike. They can find that on Amazon, Alpha Trends. Anything else we want to promote here, Brian? Because I am forever indebted to you for coming on the show.
No, Sean, I've never once asked you to promote it, and it continually amazes me that you do it every single week. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem, Brian. And I'm also going to invite you up here. Whenever you're in, the lovely country of Canada, you are going to be visiting Toronto. You've never been to Toronto,
Absolutely.
or have you?
I have, yeah.
Oh, perfect. And you like it?
I like Toronto. The way I remembered it, Sean, was live in Toronto and play in Montreal.
Okay, I'm down
true?
with that. I got about a 5 hour. Yeah. Now that I'm married, I live in Toronto and play in Toronto. But yeah, that was a good call right there. It's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for everything that you continue to do for us. And you are right. You have never asked to promote it. On that note, Anchor VWAP, go pick it up. Thank you, Mr. Brian Shannon. Have a fantastic week, and hopefully we'll catch you next week.
You got it. Thanks, Sean.
That's Trader Talk right there. Let's go. All right, Adair, that's how we do it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how we do it.
That was awesome. Yeah, thanks again to Brian Shannon. Very nice to meet you in this setting. Yeah, anchored VWAP. Check that out. And it's interesting to see how it does kind of come into confluence with a lot of these levels, as shown there by Brian.
Yeah, you're using words like confluence and stuff like that. The one thing about this show is we try to dumb it down.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm playing around.
I'm not good at sarcasm.
You can use it. I looked at Adair. She's like, oh, did I make a mistake? You didn't. What are you talking about? Okay. Hey, look, just a quick little check. I'm going to wrap this thing up. We're going to pass on all that stuff. Sean's tweets, yeah, they're fun. They're fancy. Sticky note was great today, man. That Amazon long down there at 176. Let me just talk about that real quick as I go. We're almost done. It's 4:37. I got stuff to do. But right here, look at this push down for Amazon. So we put this down on our sticky note. I have no shorts today, only longs. It's right here. This was the trade. I was surprised when Amazon started to go off to the upside. We knew we wanted that 176 long. That was on the sticky note. Unfortunately, we started that party way too early, and we just got excited, and we got to stop that. So 178, I thought we were coming in back into these pre-market lows. I mean, we started the day at 179. We went down almost immediately $1. Once that 178 gave it up, we got out there on a 75 break. That sucked, so that was the fail. But then we were pretty good at Dara. We waited. We got 177. We got some of those out there for 50 and 60 cents. Then this happened, and then that's when the money came in. We were very, very patient. I'm pretty proud of myself to wait for that 176.50 and 176. And then when the iron was hot, we struck down there at 176.20, basically having the bottom of the day. But unfortunately, we do not have the top. This is tomorrow's trade today, Adara.
Really?
Amazon break 180 tomorrow.
Nice.
That's what I'm looking for. So we'll see if we can get that Amazon right now at 179. But before we let everybody go, let's just check in on the temperature of some of the stocks that we're talking about today. So let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla right now holding forward at 153. That's a win. I don't think it goes lower. It would have already by now. We'll watch out for Tesla. I think if you can get any pullbacks into 146, 147, that's a jam right there. I like Tesla. Visa. I've liked Visa for a minute. Good report. We talked about this on the podcast. I think it's a good number there for Visa, trying to blow out through 280. It looks like we've done that right now. I was trying to think about what the level was. It's 280. We're over that. Tomorrow's trade today, possibly Visa long at these levels. Enphase. Almost threw up in my mouth a little bit right there.
Yeah.
Enphase, a little bit of a downside move, down 5 and a bit percentage points there for that one. Texan. Yeah, I was a little phased by that.
Yeah.
But right there, 165. Thanks, Fabian, for that one as well. 175 for Texas Instruments. Look, I just got to thank everybody. You know what we do by thanking people and how exactly do we do that? We do that with the roll call. So let's go right now. Where's my thing? There it is. It's the roll call. Again, Adara, eventually I'm going to have you do the roll call.
Okay. Yeah.
Should that be fun?
That'd be interesting. I've done it a couple times with our show for sure.
The thing is, I don't think you speak fast enough for the roll call.
Is that sarcasm?
All right, who's here right now? Let's go. It's roll call time. Yeah, I think you'll be fine on the roll call.
I was going to say, they're going to speak pretty quickly, yeah.
Potentially. Man, we're having fun. This is what we're doing.
We're having a great time.
You know, thanks for rocking the after show, says Chef Joe. So we'll start the shout outs right now. Shout out to Chef Joe. Shout out to everybody, first of all, right now. Thank you to D. Westermeyer's here. Hold My Beer. Take Profit Tom. Stan is here. Patrick Langlois. I don't know why your guy Sharif says Langlois, he says. I think it's Langlois.
It looks like Langlois, but there's a
it's like
hidden
it's
L
French.
there. Yeah, I don't know.
Tesla, go long. What's up to Leo? What's up to Bears versus Bulls? Couldn't do this without you. That's for sure. Shout out to Mike Pena, Brad Gober, and it's Matt, right? Is that who's here today? Matt, get over here, Matt. You're going to come on the after show right now. We got to give a big shout out to Matt, visiting us from where? Here in Toronto. Nice to meet you. I've already seen you before. That's Adara. Have you met Adara yet? We don't have a mic, so that's fine. I'll talk to you after. Thanks, Matt. You're live on the after show right there. 2,400. Not bad.
Nice.
Adara, thank you for the show again. I thought we did pretty good.
Yeah,
that's a wrap. Tomorrow we have monster earnings again. I just looked up Meta.
Yeah.
I'm super excited for Meta. A $500 name. That's going to move.
I'm excited.
You think it's going to be a mega Meta move?
Well, yeah, we'll have to find out if it's meta or if it's a bit more of a micro move. I think, we had the dividend drop last quarter, so we'll have to see if Mark Zuckerberg and his team can step it up.
All right, let's go. Tomorrow, see us live at 8:30. Both Adara, myself, Sharif, someone named Brendan, Neil will be here. Who am I missing? We've got Fabian. We've got Ramin. Ty behind.
Yeah.
That's it. Mark, shout out to Mark. Are you seeing the podcast room?
Oh yeah, I've seen like little hints. I've seen sneak
We're about
previews.
to throw down the podcasts.
I'm excited.
You want to do a podcast with me? What would it be?
I don't know. I'd be interested. We'd have to see what it would be about. But yeah, I think I feel like I have a.
We'll figure it out.
I would chat.
We'll figure it out. Chilling in the Cybertruck. All right. Thank you so much for everybody watching. It's been a blast. We do have a podcast, as you can see. Thank you to Adara. Thank you to our good friend Brian Shannon, who continues to come by every single week. And most importantly, thank you to everybody. I'm Sean Katia. This is Adara LePage. I don't think I've ever said your last name.
Yeah, that's it. You said it exactly right. Adara LePage.
Oh, that's pretty easy to say. All right. I will see everybody tomorrow at 8:30. Have a great evening. Cha-cha-chow.